Non, je n'entends rien du tout. Si vous avez un casque.
1, 2, 3.
Ah, ça y est, voilà.
Alors, attendez, je me mets en écoute de la trame. Voilà. Moi, en tout cas, pour l'instant, je m'entends. Voilà. Ouais. Oui,
Mesdames et messieurs, merci de bien vouloir vous asseoir. Nous allons bientôt commencer. Merci.
Excellences, Mesdames, Mesdemoiselles,
Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, I'm Daphne Houllier, and I'm very pleased to be here with you for this first summit on sustainable gastronomy, the initiative of the multi-star chef Alain Ducasse and the patronage of the Prince of Monaco, inviting country and extremely committed sponsor of this summit. I'm not going to give you a long speech on the necessity to have sustainable gastronomy. The summer that we just had and the images we also, the climatic crisis is here, and it is urgent now to learn how to live in our environment without depleting it. But we can, as a consumer, participate in local economy, and choosing your food is already changing the world. And consuming less and better is really what is at stake. Habits are changing from the farm to fork is a good initiative, but we have to go further. We're not going to solve all the problems today, but we can share our experience and propose concrete and sustainable solutions. So this is what we're here for today. So we now welcome the person responsible for our meeting here today, the chef who has 20 stars, the Michelin Guide, that is present in 9 countries with more than 30 restaurants. He's also the founder and president of the Culinary College of France and the Ducasse School all over the world, but he still thinks of himself as a craftsman of taste. Please come up stage. This is for you. So do sit down. So how did you have the idea of this summit? First of all, with Prince Albert, we have quite an addictive relationship to food. At the same time, we really want to care about good health of consumers, and since we are so close to the Mediterranean, we're aware and sensitive to the necessity to preserve these rare resources. So, and after a presentation by Prince Albert in Arles in the summit, we decided that it would be good to have an initiative on sustainable gastronomy in Monaco. So we have with us the Albert Foundation, and so one day I said, you know, I would like to have a vegetarian meal at the palace. I wanted to show that it was possible with a level of taste that is really equivalent to a traditional meal. As a consequence, we can say that it is possible to diminish the rate of protein and even take it away completely, but it is not the subject today. So today we have to eat less animal proteins, less sugar, less grease. So today we are close to the Mediterranean. It's certainly one of the best environments for human food and gastronomy, and this is why the summit takes place here in Monte Carlo with the support of the Société des Bennes-Mères, and Stephen Valery is extremely interested by by sustainable gastronomy. So you grew up in a farm. So this means probably that you have another relationship to the living elements. So, you know, in the spring, my mother would say around 11 o'clock, or what are we going to eat today for lunch? And then we would see if we had peas or broad peas, or in winter we had killed a pig, and it was, we could say, a way to cook that was a kind of subsistence cuisine. We ate the hens that were, and the poultry that was raised at the farm, and maybe this is just why I have kept this tradition of eating what is produced locally. We have in the world about 1 billion people who are undernourished, but we also have a few hundred millions of people that are obese and overfed. So obviously we're not going to find the solution to such problems today, but we can say how to eat differently for a better health for people and the planet. Because we cannot eat without being conscious of what you're eating. So you chose the Mediterranean because it is an environment, it is almost an identity, and you said that it is in Monaco that you really found your vegetal DNA. Monaco was just the normal place to hold such a summit. When I went back to Paris after my 3 stars at the Monaco restaurant, we had developed quite a high concept of Mediterranean cuisine, and I was told, but you know, come on, you're not going to keep on with Mediterranean cuisine in Paris. So we have to say that the Mediterranean cuisine is from origin. It is extremely modest with vegetables and fruit. It is cuisine that was transmitted from mothers to daughters. 30 years ago, people thought that it was just Provence herbs on the lamb on Sundays, but we developed this tradition with what I call blue fish, modest fish. So from the Mediterranean, we radiated all over the world, and the Mediterranean has a role to play in order to influence this evolution. And tonight, for those who will be present at dinner, we have about 80% of vegetable products. So this Mediterranean cuisine, how is it different? Well, how is it better than other cuisines? Well, because it gives a big part to vegetables and fruits, and because it is a dry land, vegetables and fruits are really tasty, savory, and then the fish that live among the rocky shoreline have quite a special taste that cannot be compared to others. So we are extremely careful, and we don't want to overfish, and I prefer sustainable fishing and fish from sustainable I would say this trend should really expand like an olive oil stain, if I may say. Well, there is a relationship between the one who grows and tills the soils and the fisherman and the consumer. This is this link that will enable us to have better food with a very strong emotional relationship. And after the pandemic, where we spoke online, the moment where we could share a meal around the table all together was essential. To share a meal with friends, with relatives, it is an act of good relationship, because cuisine goes beyond just being fed. It is to share. So you defend not only Mediterranean cuisine, but you think it is a whole philosophy of eating. Well, we cannot eat without knowing who grew who fished fish, if the peasants or farmers have a decent living, earn their living by cultivating the soil, and we have to reverse the proportion between vegetal and animal proteins. 30 years ago, we had 80% animal protein. Now it's the other way around. And at the same time, I'm not a vegan terrorist or a vegetable terrorist, but I say that we have to reverse the trend. You say that cuisine should be good to think before eating it. So this summit is like a big banquet of ideas to shape tomorrow's food. Well, this is what, all together with my colleagues all over the world, we shall try to do, to think of a better planet. And obviously it goes through food. And if this summit can have its influence on the whole of the restaurant sector, it will be a good thing. We are the ones that will show the way and at the same time show aim in 2-year time. Let's say we have to have concrete action and then measure the effects of such action. So it means that we have to attract more restaurants, more greengrocers, so that they can also better advise their customers and create this circle of relationship, of human exchange. And as I say, tables actually feed peace. Conflicts can pick up again afterwards, but during a meal, we have civilized contacts, and as some chefs say, table is the most civilized point on earth. So you speak a 2-year horizon. Well, we have to have time to see how to commit oneself and then measure the results of such commitments. So we've just taken the decision. So when we talk of a summit, we mean partners. So Sandrine Sommer is present from Moet NC, Stéphane Valéry from the Société des Bains de Mer, and Olivier Vendel, who is the vice chairman of the Prince Albert II Foundation in Monaco.
Non, absolument pas. Vous êtes notre phare dans l'obscurité.
You're the light that shines in the dark. So, sustainable gastronomy, what does it mean for you?
Les micros sont là.
Excusez mon retard. Take a microphone. I'm sorry, I've just come from New York, from the UN summit. It was a whole week on climate, so I'm very pleased to be with you to represent the foundation. For us, it was quite obvious to join Mr. Ducasse and the Société des Bains de Mer, as well as Moet Hennessy, because we always had this scientific trend. But at the same time, we need to, and we always have awareness campaigns on climate change, on global challenges, and gastronomy is one of the main tools, because we will reach 10 billion people very soon on this planet, and food safety is really on the agenda. We know that the planet is already impacted by climate change, and we have to rethink our approach to food, to soil resilience and preservation of natural resources. For us at Moet Hennessy, for us too, it was obvious to join this initiative. We are closely linked to gastronomy. We're close to terroir, and sustainability is really at the heart of our activities. And we have this duty to regenerate soils, to reduce the climate print. And we also have to promote a responsible consumption, which is obvious when we produce and sell alcohol. We have to transmit, to train our teams, but also our customers. So we have quite a lot of echo with this initiative. And last year in Arles, as you mentioned earlier on, le World Living Soils Forum, donc un sommet dédié we organized a forum dedicated to soil regeneration, because we realize we need all the stakeholders. We have to improve, not only to reduce carbon print, but have a positive impact in order to think of a better future. First of all, I would like to welcome you here at the SBM. For us, it was obvious too, for many reasons, to be present. First of all, because it is an emergency. It is obvious that the environment protection and sustainability are just urgent matters. We've just been through a terrible summer with drought and floodings. So sustainable gastronomy is an important element of sustainable development. And as I became president in January, we really wanted to put at the heart of our business this concept of sustainability. We have to become an exemplary company at international level. And we were asked by the Prince Albert Foundation. The sovereign is certainly one of the more coveted heads of states committed to environment protection. And also because the initiative comes from Alain Ducasse, because he's from Monaco in a way, even if he's well known all over the world. But we started together at the SBM. I was young employee at the SBM when he created the Louis XV restaurant at the Hôtel de Paris. We remained very close, so I was convinced from the start that we have to play our part. And so we are already very active, but we still have a long way to go in order to get to sustainable gastronomy. You insist on the emergency, so you agree on this absolute necessity. And of course, as you said, we've just been through a terrible summer. We know there will be many more to come. So we know that there are many solutions, but we have to scale up and increase the committed communities all over the world. And this is the objective of the summit here today, because all together we're stronger and we go faster. I'll outline the question of emergency. Johan Rostrom, director of the Boston Institute on Climate, and he identified 9 limits, and on the 9 sort of red lines, we already crossed 6. And he was able to have 2 assessments in 4 years. So the first time we had 4 limits that were crossed, and for the second assessment, we had 6 of these red lines that were crossed. And then to come back to the theme of the summit, food, agriculture, and the whole agro business sector, we know that these sectors need a lot of water, but they also emit methane and CO2, and is one of the main causes for deforestation. So when you have all these elements into place, you realize how urgent action is. And what is really a positive aspect of the summit is the holistic approach we have to take into account with the chefs that are the visible tip of the iceberg. We have to take into account the producers and the consumers without patronizing, without scaring, because it doesn't work. You really stress the necessity to have new narratives. So we have to promote a positive ecology, because this is how the transition will work. Is it the only way? I wouldn't say it is the only way to succeed, but it is an element that hasn't been used enough. And all our references stem from the industrial age, that is, over-consuming plastic. And if we keep on consuming vegetables and fruits that are not local and not from the season, we finally get to a dead end. And we have to change this narrative, because we can't project in a positive way in the future where the transition would be a success. And what we can read, what we can see as far as films or documentaries are concerned, we have a rather disastrous narrative with disappearance of lowlands and islands and fires and droughts. And obviously it is a realistic picture, but it is not the only key. We need to be able to project into the future, to show what we want and find the means to get there. And we launched a festival in July with philosophers, artists, scientists, to propose a positive and inspiring vision for the future to the general public. So today we are going to listen to people who act. Would like to add a word? Yes. I think these type of events are really essential. We need to raise awareness among the general public, but we have to act concretely, and every single one of us can do so. And Martial Ravin, the chef at the SBM, started 10 years ago, since he produced his vegetables with an organic garden, and we have at the Monte Carlo Beach Hotel a garden on the hills close to Monaco. But now we have to go further. We produce maybe just 5% of the vegetables we use, and I commanded a study. We have found grounds in Beausoleil and La Turbie, just above the Principality, and would like to produce eggs, honey, and vegetables that we propose to our clients with very concrete action in order to improve not only local products but the quality of the products. Thank you so much.
Le poète Auden remarquait très justement que des milliers de gens ont vécu sans amour.
Rightly remarked that thousands of people have lived without love, but none have lived without water. 97% of the Earth's water is found in the oceans. There's no green without blue, but the oceans have never been so threatened. They have become a dumping ground and an uncontrolled source of pillage, overfishing, plastic pollution, oil drilling, seabed mining. We are plundering and devastating the ocean methodically, which plays a key role for life on Earth, yet less than 3% of the world's oceans are currently protected. In just 5 decades, humanity is destroying an ecosystem that has taken billions of years to build up and that we take for granted. It cannot be repeated often enough. The ocean generates our oxygen, absorbs most of the carbon dioxide, and regulates the climate. So, saving the seas is crucial. So, in practical terms, how can we farm and fish in a time of climate change? Talk about this, I welcome Ferdinand Dumont, a gourmet market gardener from Saint-Rémy-de-Provence. Good morning. Please take a seat.
Sylvain Pagnon,
a small-scale fisherman from Carreau.
Bonjour. Elisabeth Vallée, qui dirige
Elizabeth Vallée, who runs Ethic Ocean.
Christophe Mayer,
Managing Director of Lagosta, the leader in European spiny lobster farming. And Eva Moreno, paleoclimatologist at the Paris Natural History Museum.
Bonjour à tous les 5.
Good morning to all of you, all 5 of you.
Alors, chacun à votre manière, vous
Each,
défendez une certaine idée
in
de
your own way, you
l'agriculture et de la
defend a
pêche
certain
durable.
idea of
Le
sustainable
savoir en est
agriculture
un.
and fishing.
Eva Moreno,
Knowledge
à
is
l'heure
one
de
of
la
those.
crise
Eva Moreno, at a time of
de
crisis and
généralisée,
widespread global warming of unprecedented proportions, as we saw this summer, is it really possible to feed ourselves without destroying the planet? We have to try. We know the method. We know that food is one of the main sources of CO2 in the atmosphere. So we have to eat in a different way. We have to eat less meat because this is a major source of CO2. And we have to focus on local production, as was said previously. I think this is one very useful way of reducing CO2. We have people who do reduce greenhouse gases. Ferdinand Dumont, you are an organic market gardener, descended from a long line of market gardeners, as you represent the 5th generation, work in the land in this beautiful region of Provence. You inherited your know-how from your parents, in other words, from your elders. How does their know-how differ from what is taught in agricultural engineering schools today? Well, first of all, I grew up on a farm which was safeguarded and protected
Et-
and we lived in the middle of nature. First of all, we were taught to love nature, and I think this is one of the foundations when you're a farmer, which is to observe, to adapt, and to farm in harmony with nature.
Propriétaire d'une exploitation
You
tout en bio, qui
own
s'étend sur
an
5
organic
hectares de
farm
culture d'un
covering
champ,
5 hectares.
également
In the
4000 mètres carrés
open
de serre
fields,
froide.
you
Quelle est sa
have
spécificité?
4,000 square
Et si
meters
vous
of
deviez
cold
la
greenhouses. What makes it
expliquer?
special? If you had to present it to us quickly, what would you say? It's a small farm. I'm lucky enough to have a father who chose a good location for his farm. We are protected from deforestation. They are small plots of land that we work on. We're on the foothills of the Alpi. What else can I say? Sorry.
Non, je vous en prie. Fabien, vous cultivez des variétés de
Fabien,
légumes souvent méconnues.
you grow varieties of vegetables that are often overlooked or forgotten. In 2022, you had over 60 different varieties of tomato. Where do you find them? How do you choose them? And what criteria do you use? For the first criterion for me is curiosity. I love to offer my customers a wide variety of products. I like to taste them and help and enable them to discover these products. I like to use a lot of farm seed merchants. A lot of farmers involved in this kind of activity. Do you find it difficult to sell them on the markets or to chefs? Often they're rather unknown, rather peculiar for some people. That's right. It's taken time. I began in 2010. I started growing them in 2010. It took 6 or 7 years to get people used to the idea of these new varieties. A tomato doesn't have to be round and red and with a particular taste. It can be green, it can be black, it can be a strange shape because of the terroir. I want to develop a plant that brings everything as possible in terms of taste. Where did this idea come from? Did it because of necessity in order to adapt to an increasingly unpredictable climate? Was that the driver for the reason for your approach? It was curiosity initially, and then when climate change became another reason. The question of adapting to climate became a major reason, because initially the climate was more or less satisfactory. Now the seasons are changing. They're starting earlier or later. Sometimes we have very unexpected cold or hot periods we're not used to. And so now I can choose the varieties. I know the particular tomato will grow better in the shade or better in the sun, and so I can adapt what I grow on the plots of land. I plant some varieties closer to the shade, others further away from the shade. I'm always looking for new varieties. That's what I'm doing with my wife at the moment. Where do you find them? Where do you find them? On internet. It's thanks to internet, really. Also word of mouth. We're lucky enough to be in a region where there are a lot of tourists, Italians, Americans, who tell us about a particular variety they know. And so we look for it, and we have a look and see what it's like. In Sicily and the Puglia region of Italy, which is a dry, arid climate. This is what's starting to happen with us as well, unfortunately. So there, to adapt to this, we found the Italian cucumber, which adapts very well to our land. It's rather strange. It's a round cucumber. It's very large and round. Then you have different shapes of cucumber. This one is very round. It's a very bright green, and it adapts very well to our climate. I water them once a week. They resist predators and diseases very effectively. They're very hardy, and this is very good. So this means instead of having traditional cucumber, we have a sweeter cucumber as well. And we have unconventional selling methods. We sell directly a lot. We work with local chefs. I show them the product first. I'll get them to taste it a few times. I insist. And we've We also carry out, being supported by a local institute as well, who are helping us experiments. So you are able to adapt to climate change. Yes, these new varieties are more resistant to climate change, of course, but we are helping them to adapt to that. How do you do that?
Comment est-ce qu'on pousse une variété
How do you help a variety to become more resistant to climate change? We grow it so that it has the tools to be able to adapt. I'm very much in favor in working doing a light work on the soil. We keep hedges and we allow everything to grow that grows, we allow it to grow. Previously, people used to cut down everything, and my neighbors still do that, unfortunately. In my plots of land, I try to allow everything to grow, and so in my tomatoes or aubergines, for example, the grass that grows is allowed to grow. I go, and then I cut them down once they've started to grow quite a lot. Between the rows of vegetables, this makes it possible to work on the land without actually digging it up.
Donc c'est un peu sur le modèle de l'agroécologie en fait.
So it's like agroecology. Yes, I discovered that quite recently. In fact, this agroecology, I've started to find out about this, and I realized I was doing it already, in fact.
Ouais.
So it's by observing nature you can learn. So adaptation is also a question of preserving local knowledge and resources to be able to remain autonomous when you're in difficulty. How do you preserve resources, for example, water resources? Water is a big problem. Every year is different. We depend on the Alpes canal. It comes from a local dam, the Serre-Pinson in the Alps. And this water arrives via the Durance, and we divert it by using a canal that was built in the end of the 19th century. So it's a traditional, long-standing system. And our farm is on the edge of the town. And so it works by gravity. We open up a gate, and the water goes into all of the land. So we have plenty of water. But in the event of a drought or a heat wave, what happens there? Well, then it's a big problem. It's very difficult. We don't really have a solution for storing water yet. I don't know whether it is a solution really to do that. Maybe not. But we're very dependent on that source of water. I don't really have a solution at the moment, apart from storing water in the soil as much as possible. One of the solutions is, above all, is not to use monoculture. In other words, to diversify the varieties as much as possible. Yes, of course, to diversify and rotations that are longer. Not to only have a single product. If you only have a single product, if I only had tomatoes last year, I didn't have any tomatoes. They didn't grow, and so unfortunately I had many other products to sell as well. So it's important to, in financial terms, it's important to have different products and grow different products, different vegetables. So you have to. We grow lots of different varieties of aubergines, tomatoes, and peas, and round cucumbers as well. So it works very well together. What you're saying is that you can grow without destroying the soil or biodiversity. You say the yield is more or less equivalent to that of intensive agriculture. Are you able to get a yield without any inputs, without any MGOs, without GMs, without any ploughing? And you get a level of yield that is satisfactory. It's a very important aspect. Yes, we have satisfactory yields, and quite good yields. In fact, it depends on the product, depends on the variety. Sometimes it's not profitable at all, but it evens out overall. The important thing is to be able to sell what you're producing and to have an acceptable price so that I can pay my workers. Perhaps the customer has to accept that they have to pay more for their food as well, and spend less on superfluous things. Yes, I think the prices are acceptable. I'm not the least expensive, but I'm not the most expensive either. And so this is an important thing to do with the customers, whether it's private individuals or professionals, and people are prepared to pay more. And my vegetables have a very very tasty, have a strong taste. I don't want to produce something, a tomato doesn't have a taste, or an aubergine that is dull and tasteless. You being recognized as a quality producer, craftsman by the Collège Culinaire de France, is that a source of pride for you or not? Yes, I'm very proud of that, yes, absolutely. We need to have this kind of recognition. I get on very well with my customers and my chefs, but we need this recognition to be able to continue with this approach, because most of the time when I'm talking to my colleagues, we all know that it's hard work. If we don't have a big truck with a transpallet, and if we don't produce a number of pallets per day, we're not recognized as being a true professional. If you don't have the latest greenhouse, you're often not respected. If you don't have a brand new tractor, people don't respect you either. So I have old tractors, I don't care. I'm very happy with them. Thank you very much, Fabien. Sylvain Pagnon, your turn. You work at sea. Your reputation extends far beyond Carreau, your home village, nestling on the Côte Bleue. Like Fabien, you were born in a family of fishing boat mechanics. Is the passing on of knowledge essential in these professions? Yes, it's very important. Not many people start working at the sea without having somebody from their family or a friend who's already in this profession. There's not much space to work on the sea. There's not really any training to obtain this kind of know-how. Today in schools, you don't learn all the traditional fishing techniques. So it's difficult to get into this profession. Unfortunately, we have a lot of poaching that is going on. People who start to work at the sea and don't really know what they're doing, and they destroy the environment. So for us as professional fishermen, it's quite a small niche market. Okay, we'll talk about this aspect. You did engineering studies, and it was with your brother. You bought a boat called Cupidon, which means Cupid. That goes to show your love of the sea. Your crew is over-educated with a level of education that goes up to 12 years. So it's almost with 12 years of higher education. Very in-depth expertise of the seabed, so preserving the oceans and fishery resources starts with a very detailed knowledge of the environment. You defend things better when you know more about them. Yes, that's right. My brother is doing a master in ecology, and another sailor who has a PhD in biology, who's working at Edinburgh before. Myself, I did an engineering school in mechanical engineering. So I thought, what can I do for the planet when I leave this engineering school? I decided to go back to my first love, which was traditional fishing and development of local food. So, but knowledge is very important, is that right? Do you think that's true? Yes, it is. It's the key, because in the Mediterranean, fishermen are organized in prud'homie. In each port, you have the areas of fishing that are clearly defined, and there's are you part of a prud'homie? Yes, I'm a part of a prud'homie. The prud'homie based in Martigues, so we know exactly which rock fish will be breeding on, and we decide that we're going to leave that rock alone so that they leave the fish to breed, for example. So you use all kinds of fishing techniques depending on the season and the species. Is this the best way to form a common front to defend your interests? It's a network, these prud'hommes, prud'hommerie. The committees cover the whole of France. The prud'hommes are a local specificity only in the Mediterranean.
toutes les techniques de pêche à
You
la canne,
use all
au
of the
filon,
different fishing
filet,
techniques,
selon,
rod and
les
net,
saisons et les
depending on the
espèces,
season
privilégiant
and the
bien sûr la qualité
species,
plutôt que la
with an
quantité.
emphasis in
C'est la
quality
seule
rather
façon de
than
préserver la
quantity. Is
ressource.
this the only way to preserve the resource?
En tout cas, selon ma vision, oui, l'idée, c'est de
For me,
pratiquer
yes,
des pêches durables.
it's important to
de
carry out
s'adapter à la
sustainable
ressource.
fishing,
Si
to
une
adapt
année,
to the resources.
on voit
If
que la
one year
ressource a diminué,
we see
donc on fait
there's
la
less
route,
resource, for
on
example,
met
less
le pied à la mer.
spiny lobster, we don't fish.
On essaie de se concentrer sur les poissons de passage, sur
We
les
focus on
maquereaux,
mackerel
sur
or other
thon.
migratory
Et en fait,
species
au
or
fur et à
tuna.
mesure de l'année, on
And
s'adapte.
so during the year, we
Poissons,
adapt to what kind of fish
dans la mer, exactement,
is in the sea.
les maraîchers s'adaptent aux saisons.
Exactly as the
Les
market
légumes,
gardeners adapt to the seasons with their
En
vegetables.
fonction de l'état des stocks.
en fonction des stocks.
According to the level of stock, yes.
C'est une éducation aussi qu'on fait à nos clients pour les
We also educate our customers with saying, okay, well, we don't have that kind of fish at the moment, so we fish something else instead. Over the last 60 years, the average per capita consumption of seafood products has doubled in France. Of the 34 kilos consumed per person per year, 24 kilos are imported. 24 kilos imported, according to the WWF. How can we ensure that we eat local and seasonal produce without causing too much environmental damage?
Là, il faut que les réglementations évoluent.
We need to have a change in the regulations because in terms of products of the sea, we don't have much information on the stands. We know that fish come from huge areas in the Mediterranean. On the French coast, we have a single area.
Le poisson est local, mais
So the fish is local, but we don't really know whether it comes from Menton or from Port-la-Nouvelle, or we don't know how it's been fished. That's right.
Comment il a été pêché?
Well,
il y a quand même,
you do have some indication.
chalut,
You know, it can be by trawling or
censés être identifiés.
other fishing methods which should be identified. Do you think we need more regulation to prevent the most threatened species being fished?
Tout à fait, mais il faut des réglementations.
Yes, absolutely. We need to have regulations
locales.
that are local
Parce
regulations,
qu'en fait,
because
en fait, on se partage un jardin.
we are sharing a garden. The sea is like a garden,
On peut pas
and
savoir ce qui pousse
we
dans
don't know what's going to grow on where the neighbour is.
localement.
So locally, we need to be able to
réglementer.
have regulations, and for that we need to have support, of course, at the highest level, because it's true that when you set up local regulations for fishing for rockfish, you say, okay, we don't want to fish there because the fish are breeding there. We know that. But a lot of people don't know that, and we don't have any support to enforce these regulations and make sure fishing is banned. In particular, if people start fishing rockfish during the breeding season, we don't have anybody who will say to them, no, you can't go there, leave the fish alone.
Pour éviter d'avoir le plus gros impact
To avoid having the greatest impact on the environment, do you use a technological process to be more selective and have less impact on the environment?
Est-ce que vous avez, par exemple,
For example,
j'ai lu que maintenant on traque l'ADN
I've read
des
that
poissons.
now we're able to track the DNA of fish in the water using GPS systems. That's large boats that do that. We don't do that at all.
C'est plus comme un organisme, les pêcheurs professionnels, quand on est dans un port.
When fishermen are in a port, we always have a colleague who is trying a particular technique in a particular place, and we'll talk to them and see what the feedback is, see what kind of fish they were able to catch, and so we know what kind of fish is going through a particular area at a particular time of year. Do you think the researchers could help you to be more selective in terms of your work? Of course, yes. We share a lot of information with researchers. We're trying to give them declarations of our catches throughout the year to see how the catches are changing throughout the year and over the years, in order to define global regulations, for example, for tuna. There were quotas were set up, and this made it possible to save that species, the red-fin tuna. It's a very positive result. So the perfect opportunity to talk about preserving marine ecosystems and resources is to talk to with Elizabeth Vallée. You run Ethic Ocean. Ethic Ocean. What is the mission of this NGO? To promote good practice? Yes, absolutely. We promote best practice of all the professionals in the sector, people working in the sea, whether it's wild species or farmed species. We work with all of these players, the fishermen, the farmers, and the distribution players, the wholesalers, retailers, also the chefs working in collective catering and also in restaurants, and all of this whole set of players who have access to the information, which, as we've seen, can be complex to carry out sustainable buying, and science is there to help us to indicate the level of stocks, the situation of different species, and the farming conditions. So this science, our role is to make this science available. So you publish a species guide. Who is it aimed at? It's for professional fishermen. We use the most recent scientific data and the most credible data in France and Europe and internationally, and we present this in a species guide. Can you show us the guide? There we are. So it is updated every year because the scientists re-evaluate on a regular basis. On the basis of this scientific data, we're able to define buying recommendations to help these professional buyers buy species that are not being overfished and make sure have been farmed in good conditions. You said that this guide provides information on whether or not eating certain fish is safe for the species. How many species are on the red list, if I may say so?
Beaucoup trop. Alors, far too many. Some species have been on a red list for a long time, and in all these zones, because actually we can consume a species from certain areas of the world and not in all of them. In France, we consume a lot of cod, and if we want to consume sustainable cod, we have to get it from Norway. And even the one from Iceland is quite fragile today. But here along our shore, along the Atlantic or the North Sea, it is more than fished. We have already crossed the limits to enable generational renewal. So local products is not necessarily the good choice or sustainable choice. For many species, we have to check the precise origin in order to see what the stocks look like. Yes, the information is available online on the site of Ethic Ocean, yes. And then we have another site called species.org. It's a Belgian association that is extremely useful. It is a guide aiming professionals. So it is quite technical, but you have different levels of reading. And today we have also a mobile app that is free and updated every year. So this application enables just about everybody to check the origin of the fish and the state of the stocks to be sure to buy sustainable fish. So you think that it is a moral imperative for just every one of us, but it is also the priority for a chef? Is it the top priority? Well, the chefs are extraordinary ambassadors and prescriptors, and this is why we work with them, because of their position in the whole chain, because of their buying criteria, can influence the whole stakeholders. They can impose some species coming from certain region and also fished according to quite specific techniques, or species farmed in such a way that they respect their criteria. Well, the fish farmers will obviously want to keep their clients, and chefs also transmit extremely vital messages to their customers. They can help discover new species or unknown species, because we have maybe 5 species that represents 90% of consumption. So we'd like to go towards more local species. So what is at stake is really high, and chefs have an incredible role to play. And then you have collective gastronomy. According to the UN, more than half of the fish stocks are overfished, and a fourth are already depleted. 86% of fish that you find in supermarkets come from overfishing. How do we act? It is a collective responsibility. As we said, the chefs have an incredible leverage power, but the whole of the chain have to commit health. And many things have been done over the past years, but we have to speed up. We speak about all the challenges, but we have to really go much further. And the professionals, they know where they buy their products. They know the species that are overfished. So they have the power to change things, because the law is not adapted to reality. You speak about sustainability, and as it has been defined by the FAO or the EU Commission, well, the FAO gives a general framework that can be perceived as a minimum, but at least it exists. But then concretely, what does it mean? Sustainability for a wild product, it is really the state of the stock, the fishing technique, and fish species that are not overfished and have been able to reproduce before being caught. And the catching size is essential, but it is not always mandatory. For example, drill or John Dory can be fished as of 35 centimeters. Some species are followed and monitored scientifically, but many others are not. So you have no management measures because they don't have a commercial interest, and the scientists do not have a mandate to follow. So 20% of the French catches are not monitored scientifically. The local species that are targeted by local fishermen. So we promote diversity and diversification of the species, but we do not know actually where we're going. So first of all, most species should be followed scientifically, and scientists should be listened to, because the quotas and the catching limits do not respect the scientific recommendations. So there is really a big law defect. And if we all work together, I think we can change things. And is the policy of quotas enough? And are eco-label trustworthy? Well, the policy of quotas, well, it is a management tool. And so we can't think of an access to the resources without limits. But for some species, as I said, they are not submitted to quotas, because also the levels of stocks are not well known. So the quotas are a tool, and we do not have anything else so far, but they have to be respected. And as I said, they have to also follow the scientific recommendation, whereas at the moment more than 50% of the EU quotas do not follow such recommendations, and it should have been implemented into 2020 already. But then you have many more topics like the fishing vessels, techniques, the management of sensitive spots. Many elements to take into account in order to have fishing activities and at the same time preservation of the species. And then to come back to your question on eco-labels, these labels are a guarantee for the consumer that criteria are met and respected. So for the past 10 or 15 years, we have had an explosion of eco-labels. For the consumer, it is quite difficult to see through all these labels. For professionals, it is a bit easier. Some are stronger than others, but they aim, all of them, at an improvement of practices, but you have things that should be corrected or questioned, and on the whole, the tools go in the good direction. So the selection and the priorities can lead to a better eating. Was it your idea from the start at Langosta? First of all, it started with a passion. It meant how to master and manage crawfish farming. It is a very complex subject. It took us more than 25 years because crawfish or spiny lobster is an excellent sea product. It is really well appreciated, but it is extremely complex to farm. How do you master the larva evolution? You take them from their natural environment, yes. We buy crawfish that are between 350 and 400 grams, and they are teenagers in a way. Because if you let a crawfish grow, it can be several kilos. It can weigh, several kilos. We do not find such spiny lobsters today. So you have the larva evolution, but then you have also the growth of the animals. So it took us a long time to understand this growth, several years, to understand the way these animals grow and live. When you find them in your plate, you can't think how complex it is, biologically speaking. And this is where difficulties start. Many people have tried to farm crawfish, but so far it never worked. Why? As I said, the subject is complex. We call them the diva or the queens, these spiny lobsters, because it is extremely sensitive to the environment, but also to what they eat. And what we developed is a structure for the well-being of the animal, but at the same time we developed a feed formula, a bit like a chef. We cherish them and we're bound to. But your growth rate is about 6 times the natural one. It's because of this high-level feeding. I'm not going to give you the list of ingredients, but they are all natural and organic. We do not use antibiotics or chemicals, and this incredible growth that we've observed rely on the knowledge of the animal and its needs. So we've developed this platform for the animal well-being. What are the main difficulties or complexities? You said many people tried to farm crayfish and they never succeed. Well, it's a whole series of parameters. Once more, as I said, the crawfish, if you do not give the proper food, it won't grow properly. Even if you give the most wonderful buffet, it might eat for a couple of days and then want something else. So, if you do not have at the same time the good water quality that we find here in Monaco, since we're based in Monaco, so how do you create the conditions, the living conditions for temperature, currents, just as in high sea? Well, we developed a closed circuit. We take seawater that is treated and circulated through our circuits in order to control all the parameters, light, temperature, and many more. So when you set them free, apparently you have now a tracking system thanks to artificial intelligence. So today we buy the animals that, as I said, are still teenagers from the fishermen, and they're going to have like 2 years vacation in our installation. But before we set them, we put them into our structure, they're tagged, and they have digital prints as we do on the crust. So when we get the information from the fishermen, tell us exactly where they were fished, the animal is tagged, and during these 2 years, it's going to lose the skin because it needs to shed its skin and mold. We collect the molds and track it. You listen to very carefully, did you know, Pagno, about this digital print? No, I didn't know, but I was able to see that they were all different, and I didn't know they kept the differences through their lives. You really follow very closely. I can see that from your eyes. Well, when I talked to fish farmers in Cannes, I asked them to keep the crawfish at least until Christmas, but it's very difficult to keep them there, and then we have to fly them. But I really admire your work. So you're talking about the molds, and you take a chitosan, a molecule that is supposed to have therapeutic capacities. Why do you take this molecule? So we are a company that aims to have crayfish farms in order to distribute our products all over the world. But we realized that the animal shed its skin every 3 months. So if you have just a few animals, it's a residue or a byproduct. But if you have a few hundred animals, very quickly you have enormous amount of byproducts. And so, because there was such a volume, we tried to go further and see what value we could get out of it. And we have the chitin in the crust that can be transformed in labs and become ketosane. And today, we realize there is an extraordinary market that comes from the shrimp farms in Asia for the cosmetic market. So most creams, anti-wrinkle creams, and tightening of the skin, etc., contain this molecule. And we realized that there was also quite a need in biotechnology and pharmacy, because we have many, many scientists in the world that have been able to prove the potential of this molecule in many pathologies, reconstitution of the skin, but in cancer therapy as well, or neurology, like Alzheimer's disease. So it's a very long list. And there was a lack of product on the market for these institutions. So we realized that we had a prestigious product thanks to all these molds, and through a specific process in 5 labs all over the world, we developed this technique in order to have stable properties that are extremely important for biotechnology. And it took us a few years, but now the technique has been validated, and we'll have the first world agreement with one of the biggest pharma company in the world. But we also work for preserving the breeding areas of crayfish that have disappeared because of pollution or overfishing. Yes, the aim is not only to put back animals that we can track later on. So thanks to our tracking system, we will be able to set animals free, but we'll be able also to track them in their environment, so we'll have a better knowledge of stocks. And these animals will go back to their natural environment, and obviously they are bigger, so they are less vulnerable by sharks or whatever. And because we master reproduction, we can also set free female that can then
l'aquaculture est pas mal décriée.
Can get then go to their fraying environment. So what do you say to people who would not believe in sustainable aquafarming? It is true that there was in the past an overproduction of some fish species, but it is not our case at all. Even if we belong to seafood, and if we had to take animals from the sea, but our crayfish, after 2 years, are actually in a better condition than when we actually bought them, because there is a lot of pollution today, and the crayfish are exposed to such pollution. And because of the regeneration, they are better fit to fight pollutants. So you have a bigger animal that is actually in a better shape than the younger animal we had. And I can also add that we can see when we fish bigger crayfish, they have more heavy metal in them than younger ones. But they can lose the heavy metals in the process. You are paleoclimatologist at the museum in Paris. So what is the situation today? In the past, obviously, the climate has changed. We had much warmer and much colder periods that were associated to natural elements, let's say external elements like the solar rays, or internal, 65 million years ago, with the disappearance of dinosaurs and many more species. In those days, temperature was 10 degrees higher and much more CO2 in the atmosphere. But we know that warming and greenhouse gases are closely linked. So in those days, the situation was very different. And little by little, the level of CO2 in the atmosphere decreased, and we then had cycles between ice periods and in between periods. And here we are in interglaciary period called the Holocene. And now we are at the Anthropocene. Well, Anthropocene is not recognized as such scientifically, but geologists use stratigraphy to know where a strata starts. We think that it started in 1950 for Anthropocene, but it is not proved yet. So just by extracting ice sample in Greenland, we know how climate develops, and what we call ice carrots, because that's the shape they have. It can be in Antarctica, in Greenland, but also from the seabeds, in the sediments of the seabeds. And each layer corresponds to an age that can be dated. And through sampling and chemical analysis on each layer, we can reconstitute the evolution of climate over millions of years. So what is the state today of the ecosystem on the planet and at sea? Today, we can see that we have climate variation or variability that we never had before. And we have 1 degree more now, and it's a higher increase that was on Earth 1,000 years ago. And since the beginning of Holocene, 12,000 years ago, we never had so much CO2. And then you also have to talk to us about the role of the oceans and the sea on climate. Yes, climate is influenced by the sea for 2 reasons. First of all, because the sea absorbs the excess CO2. That's what we call a carbon well. At the same time, it regulates the excess heat on Earth, which means that temperature can go down, can decrease thanks to the oceans. Otherwise, we could have 70 degrees in New York if it was not by the ocean. So it is a crucial role. And this year, We heard about a marine heat wave that is just as devastating as a fire on Earth. Few people know what it means. We had in 2022 a heat wave in Europe, but a marine heat wave is a phenomenon that we've been able to monitor for 30 years thanks to satellites, and we have the average temperature of the surface of the ocean. Sometimes can be higher than average, and it's called a heat wave when this temperature, this high temperature, lasts for more than 5 days, and it has a devastating effect on the water. It has consequences on fishing. Some species cannot adapt and disappear. It can also trigger a decrease in the oxygen rate, so it is really crucial. And then we also have the question of overfishing. And can you explain why it is a degrading factor? If you have less predators, you have species that become invasive, and it can lead to anoxia phenomena at the surface of the ocean. So how can you explain that the information that we have now do not trigger more change? Why do we have such inertia? I think people start being aware of the situation. I've been working for more than 20 years, and when I started, no one talked about climate change. When I started, people said, but what's the point? I mean, what's the use of your research? And I would say 5 years ago, people started being more aware with the new generation that talk about the subject more. And at the same time, climate change is more present today. But in Europe, we're still quite preserved and we're less afraid. France and England are going to be most impacted by climate change, and that's what I've heard.
I'm not sure that's actually the case, because in South America, many countries are also affected. What's true is that they will certainly be affected by climate change. If you look at Normandy, for example, and also in the Netherlands, these are very much affected by the rise in sea level, the submersion. So that's a big impact, and also we're perhaps, on the other hand, less well prepared to deal with these changes. I'd like to ask you a simple question. Do you think scientists are being listened to enough? Jean Jouzel recently said how fed up he was with the inertia of economic and political decision makers and the persistence of climate skepticism, even though our backs are against the wall and solutions do exist. The solutions are within reach. It's true that there are solutions. We need more political courage. Some of the solutions are not seen in a very favorable light by populations. For example, changing from fossil fuels to electricity for vehicles. In rural areas and peri-urban areas, these changes are difficult because they don't have the financial resources to adapt. So we have to have more subsidies available to these people. The other solution, which I think is important, is sobriety in the use of energy and in spending. This would help to reduce CO2 emissions. And also, we have to adapt transport and take action on housing as well. But I think it's something we're talking about more and more. I'd like to come back to the sea, because it exploits a common good. Shouldn't fishing be better controlled, limited and monitored? It's in everybody's interest, including the fishermen. Don't you think so? What do you think, Sylvain and Fabien? Yes, absolutely. We need to have bodies that represent us so that we can have a better implementation of regulations and also have a quicker feedback. Typically, we see climate change in the oceans. Last winter, the temperatures were quite cold in February, and we took the fish out of the water at 100 meters. The water was at 20 degrees, and there was steam coming off the fish, and they're taken out of the water. And then we see problems with invasive species as well. For example, in Menton, we have an invasion of blue crabs in Corsica at the moment, for example, and other problems in Menton with invasive species. So we have to adapt to that. For the blue crabs were in Morocco 10 years ago. Now they're gradually moving up towards us. But these are invasive species, invasions that are very local and very specific. For example, we had a lot of octopus in Brittany. Maybe next year there will be in Normandy instead of being in Brittany. Yes, it is very localized. And it's right that it's true this has to be brought under control to protect local biodiversity and to control these invasions of invasive species. We have to have better control of fishing and aquaculture and fish farming to be able to have food for our future generations. Do you personally feel powerless as a scientist? I feel powerless but nevertheless optimistic because the new generations have a different attitude and they're moving in the right direction. When I talk to young people, they're very aware of these problems at every level, whether they are students or everybody I meet, all the young people I meet are very aware that things have to change and they're ready to make those changes. So I remain optimistic and positive. So now it's time for the audience to have their say. Who would like to ask our guests a question?
Monsieur.
Sir?
Alors, bonjour.
Hello.
Mon nom est Enrico Turgeon. Je suis le président.
I am the president of an environmental association in the Greek islands. I'd like to, when talking about do you know the question, a problem about the lionfish, which is the because of the increase in water temperature in the Mediterranean, the lionfish has entered the Mediterranean from the Red Sea, and it's come to Crete, and it's very poisonous. No? No? In the water, it has spines, and it is worse than a jellyfish. When it comes out of the water, 10 minutes later, the spines are not poisonous, and it's very good to eat. Normally, when you see a lionfish, it's in the sea. I've seen some in the sea, but so it's a predatory fish. It eats 6 times its weight. The female produces 45,000 eggs every 10 days, and in the future, in the Mediterranean, we're going to have all of the small fish, whether it's anchovies, sardines, or octopus, are going to be eaten by this fish. If we don't do anything, and if we don't eat these fish, they're going to reproduce. So what is your question? So the question is, the great major chefs need to put them in their menu so we can eat them. We did a tasting on our island in June with the participation of Prince Albert, and we tasted the lionfish in soup. and ceviche and fried as well, and it was very tasty. I know there are restaurants in Turkey at Bodrum who serve it in their restaurant, and the Caribbean as well. There are chefs in Colombia as well who cook this fish. The question is today, we need to do the same thing. If we don't do the same thing, and if we don't do anything, and if we don't think that we need to consume this lionfish to protect biodiversity, there's going to be a risk. That was my question. What do you think?
Sylvain Pagnon,
Sylvain Pagnon,
les uns et les autres, est-ce que vous voulez répondre?
the rest of you would like to answer?
Alors, juste, certainement que les menus des chefs vont évoluer.
Certainly, the menus are going to change over the next few years because the Mediterranean,
C'est pas un scoop, là, elle se porte,
as you all know,
ne se porte pas bien.
is not in a good
En
shape.
effet, il y a ces espèces
We
venues
have
d'autres
these
zones
invasive
qui
species
viennent en Méditerranée. Certaines sont
coming into the
invasives,
Mediterranean.
certaines
Some of them
contribuent
are invasive.
à perturber les écosystèmes.
Others will disrupt
Donc, en
the
effet, il faut
ecosystem.
pouvoir réagir. Là,
So we need to react.
aussi le recul de
We need to
de recul de la
perhaps
science, mais on n'a peut-être pas le temps d'avoir
more
sur la
data
tête
thanks to
pour,
science in order to,
rapidement.
before we take
Donc, les
action.
espèces
But
invasives,
it's
oui,
true that the
comme,
situation is
on peut
urgent.
les
Yes,
consommer,
why
c'est
not
des
eat the invasive species? You're right. If they can, you're telling us that they get to eat.
Au-delà de ça, pour revenir à
Apart from that,
l'aspect,
to come back
encadrement de la
to
pêche,
the aspect of regulating
la pêche
fishing,
en Europe, on peut dire qu'elle
fishing
est assez encadrée.
in
Le
Europe, I
problème,
think,
c'est
is
que la
well regulated, but the problem is that the regulations are not,
au-delà du respect, c'est
apart from not being respected, they're not adapted to the reality of resources in the Mediterranean. The fishing pressure is twice as high as would be required to have sustainable fishing. So let's take some action there, first of all.
La réglementation, elle n'est pas adaptée au terrain.
So you're saying the regulations aren't appropriate for the local situation in the Mediterranean? Yes, that is a major challenge. The politicians, they need to be courageous and they need to take the right decisions. And apart from that, the local fishermen also can change the situation as well. And before we put a fish in people's plate, let's see whether it's sustainable or not. For example, the Mediterranean grouper population has collapsed. For chefs who want to put a grouper in people's plate, bringing it from the Atlantic might be a good idea in terms of sustainability. And then if we're talking about promoting Mediterranean species, we know that these species are not in a condition, so let's stop eating Mediterranean grouper. The populations are collapsing. Well, I don't want to get in trouble with some of the fishermen here, but this is a reality. Maybe you'd like to answer as well? Yes, the situation is changing very quickly. A few years ago, it was true. Today, the grouper as fished by trawlers in Mediterranean, the populations are collapsing, you're right, but we have a renewal of groupers caught by static nets, and the fish are getting bigger and bigger. The fish have changed their behavior. We are in difficulty because the regulations are going to change. We're going to be banned from fishing these fish which enable us to make a living. The thing is, the fish have just changed their behavior. This is what we see every day in terms of where they are living. Yes. Leila Gandhi. I'm a journalist and committed to protection of the environment. I've been working on an initiative for 2 years on an initiative for the planet, which is a citizen-based action to encourage the general public to reduce their consumption of animal products. I'd like to thank you very much and very sincerely for organizing this conference. From the very beginning in your introduction, Mr. Ducasse, I was very pleasantly surprised that you talked about animal protein and the need to reverse the trend. Like you, I'm very much aware of the importance of this subject because it's true that in the end, this is one of the solutions. We've talked about scientists who aren't listened to. I'm thinking of the film Don't Look Up. And when scientists, we're tired of not being listened to. The solutions exist. People are more and more aware of the situation, but awareness isn't sufficient. We have to take action. According to the IPCC report and universities, there is one very simple measure which could be applied right away by everybody, which doesn't require investment or research and development, which doesn't require administrative engineering, which is very simple. According to these IPCC reports, and these are scientific reports and they're not subjective, if we significantly reduce our consumption of animal products, this would be sufficient to stop climate change. This is an ambitious objective, maybe ambitious to reduce by 75%. I'm vegan myself, as you were saying. I'm not a terrorist either, but I'm well aware that this is an action I can take to protect the environment. When you realize that you need 15,000 liters of water to produce 1 kilo of beef, and on the other hand, we're being asked to take measures to save a few centiliters by closing the tap in our bathroom and brush our teeth, and when we know that one football stadium is destroyed every 6 seconds for animal agriculture, here we can see that there is a solution that exists, in addition to being ecological, is economic as well, because plant protein are less expensive. We have an ethical solution for those of you who are sensitive to animal suffering. We have a solution which is economic as well, because plant protein are less expensive than animal protein, and we have a solution which is protects human public health as well, because by reducing animal consumption of animal products, you reduce your cardiovascular disease and lengthen the life expectancy as well. This is a point that is often covered when we talk about. People say you're going to have problems if you don't eat animal protein. This is not the case. When I met my GP, I didn't tell him I was a vegan. When he had my blood test, he said, "This is great. Can I tell you, what do you do to be in such good shape?" My husband and myself are blood donors, and we were classified as priority donors because the quality of our blood was particularly high. Just to say this is a solution that exists, and my question is very simple. Do you think that we can achieve this objective of reducing consumption of animal products by 75%? I am here as a citizen to take this initiative, and I'm available to talk to you and to help you achieve this objective as part of this commitment here in Monaco today. Thank you. So, Eva Moreno, what do you think? I think it's a personal initiative. I'm not a vegan. We have to reduce meat consumption and consumption of animal products. But it's not really my area of competency, and we shouldn't forget also that it does enable huge numbers of people to earn a living when you're talking about fishing and farming. I don't think you can allow these sectors to disappear from one day to the next. That's just my personal opinion. I'd just like to answer what has been said. For me, the best thing is to have less animal protein, especially land-based animals. This should also be applied for aquatic proteins. This is crucial, otherwise the oceans will be emptied. Sometimes we meet people who have turned away from eating land-based animals, and they're eating more and more fish. So this isn't necessarily very coherent. If you want to protect the environment, of course, it's not the same proteins, and the health issues are different. We were hearing that 20% of you need to have an inversion of 80% animal protein and 20% fish. It's true to try to move to 80% fish protein and 20% animal protein. My name is Giorgio Anivo. I'm right at the back of the room. Hello. I'm a cook. I'm from the south of France. I'm also a mother with 3 children. I was listening to you, I was thinking we have a panel of people who are very competent in their area, who can provide answers, and in fact, at the end of this session, I'm still just as lost as I was when I arrived, because, for example, when the lady said we have to stop eating Mediterranean grouper, and then the fisherman says, oh no, well in fact the situation has changed. My question is, how do we get the right information? How do we get the right information with the species guide from Ethic Ocean? The lady, if I take her guide and I say, okay, I'll have a look at her guide, and I see in this guide, I get the information that you shouldn't eat grouper. When I speak to the fisherman, he says, if a fisherman says, I have some grouper for you, and I say, no, no, no. But in fact, then I realize that it's not a problem to eat the grouper. So it's very complicated. I say this to myself every day. How do I feel a bit lost and confused. Yes, I can understand your problem. Of course, I can't. I have to recommend this guide that we make available. It has lots of useful information, but the case of the grouper is a good example. The fishermen, particularly the traditional fishermen, this is their daily life. This is they earn their living from fishing, and when you have these data that are published, our role is to promote this data and disseminate this data and explain it to the people who want to be involved in this kind of approach, who want to get information to say that the Mediterranean grouper population has collapsed. After that, everybody adapts their behavior as they wish. It's true that if you meet a traditional fisherman who fishes in the right conditions and who respects the ecosystem and occasionally as a grouper to sell to you, we can't say that you're guilty, it's just the system. We're not here to destroy the livelihoods of traditional fishermen. If I can just react, traditional fishermen represent what proportion of the total? It's probably less than 5% of French fishermen. So 84% of what we buy in terms of fish does not come from traditional fishermen. 6% of what you buy comes from traditional fishermen. It's a very marginal percentage. So obviously you should look to the local level and work with your local, buy from your local fishermen if it's sustainable. There's also the number of websites and applications today which have been developed. You can find them on the internet, which sell you sustainable fish, which has been fished by traditional fishermen, and who defend the profession. I'd just like to add something. Often there's an opposition between traditional fishermen and industrial fishing. There again, there's more subtleties that have to be taken into account. Sometimes the traditional fishermen have practices that are not good for the environment, and sometimes industrial fishing boats are very large, but they can have practices that are responsible as well. So, of course, the bigger the boat or ship is, of course, the more impact the boat is going to have on the fish. It would be useful to have some names of websites that people could use. Well, for the fishing gear and the impacts on the environment are available in our guide and on our website and on the Ethic Ocean application. So the situation is complex. It's not simple. You shouldn't necessarily know systematic opposition between traditional fishermen being good and industrial fishing being bad. It's the important thing is the fishing stock. If there are no fish left, there won't be any fishermen either. We don't have much time left. With a microphone, please, otherwise I can't interpret.
Alors, ce que je vous propose, une dernière question, Alain, une dernière question, et après, j'aimerais que nos partenaires viennent.
One more question and then our partners will say something. Yes, hello, Charles Gaillac. I'm founder of Pasquet SFFR.
Pensez à vous.
We were thinking of you earlier.
Je voulais pas faire de la pub.
Chez Poiscaille, on fait que du
At
poisson
Poiscaille, we
sauvage,
only
français,
sell French
on
wild
paye
fish,
les
and
pêcheurs beaucoup plus cher.
we
C'est vraiment
pay
pour ça
the
qu'on le fait,
fishermen a lot more.
pour
That's
leur
why we do
permettre
it,
d'être
to
pérennes.
enable
Donc, quand on
them
leur dit,
to
bah oui,
be
faudrait pêcher moins de
have a
merlus,
long-term
on doit
future.
surtout leur payer beaucoup plus cher.
When you say
Ils sont
they
rentables
should
avec
stop
une meilleure.
fishing grouper, but the best thing is to pay them more for them to fish less grouper. So if you pay 50%, 60%
2 millions d'euros
more,
sur les 5 dernières années, en plus grâce à
they've been able to receive 2 million euros thanks to us, and this is 60% more than they would have received otherwise. So this has a big impact on their livelihoods. Yes, it's true that networks like Pescaille that we work with do help us a great deal, because typically a traditional fisherman in France fishes 15 tons of fish per fisherman, and on our fish, 3 of us, that's all we do by 3 of us. So the important thing is to increase the value of the fish and to be paid more for the fish. With 34 kilos of fish that is eaten by each French person every year, 24 is imported.
Je mange 34 kilos de poisson par semaine. C'est fou. Non, il faut qu'on réduise notre...
34 kilos par personne et par an.
That's per year, not per week. 34 kilos per year.
Je mange peut-être 500 grammes de poisson par semaine.
I probably eat 500 grams of fish per week.
Donc, bien sûr que c'est meilleur. Il faut valoriser l'ensemble. Quand j'entends que des collègues...
Sometimes
sur les rejets
I hear colleagues saying they have a lot of waste from their catches. I never have any waste at all. I use everything.
Merci à vous, tous les 5.
Thank you, all 5 of you.
Merci. J'aurais... Avant de vous laisser vous rafraîchir, j'aimerais vous laisser
Before
conclure
we
les uns et les
have
autres,
some coffee, I'd like to allow our partners to say a few words. Alain, Sandrine,
Non, vous ne voulez pas.
You don't want to?
Qu'est-ce qu'il faut retenir, Alain?
what do you think we should take away from that session? Don't leave me all by myself, Alain.
Juste une question.
One question. Here, there's no need for political courage. It's a decision. There's no...
J'ai connaissance du rapport du commissaire au plan qui va être déposé dans
And
quelques jours
the Plan Commissioner report will be issued soon concerning French fishing in a few days' time, which is rather frightening when we say we import a lot of fish fish that is farmed at the other end of the world, in the Asian oceans. They haven't been fished properly and they arrive on our plates. Nevertheless, we have to take control of alternative fish farming projects in the Atlantic. In Spain, they have an 800-hectare fish farm, which is very high quality. These fish farms are called, the products are called wild when they arrive in France. And most of the fish we eat is fish farmed. It's not wild. We have to be clear about that. We shouldn't be afraid to introduce these fish farms. Otherwise, we'll carry on eating this fish farm product from Asia, which is very poor quality. So it's better to produce our own, set up our own fish farms here in Europe on the Atlantic. But people have to get used to the idea of eating fish that is not wild, that is from a fish farm. This is the future. Alain Decazes, what conclusion can we take from that session in one phrase? I think the diversity is the important thing. These are men and women who want to feed the planet in a sustainable way. I think we have to listen to them because everybody is going to be able to eat better and to pay less for it. And you're going to be able to eat less animal protein, and so that these men and women will be able to continue making a living from their labor and not surviving. You shouldn't say a small fisherman, you'd say a traditional fisherman. I want traditional fishermen to become big, for them to be able to fish more. They're not small fishermen. Small in quality, small in quantity is not right. I don't like the word small when you talk about small fishermen. You have to have big ambitions, as we do. Thank you very much, Alain.
Mesdames et messieurs, merci de prendre place. Nous allons recommencer la prochaine session. Merci. Merci de vous asseoir. Mesdames et messieurs, merci de vous asseoir, s'il vous plaît.
Pas cet après-midi. Oui, oui, bien sûr, mais c'est important que tu le dises. Oui. J'entends bien, parce que je sais que c'est important que tu insistes là-dessus, sur le fait que... Voilà. Ouais. Après cette pause café issue du commerce équitable, je vous propose de rejoindre
After this coffee break,
Josh Niland,
coming from Fair Trade, we now meet Josh Niland, who is a renowned chef in Australia, Sydney. He's famous in his restaurant St. Peter to make the most of every part of the fish, from head to tail, preserving marine resources and minimizing food waste.
Hi there, my name's Josh Nyland. We're sitting here at St. Peter, my restaurant here in Paddington in Sydney. And I just firstly wanted to say how grateful I am to have the opportunity to speak to you all, I suppose digitally here. And a very big thanks to Mr. Ducasse. When I first walked into this restaurant and received my first ever invoice, my bill for fish, it was $4,500. Which now doesn't seem like a huge amount of money, but really it is for a 26-year-old about to start their own business, and you've just invested $4,500 in fish. You're looking at that through the lens of your education as a cook, which is that we all got told that the fish has around a 45 to 50% yield, and then the rest is deemed as loss. So then how is it that it's viable to throw $2,250 in the bin? Innovation and creativity starts with a problem. Over 1 billion people globally rely on fish as their primary source of protein. It is estimated that over half the fish that gets caught globally goes to waste. Of that 50% that remains and goes to market, it's estimated a further 50% gets neglected for a lack of enthusiasm towards not wanting to consume anything but the fillet. To suggest that the solution is simply to stop consuming fish altogether is a flawed concept. So when we're faced with this tray of ingredients that's in front of us, and we're all scratching our heads looking at each other and thinking, well, how do we make the eye of a fish delicious? Or how do we make the heart of a fish delicious? And that is our North Star. That's the important part of what we do. We need to make food delicious. We need to remove the confrontation and friction of a product that carries bones. It has scales. It has connotations of fishy odors and a smell and a touch. And to me, trying to remove the friction away from fish altogether was a real priority, even from the very beginning, from the very first day. The way that we approached this was interpreting fish as having primary cuts and having secondary cuts, and feeling as if that we were a butcher. The sensibilities around the way a butcher approaches meat, I just hadn't seen reference to within fish. And so the first thing that we started doing was really making terrines out of the head and making sausages from some of the organs and from some of the more perishable items of a fish. Here at Fish Butchery, we scale the fish, we wipe it, we gut the fish carefully so that we can actually utilize the offal of the fish. And then once that's done, it's hooked at the tail and hung in our cool room. The reason we hang the fish is not to tenderize the fish or break down any connective tissue within the fish. It's not like meat in that regard. It's intentional storage practice because I don't want the fish sitting on a tray and perspiring on itself, nor do I want it sitting next to another fish and perspiring onto the other fish. We hang the fish in our cool room at 0 degrees at an approximate humidity of 75%, so that we can maximize the potential of that fish, so that as a small business owner, it becomes viable to work with fish. I really hope my children and their children get to experience how extraordinary the world is, really, and what we have to offer. It's, you know, the quality of ingredients that we have on this planet is quite extraordinary. So thank you again for the opportunity. Thank you.
Josh Nyland nous amène tout naturellement
brings to us the theme of the second debate with Alain Ducasse, but Mauro Calogreco, who is a 3-starred chef in his restaurant Mirazur, Poir Robin, who is a gatherer of wild plants, as well as Mr. Pedro, who is a seaweed harvester. Alors, I would like first of all to welcome the harvester of the sea. Jean-Marie Pedron, you're the first alga gatherer, the first one to get the authorization to gather them and market them. I'm not the first one to have started. Others have done it before me, but the characteristics or the added value of my activity is that we gather and market living algae. I come from aquaculture. I mastered the techniques of water from filtration. So we started 12 years ago to send algae in their raw form. That is what the chefs need. And it is a trade that is really a passion, and you cannot work in gastronomy without this passion. I was born in a family where my parents farmed seashells. I also worked with aquariums. I always was surrounded by water. And it is also a project with my partner. And it's easier in a small business with a main dimension to work in a tandem. I always worked also in education. It is a long family story. My father was a pioneer in aquaculture. He produced eels. It was the first of eel farms that were sent to Japan, that were smoked for ADR in Paris. So I worked with them. I was trained by them. And then I worked in Lyon, the great aquarium. And then with my children, we came back to the Croisic, where I was born. And this is where we launched a seashell nursery that was a total flop. And I'm not ashamed of saying it. And the main thing is to draw the lessons from a failure. And my father sold algae in the 80s for aquariums. And Valérie had pupils taste wakame, so microalgae, in schools. And we brought this raw algae and plants from the seashore to a star chef in those days. And this is how I come here, an excellent company. I was a bit surprised, but we had a vision and we are extremely demanding on quality that corresponds to what the chefs need. So how do you gather? What varieties? Well, first of all, gathering. We need authorization from the prefecture, and then we have a regulatory framework that we have to respect. And then we have an authorization to gather algae from the seashore. It's not like in Brittany where they are actually torn away, which is quite a pity. So we have just a pair of scissors. We're very careful. Well, if you gather strawberries, you don't put them all together in the bucket, because otherwise the bottom will be crushed. So here again, we leave 1/3 for the animals that feed on them. Then we have another third that is left for the algae itself to grow. And the third, the last part, is what we take away, being extremely respectful of the environment. And it's interesting because we can measure the effects And I have an example in Basse-sur-Mer.
Et sur cette plaque rocheuse, sur une saison de
on
cueillette,
a
je peux cueillir 3 fois la même biomasse, la même
on a
quantité
rock there on the shore. I can
ça va se régénérer.
gather 3 times the alga at the same times because it has time to rejuvenate. So it's a resilient and non-polluting model, and you insist on the quality aspect more than the quantity. Yes, you're right. Alga produce their own living matter. They just need the CO2 and the light that have the function through photosynthesis. So it's a quick growth, which means that with very little water and very little surface, we get to rather big quantity, big volumes without herbicides, pesticides, with very little energy. When I used to grow micro-alga in my lab, well, we had to stop because these alga were given to oysters, but then there is a pandemic that killed oysters in those days, and we had to stop, so we bounced onto edible alga. Well, in the meantime, alga are quite fashionable, and 85% are grown, but in France, they are gathered rather. Well, yes, in most cases, alga are grown if they come from abroad, and the French specificity is linked to the 5,500 kilometers of coast. First of all, we have fishing activity and small-scale fisheries. But we think that alga farming is going to grow since demand is growing. Could you have a risk of over-gathering? Yes, of course. During Colbert's time, in the 18th century, the central administration had to intervene to forbid alga gathering because they were gathered in big numbers. Well, I'm on the Loire-Atlantic region, and the new law dates back only 4 years ago, and the French Marine Research Institute could monitor the stocks, but they can't. They do it for fish, but they can't do it for alga, and you have quite a discrepancy between the various regulations in Europe. There's an harmonizing problem. So I come back to your question: why more quality than quantity? Well, because we decided to work in the field of gastronomy. I only work for a high-level restaurant. Why? Why this choice? Well, because we are able to gather little quantities, but answer the level of quality, and it will be bought at the right price because we need a lot of time not only to gather the alga but keep them alive in filtered water. So it's extremely technical. And we have the possibility to have an ancient salt producing piece of shore, and if we, by choosing quality, it means that we do not exert too high a pressure on the resources. Why do you like this alga and all these marine vegetables so much? I think It is a resources that is at hand in Western countries. It is not appreciated and valued enough in cooking and in restaurants. These plants have an enormous beneficial consequence. It is actually the real lung of the sea, because the sea are the lung of the planet. So we have to increase consumption and respecting the environment. And I'm surprised to hear you say that the legislation only dates back 4 years ago. As you remind us, we owe just about everything to the ocean. The algae are also the breeding and feeding ground of many species. And you know that more than half of the biodiversity in seas depend on algae. So if we do not integrate the ocean in our reflection, we won't succeed. So a few algae, fish from sustainable fishing, vegetables that grow near the sea. Thanks to algae, we were able to have marinated fish with just 2% of salt, and we know salt is not very healthy. And with algae, I have a chef, Amaury, who is passionate about algae, and my dream is to be able to become a fish butcher and have lettuce from marine environment. So I think we can feed the whole world with fish and algae and vegetable proteins.
Pourrait-elle devenir une alternative écologique?
Could we have then an ecological alternative to industrial fishing? You always have adverse effects when you launch this type of activities, but if you want to have algae farms, first of all, you have the regulation, then you have cultural habits.
Les projets d'algoculture sont pas toujours bien perçus par les pêcheurs.
The projects are not always appreciated by the fishermen, so we have to work together. But if you have wind farms at sea, you could associate with ropes or cables where algae could be farmed. We have the Atlantic Ocean. I think it's easier in the Atlantic because the water is colder, but we have a potential for growing algae that is just incredible, and the Japanese are very jealous of our algae production in Brittany. We've lost something that used to exist in the 19th century until 1950, and the cattle were fed on algae, and this can also reduce the carbon effect. I have a question on this. Could the culture of microalgae be a substitute for fish meal, for example? Microalgae are interesting because, well, they do need a little bit of energy. It could be on a much wider scale than what I've done in closed integrated circuits. and it's done
des biomasses considérables.
in an
Quand je
artificial
travaillais à
environment, which
produire,
bothers me a little bit.
en
But
disant ça,
10
des
years
corails
ago,
pour
when I
nourrir
produced
les huîtres et de pas lourdes,
microalgae for oysters larva,
le samedi, je pouvais prélever
in
toutes les algues, on
5
était rendu au
days,
bout du cycle. Donc, ça
the
laisse une
cycle
idée
was
de la biomasse
complete.
que l'on peut
So
produire.
we can produce quite a high volume of biomass, and most fish are carnivorous anyway.
Le saumon et autres congénères,
Salmon,
végétariens.
they should turn vegetarian or what?
Toutes les cultures que l'on mène dans l'océan ou à terre avec de l'eau de mer vont se développer.
You'll see more and more cultures in the sea or on the seashore. It has to be done properly, as Alain Ducasse said. We have to always question the way people work. And there was a question with, how can we know where my fish comes from? I'm not an absolute believer in label, but I think we need a confidence relationship. And Mr. Ducasse spoke about Amaury and his team. So these people are passionate like we are, so we understand each other. They're always searching and exploring, and they come to us. And in this relationship, we have a lot of emotion, and you can measure also the sincerity of the producers. So if people start in algoculture, we have to know that 95% of salmon protection comes from aquafarming. So they are at the same time accused to have diseases, can infest other species, can also become invasive. And so how can we have sustainable aquaculture? Well, we could think of vegetarian fish aquafarming, and we are bound to do so, because otherwise we keep importing tilapia 10 hours flight, and they go to the mass market. In a few weeks, you'll have a report on this subject. We have to have our own quality fish farms. In Chile, they've been able to have aquafarming, but in a sort of industrial way, and vegetarian fish. This is even better. So
un gros poste pour vous reconnecter à la terre et vivre dans la nature à la courbe en Suisse normande. Vous vous levez tous les matins à 5h15 avec votre serpette.
You get up every morning at 7 o'clock to gather plants.
5h15
5h20 Pardon, 5h20.
C'est faux.
J'ai été induit en... Ça marche? Peut-être prenez l'autre micro aussi.
Does it work? Maybe I change microphone.
5h15, c'est faux, et il faut que je rétablisse la vérité parce que je me fais chambrer.
No. It is.
Donc vous vous levez à quelle heure, je peux savoir?
So I do not necessarily get up at 5 o'clock.
C'est entre 6h et 8h.
D'accord.
But it can be 6 o'clock. But sometimes we might have a Thursday off and work on a Sunday. So what do you pick? What do you gather?
À 7h du matin.
Je cueille beaucoup de plantes qui sont. Je cueille aussi au sec.
Gather many plants.
Dans l'eau, pas parce qu'il pleut, mais aussi parce qu'il y a beaucoup de rivières. La courbe,
on land, but also near rivers.
Qui sont uniquement sauvages.
But I only gather wild plants.
Qui vont être du Myosotis scorpioide qui va avoir goût d'huître.
Myosotis scorpioris or cress that can have the taste of carrots.
J'en parle parce qu'on en parlait tout de suite. C'est des plantes invasives.
We meet also invasive plants.
J'ai commencé à cueillir de horseweed. C'est
a plant called earthweed.
Queue de renard, qui est intéressante. On va avoir.
It's quite interesting. It is an invasive plant.
Pénapaloïde, Matrica odorans, qui a.
Vous avez dit c'est un poète.
Also the Matrica odorans. that has a taste of pineapple, for example.
Après, moi, je m'amuse personnellement à les accompagner
And
d'écrevisses
personally,
américaines
I
que je vais
cook
pouvoir
them with
pêcher dans la rivière chez
crayfish
moi
that
et
I
faire
can
des
fish in
linguines avec
rivers
écrevisses
and can
américaines
have
et
linguine
plutôt
with
que la vongole.
crayfish rather than
Voilà.
with vongole.
Sympa.
Ça vous donne des idées, non?
Hey, that gives you
Vous
ideas.
cueillez la journée, vous
So
livrez de très
during
bons
the
matins
day,
le lendemain, vous
you
cueillez en vélo. C'est
gather
presque du sur-mesure, en fait.
your plants,
alors
and
ça,
then the
c'est la
next day in the
chance
morning
aussi
you
de
can
pouvoir
deliver
travailler
them
avec des
on your
restaurants
bicycle.
prestigieux. Et
Yes,
c'est
but
aussi une
this is
nécessité de
because
faire du sur-mesure.
I work with prestigious
Moi,
restaurants,
je
so
cueille
it has to be
généralement, j'ai les cueillettes
customized.
le lundi et je vais livrer ou envoyer
I
le mardi.
gather my
Envoyer le
plants
lundi soir, ça arrive le mardi. Je travaille quasiment
on
exclusivement avec des
Monday.
restaurants
I send
parisiens.
them and they arrive
Parce que je fais
in the
proche de
evening
Paris
or
et après je vends une cueillette
the
plutôt fin de
next
semaine pour
morning
des
to Parisian
restaurants qui vont
restaurants.
ouvrir plutôt le week-end.
And then I have another gathering
C'est du
period at the
sur-mesure
end of
pour
the
moi.
week for
Alors,
restaurants
j'apprécie
who
le terme,
open during the
dans le sens
weekend.
où je pense que
Yes,
je
it is
fais partie
customized.
d'une forme
It is
d'industrie du luxe également.
a way to work with luxury
Oui,
products,
et aussi je peux en vivre parce que tout ça a un
and
prix.
I can live from
Comme
it
disait Jean-Marie, c'est du
because
temps. Je pense
it has a
qu'on est
cost,
rares,
it's a lot of time,
agriculteurs ou travailleurs de la mer et de la terre à pouvoir
and we are
discuter
among
notre
the
prix, en
few
fait. Je le vois par ailleurs sur des productions
among
que je
us
fais sur la
that
ferme où je
can
fais peu également,
discuss and bargain prices. And
sur le poiré, maintenant, j'arrive à fixer moi-même mon prix. C'est que c'est un privilège, mais c'est parce que
on
c'est des
poiré, I can fix the price myself because the quantity is very, very small, and I am in direct relationship with the chefs.
Pouvoir faire, c'est
And
aussi réfléchir à cela. Comment se fait qu'aujourd'hui, les agriculteurs ont des prix qui sont imposés?
We should also reflect on that. Why is it that farmers have imposed prices?
J'aime pas ce terme, mais on a un panier de la ménagère qui est trop faible au niveau alimentaire vis-à-vis du budget
We
global.
know that food has too small a share on the general budget of households,
différente que l'alimentation.
and
Chose à reconsidérer.
we have to rethink all of this.
Et donc, en fait, moi, j'ai aussi quelque chose qui me touche, c'est je sais que j'arrive à vivre de ce métier.
I live.
Petite exploitation, j'ai 25 hectares. Ça peut paraître
I
gros.
make my living
Lorsqu'on fait de l'élevage, c'est très petit.
because
Les voisins ont 2, 3, 400 hectares.
I have a small
Et si je fais, c'est aussi parce que je
territory,
fournis des restaurants qui sont
and I'm able to do so
de haute couture également.
because
Donc avec
the restaurants that are my clients are also high quality, which means
chacun puisse accéder à ce type d'alimentation.
the high prices are guaranteed, and you do not have intermediaries, which very often make up for most of the price. Yes, you're right. This is our strength, because you have a crisis in organic food today because you have no intermediary and no cooperatives. You have well, you can have good cooperatives as well, yes, but the crisis of organic food today, and the prices are very low, and the price of a liter of organic milk is 46 cents a liter. And for traditional milk is 50 cents. Is it the search for taste that encouraged you to look for more and more species? It's curiosity, mainly. I was an ornithologist, and I neglected ornithology in favor of botany, and I like to not only gather plants and also taste them, and there's no much of a risk because you recognize the toxic taste. And for example, if you taste pepper, normally there is no tradition of chili or pepper, and I think it's just marvelous to be able to experiment, and gastronomy can evolve in a micro region
au-delà, quoi. Mais
and further away, obviously.
D'importer des produits exotiques
So,
depuis l'autre bout de la planète, il suffit de
instead of importing products from the other end of the world, you can just pick up what grows. I'm inspired by Pascal Baudard, who is an American from Belgium, who talks about wildcrafting, and this is the way to cook with just what grows around you. And he's able to varialize canopods or the Rumex seeds. And when I talk to my colleague farmers, they say, "What you can actually sell that and Rumex. You can make crackers. You can germinate the seeds." And these plants are adapted to their local environment. Canopods as a type of photosynthesis that is called C4 that actually absorbs much more CO2, so they are very beneficial for the earth. And millet, for example, that has been declared as the cereal of the year by the UN. These are plants with C4 for photosynthesis that are adapted to drought, to high temperature, and the canopods are among them. I didn't know that. It's the same family. Canopods are a national or domestic quinoa. Do you have invasive alga? I would like to just say something. We have masseron, is the ancestor of celery. It can have a very strong taste, and then it gives seeds that gives a pepper that is extremely eaten like a taste of citrus fruit, and the chefs now are really thrilled by these new seeds. So we also organize workshops, and the mushroom is just extraordinary. And if you would like to repeat the question, are you confronted with invasive algae? Yes. So, some really are a problem. Sargass, for example, is a big problem in the Amazon. We have millions of tons. Here we have, in France, we have green algae, but it's nothing compared to what can happen elsewhere. And could you gather some of them? Gratulopia tyloterus is a red alga that has come from Japan with oysters accidentally. It is absolutely delicious. It grows all year round, and that was beneficial. But the sargassa that arrived in the 70s, it covers all the rocks. In Martinique, they have one, and it's just as bad as the coleoptera in the Mediterranean, and it is very difficult to master and control such species. But it could be used in gastronomy. Let's go.
Interroger les chefs. Est-ce que l'engagement écologique commence déjà
does the environmental cuisine start when you buy the raw materials? Perhaps? Yes, obviously, yes.
Pardon.
Sorry.
mais
yes, it's fairly clear. Yes, it's the choice of the raw materials. It gives meaning to having cooking committed to the environment. Do you think it's the nature dictates your cooking rather than the other way around? This is obvious for you as well? Yes, in my case, yes. It's nature that dictates my cooking, especially as we are lucky enough to have our own vegetable garden with 3 hectares of vegetable garden. So it's really the rhythm of the vegetable garden that determines the rhythm of our cooking. Yes, the answer is yes. Alain Ducasse, you were one of the first, as you said, to offer 100% plant-based menus or to create haute cuisine using vegetables, cereals and fish from sustainable fisheries. It seems obvious now, but I imagine it can't have been easy a few years ago.
Ils finiront toujours par s'habituer.
Well, people get used to it. It's not easy to take this kind of decision, but this is what we're doing, and this is what we're continuing to do now with giving priority to cereals and plants instead of animal protein. It's a sense of, it's a historical trend. It's easy when you're in a generous country like France, but we do the same thing whenever we set up a restaurant. We see what we have, what we can do with it, and what are the local possibilities. We have a local vision. I'm a local cook. I try to think local and think global and act local. So we have more plants and more plant-based food and more cereals. This is a trend that will continue. It's a question of how fast things are going to change, but it's happening more quickly than you might think. Yes, it needs to happen more quickly. When I prepared this summit, I was surprised to see that a large proportion of seafood is eaten in restaurants, 55% in the United States and around 30% in France. So of the 34 kilos of fish consumed on average per year in France, 24 kilos is imported. So your choices have a considerable impact, and you are a driving force, or maybe even you are a role model. Haute cuisine itself is a hidden part of the iceberg. It's a visible part of the iceberg, and the other part is hidden. The business part is hidden. If we can have influence on the way people eat and the way people eat in their own homes, I think people eat away from their own homes, and this is something we need to work on as well, and how we see what we can offer people when they're not eating in their own homes. And this starts at school. It's not necessary to have animal protein 3 or 4 times a week for the school dinners. So you have to explain to parents, this is where it starts. It starts at the age of 3. Our main problem is heating the food in plastic pouches. A few million people today have become intoxicated by these plastic particles and the Ukrainian aspect. Millions of people are intoxicated. Nobody made that decision because the politicians don't have the courage to take the decision to stop this. They want to be elected, and so they don't want to make unpopular decisions. It's going to change slowly, unfortunately, and this is a great shame, but it's going to change. Haute cuisine has a responsibility with climate change, which is it's almost a political act, in fact, to change the way people eat. The answer is yes, it's what we decide to eat is something we vote on. It's a civic act. Humanist action. We each have to play our part. If the famous chefs can be role models, so much better. We do it where we can, in schools, etc. We have to make sure the students today, when they become tomorrow's chefs, they will have this approach as well. So the behavior of individual chefs is an important thing as well. And behavior is brought about by education. So the battle for sustainable fishing is being first and foremost in restaurant kitchens. If people want to eat fish out of season, what do you say? You say the restaurant is closed? If they want to eat a bar in February, for example? We have to influence the way people behave and the way they eat. Everything should be able to go smoothly. So Michelin starred chef table, is it also a place where people can learn? Yes, I think we try to be role models. We are lucky enough to have access to media. Some of the media are interested in our professions. So if we can set out the right avenue, the right future. We were talking about cod earlier. Cod is a modest fish. It's being overfished. It was worth 6 or 7 kilos. Now it's just as expensive as bar. So we are responsible for changes in consumer trends as well. So we have to change that as well. If we're going to say we're going to eat more fish and less meat, this is something we can do. So it's up to you to give both better promotion of smaller fish that aren't so attractive, to reduce consumption of other types of fish. I would love to be able to look after all of the small fish. The trouble is that the labor costs are very high. But I'm going to do it. We are going to do it. I'm very interested in working on and getting people to eat smaller, less well-known fish, including farmed fish and wild fish as well. And the big problem is, are we going to eat catfish? But the silures, the catfish, eat other types of fish. Perhaps we get them to live in part of the river. This is a part of the answer. It's a fish. Well, we don't know whether or not. I've tasted it. It seems to be fairly acceptable for me. You say you like to educate.
Comment faire école justement sur la
gastronomie durable? So how do you provide education in terms of sustainable gastronomy?
Revenir à l'essentiel, apprendre à revenir à l'essentiel.
Mes enseignants dont
William est là. Teachers in William arrived quite late on. He was 27. Today, every day we repeat to our students. We have 2,000 students around the world who are learning how to cook with using French cuisine. The idea is to prepare properly, to conserve properly, and to cook properly, and to reduce properly, and to respect the origin of the raw materials. We have 80 nationalities. So when they go back home, we want to make sure that they are able to have an influence, thanks to the teaching we've given them, and also to foster more humanitarian behavior. And it's like evangelization. You have to repeat it every day. You can't stop.
Macarons et côte table, c'est une fierté, ça revêt un sens particulier pour vous.
It's very perfectly possible to have labels. And we're very happy to have these labels. This is what we do every day. Use these eco-table badges are very useful, and there's so once again, it's a question of eating less animal protein and eating fish that have been sustainably fished. Can we repeat the proportions again between plant and animal? The ideal is to have 80 plant protein, whether it's proteins or vegetables, and 20% of animal protein. And if it's from the sea, it has to be sustainably fished. And it can be veal or lamb or etc. I'm not against everything. I'm just in favor of giving introducing a different trend. You're in favor of sustainable eating. There's no other solution. We have to play our part, and we are there to do that. Mario Greco, you were nominated as an ambassador for UNESCO, Goodwill Ambassador for Biodiversity, the first chef to be entrusted with such a mission. How do we get back to reasoned, local, input-free agriculture in a globalized world where agrochemicals reign supreme? How do we do that? As Alain was saying, it's a question of determination. If you want to do things right, in the right way, it's individual, collective determination, political determination, all three. It's individual, collective, and political. We have to have those three approaches, despite all of the vested interests that exist. The most important vested interest is the planet, which is in great danger. Now we have to accelerate. We didn't want to admit this even just 10 years ago. But things are changing, and there has to be a political determination to change and to make this, improve the situation. But People have to understand that things have to change. We are lucky enough to be visible as well-known chefs, and so we are responsible for being role models and guides for the young people, and to try to influence the general public.
Alors, à Menton, vous produisez en
In Menton, you use permaculture and biodynamic methods to grow many of the fruit and vegetables we eat at Mirazur, your Michelin-starred restaurant. At the same time, you work with small local producers, one hand in the soil and one hand in the plate, with the right local producers.
Les bons producteurs, d'accord. Bien, maître. Les bons producteurs.
The right local producers. So one hand in the soil and one hand in the plate. Is that the model to adopt? I don't know if it's the model to adopt. It's not always easy to have soil to cultivate. But we are able to work with the small, the good, the right artisans, the right local producers. And that's something anybody can do. So we have to prioritize that, to work with the right producers. We have to repeat that people who are able to choose we are choosing the world we want to live in, but in the way we eat. So it's a political act. I come back to the question you asked to Alain Ducasse. So it's a political act. Okay. So one point I'm interested in is what percentage of autonomy does your garden give you? It depends on the season, because in the summer and spring we produce a lot more. It's about 60-65% of autonomy. And we also keep part of it to be able to work with the right producers. You also plant less well-known varieties. Are they more resistant to climate change? Yes, we are doing a lot of work to carry out observations. And we are developing lots of small ecosystems to try to see which ones adapt best to the changing climate. After reading a treatise from 1975, that was when you switched to slow life. Is that right or not? From a Japanese person called Masanobu. This was a book I read that influenced me a great deal in my vision of agriculture. Could you tell us a little bit about that? Because his gardens apparently follow the lunar calendar. Masanobu was a Japanese farmer who believed in wild agriculture, but your gardens follow the lunar calendar. Is that right? Yes, we've chosen a type of agriculture which is biodynamic. And in this kind of agriculture, one of the things we believe in is the influence of the moon and the stars on living plants and animals. So this is why we take account of this, and we carry out harvesting and work, and we do when we work in the garden, and we apply this to the menus in the kitchen. Another important point is to avoid waste. As avoiding waste become a moral imperative, we have to remember that almost a third of food production in the world ends up in the waste bin. When we say we're not able to feed the planet, this is not true, it's a lie. What we need to do is to consume more intelligently and avoid waste, especially in restaurants. I know that when I started, we just took the best cut of meat and everything else was thrown away. I went to Australia. I was lucky enough to eat in Josh's restaurant, and it was impressive to see how he also was able to use all of the fish, every part of the fish. Your restaurant, Mauro, was the first in the world to receive the plastic-free certification. So it is possible. Yes. Once again, this is an important decision we made. It's not always easy, because plastic is everywhere in our lives. In our daily lives, everybody is so used to using plastic. Whenever they buy something, it's perfectly normal for them. We started with one project which lasted 3 years to decontaminate our kitchen. So what packaging do you use? Plant fiber? We replaced plastic packaging with metal containers, which are longer lasting, because the big problem is the constant production and a single use of plastics. So we've replaced them with that, with metal containers and other containers. We've also found plant-based replacements, but which again are not a real solution, because to make these plant-based materials, you have to produce corn and potatoes. It's a piece of work that is never ending, which takes a lot of time. We have been able to do it because we were able to assign people specifically to do that. But today, we have been able to develop many different replacements for plastic and different techniques as well to reduce use of plastic. So now, who would like to say something from the audience? Do we have any questions from our audience? Hello, I'm Victor Mercier. I'm a chef at a restaurant in Paris. I have 3 questions. Could you stand up, please? I'm over here. I was standing up. But you're tall, I couldn't see you.
Ah oui, c'est pas mal. Non, mais j'ai la lumière, pardon.
La première question, elle va s'adresser à
The first question is for Jean-Marie and Pierre-Edouard.
On est dans une société où on a
In today's society, half of the farmers are unable to earn a decent living. Your business model has enabled you to dictate your prices. As a cook myself, I'm very pleased to see that, because a farmer has to get the fair payment for their product. But nevertheless, the question I have is, do you think that your model can be applied to farmers working with supermarkets, who are selling to the supermarkets? Is it reproducible? For me, there's no question of selling to supermarkets. That's why in 2017 we joined the Collège Culinaire in France. It's 2 separate worlds. It's very difficult for me to judge the decision of a farmer who's decided to sell to a supermarket, but it's a different way of working. The way the prices are fixed, if you only sell to supermarkets and mass retail. Don't want to be too judgmental. For me, it's not the agriculture model that has to be called into question. It's more the policy of mass retail. That was my question. So do you think that your way of working, the farmers who are working, do you think that farmers working with mass retail could be inspired by that to try to get a fairer remuneration for their products?
As far as I'm concerned, l'inspiration, c'est plutôt une agriculture, j'assume, hein, aussi d'inspiration pour changer.
It's more a question of wanting to be an inspiration to change your practices and finding solutions
multipliable à grande échelle.
That can be multiplied on a larger scale.
Par exemple,
for example,
alors, je ne répondrai pas sur la grande surface en particulier.
I won't answer your question specifically about mass retail and supermarkets. I don't really shop in supermarkets. I think you can eat, you can buy things, buy food for outside the supermarkets. I think it's a good idea to get your raw materials away from supermarkets, and this is why we agree on the approach, whether it's for farming or fishing, to develop what you were saying, Victor. It's important when we receive the general public, we try to make sure that the participants in our workshops become autonomous. And this is what Alain Ducasse was saying earlier. This is a strength and need for education. When you decide to go shopping in the supermarket, either it's because you don't have a choice, I don't want to be judgmental, or it's a choice because you want to save time, etc. You have to be aware of what you're doing. The important thing is to be aware of what you're eating. The act of consumption is very important. Quite frankly, we're talking about quite a specific model, very much focused on top-end restaurants. I have a question to ask you. I'm reacting to your question. We were talking about the housewife's basket. In the 1950s, a household spent a lot of money on food and very little on clothes. Today, the proportions have changed. It's more like 80 to 20. We want to spend less money on food and more on other things which are not vital. That's a life choice. I'm always surprised to see that Croisic, which is a very touristy place, a touristy town. A lot of people want to leave, and I can see they don't eat very well, and so people decide to go on holiday. And they reduce what they spend on food. Me and my wife and my children, we've made the opposite choice. We don't move around very much, but we eat well. This is a personal choice. I can understand the people living in a city who are very stressed, etc., and doing a difficult job, because not everybody is lucky enough to do a job like ours, which we are very passionate about, which are a fantastic source of enrichment. People who don't have that freedom or that possibility will want to escape, even if it's detrimental to their food budget. It's a shame, but these are personal choices. I prefer to have less holiday, but to eat properly from January to December. When you say Collège Culinaire de France, I was asking Christian, Collège Culinaire de France, it says Culinary College. A few years ago, with some of my colleagues, Bocuse and Jean-Michel Guerrat, we decided to create a network of people of goodwill, craftsmen, winemakers, and pastry cooks. Christian and Celia. Could you explain how we started, where we are at now, and talk about our hopes for the future to have better gastronomy, because it's a network of men and women. It's not mass retail at all, it's the exact opposite of mass retail. Christian. I'm the founder and president. Paul Bocuse and Joël Rebluchon, who felt this was a good idea as well, and I'm carrying on after them. Thank you, Alain. The Culinary College of France was based on thinking about a different system. This enables me to respond to the question earlier about mass retail and supermarkets. Supermarkets work in a particular way. Deciding whether you want to work with a supermarket or not is a question of awareness. Supermarkets are based on strength and negotiation. It's systemic. We have created an approach which is a cultural, fundamental approach without doing a lot of communication. I'm from the world of communication, but our desire is to work using a different kind of approach based on cooperation. Cooperation is a big word. What does cooperation mean? For us, it's very precise. It means it's evaluated and sanctioned. Cooperation means that in the relationship that the producer or grower has with another grower or producer or restaurant, it has to be something which brings added value to both. There's no negotiation. It's much more systemic than that. It's in fact that the world we are living in is a world that is being manipulated, where there's a material objective. We believe in creation of human added value, not economic and financial added value. Of course, people have to make a living as well. So the rationale is to reverse the system. We start with the human added value, and based on that, we say, what kind of economy are we going to build? I'd like to ask you a question. How do you make sure that eating well is not reserved for an elite? And also, one farmer out of... There's one suicide by farmer every 2 days, I think. It's a profession that is very much impacted by suicide. How do we make sure that the farmers, the pickers, the growers, and the fishermen receive fair remuneration for what they do, so that people can eat properly without it being reserved for an elite?
There are two questions. Farmers, generally speaking, are a victim of the system. That is to say, they were asked to produce more and more volume. And farmers who in the beginning had their lives had had to have loans with the help of the European Community, and they become more and more equipped and more indebted. And I have an old tractor and I'm proud of it, said someone this morning. But now you need more and more powerful tractor with pesticides, more and more powerful. And farmers are just strangled, and the farmers' trade unions are really defending the model that is killing them. So being a craftsman is something else. It is a choice, that is to say, to refuse to do or to produce more and bigger and bigger. And now, as far as the consumers are concerned, obviously someone who has a difficult life is more vulnerable. You have a problem of education. You can have low-income families with 3 mobile phones, the latest model. As it was just said, it is a question of choice, and it has to be taught. And this is why we created the citizens' tables in order to educate, to train. We have really to make an effort, and all the citizens have to make efforts as well.
Rapidement, je vais juste revenir. Pardon, je m'excuse, je suis pas d'accord avec le.
I do not agree. Farmers are not victims. I had my A-levels in 1999. I first went through the agricultural high school, and it was in the middle of the reform of the common agricultural policy. And we have exactly the same discussions there that we have now. So it's just too easy to say that the farmers are victims of the system. My father started organic farming in '86, and it would be laughed at, and they said, well, it's good for you because you just eat lettuce. But it's younger farmers, they speak about tractors, but not about food and production. So they dream of a big tractor, as if they'll be on the throne, And then they say, well, but you know, we are poor victims, whereas they really receive most grants from the EU policy. Thank you. Thanks to all of you. Alain, please stay on the stage. And I would like now to invite Sandrine Sommer, Olivier Van Den, and Albert Monzon, who is responsible for the Société des Bains de Mer, to come up on stage.
Merci. Question. Qu'avez-vous retenu de cette matinée?
What have you learned from this morning's debate? What main orientations can be that could be at the heart of the charter you want to draft? Sandrine.
Très intéressant. Moi, j'ai évidemment appris beaucoup de choses.
I learned a lot. It was very interesting. And on the themes of the ocean that is further away from our own environment. And it was very interesting because the ocean is a lung just as the earth, the soil are a lung as well. And I think what is interesting is to have this diversity of people, of expertise, and to realize that it's just together that we can connect all these differences and speed up. Some words have come back. Curiosity, that is really vital, because behind curiosity you have innovation, you have creativity, have look for other solutions, and then the global and local dimension, to have this vision of the global dimension with local initiatives, education, that is a key element for the young generation, for the food sector, but also education of the consumers, and within companies. So what was really interesting this morning to have this diversity of passion as well. That's another word that was really perceived often. Passion, commitment, and it is through the connection of all these forces that will reach our aim. We have to be optimistic on this.
Albert Monzon.
First of all, I hope you had a good morning. We started this morning by telling how we met, and with Mr. Van Den this morning, we spoke of the necessity to have a positive perspective for the future. And what I really liked this morning is the fact that we heard about so many initiatives from market gardeners or alga gatherer, and also from what Mr. Ducasse said, that these are not small initiatives, they are good initiatives. And what I found really encouraging this morning is how we're going to grow with all these initiatives, and that so that they have the right scale in order to answer consumers' needs.
Restaurants étoilés qui sont un petit peu le type de l'iceberg, mais aussi grande surface, etc.
Not only from star restaurants, but also customers from supermarkets. And then how can we sort of give a framework to these initiatives so that they become the future we all need? This is what I gathered from this morning that was extremely productive, and we act and we will go on acting in this direction. Olivier Van Den. Well, it was very rich, but I'm of two minds. I've been working for the foundation for a few years, and we talk about all this among ourselves, obviously. It's a good thing to get boosted, but we are all convinced.
C'est là encore une des conclusions sur tous les sujets que l'on aborde à la Fondation. Il
To
n'y a
start
pas
with.
et il
And
n'y
I
aura
would
pas
like
de
to say,
baguette magique. Il n'y aura pas
there
une
is
solution
no
miracle.
magic road, there is
Ni
no
pour la
miracle
gastronomie, ni pour l'agriculture, ni pour la
solution,
Il y aura par contre
neither
un
for
mix,
gastronomy,
un
for
ensemble de solutions.
agriculture,
Toutes ces initiatives
etc.
dont on parle
But
ce matin,
it will be
elles
a
sont
mix of all
complémentaires les
these
unes des autres. Il en faudra toutes les
solutions
mettre en œuvre.
and
Mais pourtant, elles ne
initiatives,
suffiront pas.
and they won't be enough anyway.
Comment atteint-on l'impact?
So how can we really make the difference and have an impact? Because this is what we all want. We want to have an impact. How shall we get to this goal? First of all, the complexity, and we already touched upon it this morning. And we also say that climate and the ocean are the two sides of the same coin. And so, because the problems are complex, we need creativity. And then third element, it's the common good. If we start thinking in terms of common goods, the ocean, the forests, the soil, there you have a more positive approach. And then the fourth level, that is, say, the regulatory or political level, and it is a wall. And I've just read this morning that the European Commission is about to approve the use of glyphosate for 10 years. You know, there are other initiatives. Well, the project of protecting 30% of the ocean, it took 20 years, etc. So, all the new projects on the law of the sea, again, 20 years to be approved. So that's why all of us, and deciders at local level, or chefs, or entrepreneurs, we all have a role to play. And Mr. Goodfish, with now many chefs work, we need the chefs because they are the ones who select the products. But at the same time, you have to work in this restaurant room, because people, when they ask or they order a fish, they want salmon, they want sole, and how are we going to get to try something else and explain to them what kind of fish are on the menu that they do not know. But there is no single solution. I have a question. How can we go beyond our circle, where people are all convinced? How to break this circle? Well, we tried with a holistic vision, to talk to people who belong to other sectors. We have scientists who talk to businessmen or consumers associations, in order to find compromise. And it's just vital to find a compromise, but not to compromise yourself. That's something else. Mr. Ducasse, can you conclude for this morning? I think everybody has to make an effort. The way is long, but we'll manage. We are going to meet again and assess what will have been achieved. There is no other road anyway. So it's a decision. We know we'll make it, knowing that it is not easy. But I'm full of hope, since we're all on this enterprise. Thank you so much. So 2:20 after lunch, to go on with new speakers. See you later.
in fish.
Nous voilà de retour, pas de sieste après cette pause.
And creativity starts with a problem. Over 1 billion people globally rely on fish as their primary source of protein. It is estimated that over half the fish that gets caught globally goes to waste. Of that 50% that remains and goes to market, it's estimated a further 50% gets neglected for a lack of enthusiasm.
Nous voilà de retour, messieurs. Messieurs du premier rang, asseyez-vous.
Ladies and gentlemen in the front row, if you could take your seats, please. Otherwise, I'm going to have to start punishing you. We're not going to have a siesta after this break. We're going to now join Rio de Janeiro with David Hurst, this well-known foodie, now known for his commitment in Brazil. He's made in art a tool for integration and social development. With the Gastronomy, his association helps them find work. Almost 80% of them find a job after studying for 6 months. David Hurst speaks best of solidarity gastronomy as a vehicle for inclusion. Let's listen to what he has to say.
Hello, I'm David Hurst. I'm talking from Brazil, Rio de Janeiro. Let me share with you one of the projects that touches me the most and touches what we believe. We are at Refeitório Gastromotiva, a concept created from Food for Soul, from Chef Massimo Bottura and Alexandra Forbes, a Brazilian journalist. And here in 2016, life has changed for all of us, because addressing on opportunities and bringing training, it was something that we knew how to do. But we didn't know how to work with deep hunger, people that have nothing to eat, maybe one meal a day when they come to Refeitório, or addressing also food waste and food surplus, which was one of the biggest problems of the world, of the chain we are nowadays. Refeitório, it inspires us to look at gastronomy, at the food chain in a large way. So today at Gastromotiva we work with 4 principles: self-development, citizenship, healing, self-development at the core of us, training and capacity building, health and food insecurity. Only today in Brazil there are more than 33 million people in extreme hunger. More than half of the population is suffering from overweight. So this is also what we address with health and nutrition. And last, climate change. Because to change the food chain, to transform this chain, we need to see at the future. So fighting food surplus and supporting the local production, it's something we are expanding our activities. Why I speak so proudly of Refeitório Gastromotiva is because when COVID hit, we understood we had a larger mission. We called our ex-students, non-profits that are friends, that we work with for all these 15 years that were at that time, and we opened solidarity kitchens, places that are feeding thousands of communities during COVID. We opened 130 and we got to the most remote places like the border of Brazil, Colombia and Peru with 2 solidarity kitchens. After 3 years of this program, and since Gastromotiva has in its DNA education, we started to support social entrepreneurs around Brazil. And now this is becoming a social technology, because a lot of these entrepreneurs, more than half of it, have developed a business concept, a business to their community, to serve that community, not only to feed, but to bring opportunity. And that comes from where we started, our mission. So Refeitório is this showroom, what we call, of everything we believe. If there wasn't Refeitório, probably there would not be the kitchens, the solidarity kitchens, the social gastronomy kitchens that we believe. So for me, the future of gastronomy, we can see in different levels, on the global and the local. And for the global, I can see, especially in Latin America, how we have the answers for governments, how we can invest in advocacy towards building public policies that fight hunger, malnutrition, and opportunities. I've been going in and out of Brasilia because what we have as a social technology, the government needs as a solution. I also believe on the global, we need to understand our food chain, to transform our food chain. And that goes from multinationals, from laws again, for consumption. And third, but not least, is is the power of biodiversity. We as chefs, as restaurant owners, we have the power in our hands to educate the consumption. We have the power in our hands to educate the consumers, but also to foster biodiversity, especially in times of day, because fostering biodiversity is forcing the earth to reconcile, the climate to reconcile. I hope you are able to look at your community, the one you're involved, for better opportunities, but for more than that, dignity and prosperity.
Nous restons sur le continent américain, cap au nord. Retrouvez
So let's go north now, north of the American continent, heading north to find Dan Barber, the most influential foodie on the east coast of the United States. By putting the table at the heart of the farm, he has become the leader of the Farm to Fork and No Waste movement. His vocation is to cook as close to nature as possible, but also to fight against food waste. At his restaurant in Manhattan and his gourmet restaurant in upstate New York, it is the land that decides the menu and not the opposite. His 32 hectares of biodynamic farming operate almost autonomously and have become a laboratory for the agriculture of tomorrow, as well as a place of learning and pilgrimage. Plenty of things to inspire you. Thanks to Zoom, Dan Barber is with us from New York. Dan Barber, over to you.
Thank you.
Hello.
Good afternoon. Hello from New York City. Today, I want to tell you a story that began here, right here at the end of the pass, in my kitchen at Blue Hill at Stone Barns. This was over 10 years ago. A man who had just dined with us came to the kitchen, and I met him here, and I remember the moment very well. Because the man was a scientist. He was a squash breeder, somebody who creates new varieties of squash. And I said to this man, if you are a squash breeder, how come you do not create a butternut squash, the #1 squash in the United States of America, #1 selling squash? How come you do not create a butternut squash that tastes good? Why in America do we need to add brown sugar, honey, maple syrup, butter to make this squash taste good? And this scientist, he looked at me a little confused, and I said, you know, my role as a chef is to take the squash and do acrobatics, create cuisine and gastronomy around bringing out its flavor. What if you could create a squash from the beginning that didn't require me to do those kind of heroic steps? And he said to me, the reason I've never created a butternut squash that tastes good is because nobody has ever asked. So I asked. And that's why I remember this moment. Because right here, I asked a question that I didn't know to ask, which was, can a breeder create a recipe, not here, not over here, but can he create a recipe here? So that the recipe for squash begins in the hands of the breeder and the seed. Okay, now here we are, 15 years later. I have with you the squash that we just brought in from the field yesterday. This is a squash that this breeder created, and I want to take you through what happened. Based on our conversation, he took a butternut squash and he married it to a variety of other squashes that have a lot of flavor. And in creating this new squash, there was lots of variation, lots of diversity. And from that diversity, we were looking for something that looked like a butternut squash, but tasted a lot better. Okay, so from here, lots of selection, lots of work. And then we get down to something that looks very much like a butternut squash, is much smaller, but has amazing flavor and many, many different varieties. It's this one here, 898, that I fell in love with. And we cooked with it a lot. We tasted it a lot. And now, 10 years after that, we gave these squashes to other chefs around the country. And they started cooking with it and putting it on their menus. And today, more than 10 years after my conversation in the kitchen here, and after challenging this breeder, the scientist, to create a squash that actually tasted good, he did it. And we have a squash that is grown from New York to California and almost everywhere in between. It is now in major supermarkets in the United States. And everyone who is in the world of squash is questioning, why do we still grow this squash if we can create something like this? I told you this story this morning because I believe it signals to a larger power of the chef. Here is what we, chefs, and anyone who cares about food, is faced with. Today, four companies own more than 60% of our food supply. It means they control over 60% of our seeds. Now, four companies controlling over 60% of our world food supply is not a good thing. I think we can all agree to that. But the four companies are also chemical companies. So four chemical companies own more than 60% of our food supply. That is a very bad thing. Very bad thing, because none of these companies, none, are interested in flavor, nor are they interested in nutrition. They're interested in selling more chemicals. So the reason that we have squashes like this, or other vegetables and grains that don't taste good in the United States and increasingly around the world, is because there are four companies that are essentially controlling our food. Flavor is under siege. And we, as chefs, as restaurateurs, as people who care about food, we need to have direct conversations with people outside these four companies. We need to take back the power of flavor and deliciousness and put it out in front, because when we do, a squash like this, a tomato, a carrot, an eggplant, doesn't matter. You name the vegetable. We have the power to create vegetables like this that are delicious, nutritious, and are good for the farmer. Our challenge now is to start not with a recipe here in the kitchen, but to start with a recipe here with the seed. And to speak directly to scientists and breeders who are not under the influence of chemicals and big corporations, but are free to create some amazing new varieties that sing with flavor and sing with nutrition. And this, I think, this, right, what you're looking at, this is the biggest travesty we have in food today. Biggest travesty, because no one is motivated to work towards better food. No one in these four companies. So I call on everyone to take back that power and invest it in seed, because we can change the food system and we can make it more equitable and more delicious. Thank you.
Thank you so much, John Barber. I think the message is really clear. On doit reprendre le pouvoir à la racine.
We have to take power.
Une cuisine responsable.
You embody responsible gastronomy, and we know that you are going to be at the heart of this third theme. To talk about this, we have Alexandre Droit, co-founder of Terroir d'Avenir. Alexandre Drouard, Fanny Giansetto, co-founder of Ecotable,
Elisabeth Boucher-Ancelin qui a développé les
Elizabeth Boucher-Ancelin, who developed the Green Star in the Michelin Guide,
et le chef du restaurant Mesa Malonga,
and the chef of the Mesa Malonga restaurant and social entrepreneur in Kigali, Rwanda, Jeve Malonga, who is with us online.
Bonjour, Jeve Malonga. Bonjour. Alors, vous militez les uns et les autres.
So you are all campaigning for a new world of good products, good for your health, good for the planet. So the battle is being waged on the plate, Alexandre Drouard. Your daily struggle to find the right product, the fair trade supplier, the committed farmer, has a name. It is Terroir d'Avenir. How did this concentration of expertise come about? Hello, everybody. The adventure began in 2008. I became aware of the environmental and social challenges posed by agriculture and food, and I wanted to create a high-impact company which very modestly would be able to provide an answer to this considerable challenge. Our job is to provide food for the tables of restaurants and also for the general public, using products from by small farmers to favor biodiversity and taste, to have the less possible impact on the environment, and to also enable farmers to receive fair remuneration. So to react to what Dan Barber was saying, how do you defend the quality and diversity of these professions in a society that is plagued by agribusiness, as we saw and these chemical companies? It's a bit like David against Goliath, isn't it? Yes, I think we have to fight it and be clever. For 15 years, we've been trying to work with the general public, and we work with the chefs who have a very important role to play, almost a political role, because of the impact they can have, Mr. Ducasse explained this morning. And it's very difficult because our job in concrete terms is to define a range of products and to set up the logistics and the supply chain according to very strict set of specifications. So the products have to adapt to what is in the fields and not to the demand from customers. Okay, so how do you persuade the general public to cook with seasonal products and to adapt to your offer instead of doing the opposite? Isn't that a bit difficult? It is difficult, but I think by working with chefs, who for me are the most important ambassadors for what we do, we can succeed in persuading people to do that. The key really is to adapt to what is in the field, to persuade people to adapt to these constraints. That means you can't have everything available all year round, everywhere, just by clicking on the internet. It's not really compatible with that sort of thing. It's not compatible with a sustainable world. So we have to do this by using taste and to break down some of the myths about cooking. To cook well and eat well is not very difficult or complicated. You can do that with lots of products. And I think that our job really is to bring everybody on board and to have the most virtuous and sustainable approach possible to make a real impact with a lot of commitment. How many producers do you work with in your ecosystem? What is the average farm size and what are your specifications? Our specifications, we have several professions we work with, fruit and vegetables, fish, meat, dairy, grocery. In 15 years, we have built up a network of 300 farmers in France, Italy, and Spain, producing products we don't have in France, and we have a very strict set of specifications for each family of product, as we explained this morning. I'm not a great fan of labels. The important thing is to go to the local areas to understand the professions of the growers, how they work, and to talk with them to explain these restrictions to the famous chefs and the general public, explain why the products aren't always the same size and they're not all available all year round.
Et j'imagine que le choix de ne pas
I imagine that the decision not to negotiate the prices with your suppliers is one of the key principles of Terroir d'Avenir. Yes. When we started, we met people who were doing amazing work, but always had something in common, which was they were growing products which were in the process of disappearing. Not because they weren't good products, but because they no longer met the requirements of the agribusiness. The sizes, a low price, etc. And if we want to continue to be able cooking and have an impact on food, the most important part of that is the farmer. They have to have the best possible remuneration. The role of these good these good producers, this has a cost. They supply us as well. Have a little side discussion with Alain Ducasse there.
Maître Capello. Donc, je reprends.
So, as I was saying, the products from these artisans and good producers have a cost. They're not all accessible to everybody. This is a question we asked earlier. How can we make sure this isn't only for an elite while enabling your good producers to make a living? This is a major question that we are trying to solve. Obviously, these products have a cost. They could imagine that initially they're perhaps for an elite, but if this elite all consume in a different way, this will have a considerable impact. And as I was explaining, we have to break down the myths about what it means to eat well. Eating well means eating good vegetables, eggs, having a varied diet with cereals. It doesn't mean eating meat every day, which has a real cost. It doesn't mean eating fish every day either. That's not possible. We are working with people working in gastronomy, and also with bars and brasseries, and also with school canteens and in our shops. We also have customers who are interested in this subject. Of course, the purse has an important role to play, but not only that, it's also the question of enabling people to cook more easily. We're talking about products that are better and have a better impact. But in fact, people realize they're not that expensive. I was asking you earlier. In Italy, for example, we find very good products that are much cheaper than in France. Maybe it might be possible to rethink labor costs and taxation. Yes, absolutely. I was talking about this with Mr. Ducasse. Oh, you have little conversations with Mr. Ducasse, just like me. Okay. I can't hear what Mr. Ducasse is saying, so I can't interpret, sadly.
Il est rouge pivoine. C'est malin.
He's bright red, yes.
Vous déstabilisez les intervenants, Alain Ducasse.
Okay, you're embarrassing my speakers now.
N'écoutez pas.
Don't listen to him.
C'est effectivement ça. Nous, c'est ce qu'on constate aussi.
This is what we also see when we get products from Italy. It's a major problem. Because of yes, it's a major problem. The good product is grown in a traditional way, and the taxation isn't the same, depending on the different countries in Europe. And this is a subject that has nothing to do with the cook, or it's more to do with politics. I'd just like to add something else about this, which is also important, which is that we could almost talk about unfair competition, because our products are not subsidized by the Common Agricultural Policy, whereas if you go to a supermarket, you pay twice, because you pay once with the cap and second time the cash register. Apart from the quality of the sourcing, you've enhanced the value of the work done by farmers to put people back at the heart of the business and prevented the disappearance of many non-conventional producers. Are you proud of that? Yes, absolutely. I'm proud of that. I think we're all capable of taking action. We can take a small-scale action, which, as I explained earlier, will enable us to meet the challenge. We want to be a committed producer as part of the transformation of food. But to do this, we have to maintain the know-how and keep the producers in business. And we're very lucky that we have this wonderful tradition of gastronomy that highlights these products. When you taste certain products again, it's impossible to imagine they might disappear one day. So we really do need to have all of these people with us, including Fabien and other people. After being around for 15 years, are you able to assess the impact of this scheme on market gardening, livestock farming and sustainable fishing? We are in the process of evaluating the impact. It takes a lot of time. Today we are focused more on several subjects. It's not just a question of unearthing products. We have to put in place the right logistics solutions, in particular, to meet the demands of the chefs. We want to work with the chefs because they have a major impact, and to be able to do that, we have to implement a lot of logistics. Especially in Paris, we have the Rungis wholesale market, which proposes an offering which we find it difficult to compete with in the context of the fight against climate change and the food challenge. Is Terroir d'Avenir more relevant than ever? Yes, I think it is. I think we have an important role to play, and we would like to make all of these products as affordable and as accessible as possible, but it requires a lot of initiatives. Another initiative, Fanny Genzetto, is that 5 years ago you co-created the first eco-responsible catering label. What prompted you to do this? Originally, it was a customer of a restaurant who had that need, and somebody who wanted to preserve environmental systems, and at that time I couldn't align the two, and I wasn't able to find a restaurant who was committed to do that. Oh, I didn't find enough transparency about what I was eating in restaurants and in general about the work that restaurants were doing, and so it seemed to me rather strange at that time in 2017 to 2019. A lot of labels had been created which weren't in catering. You are a jurist by training, and you have a doctorate in law. You are therefore inhabited by the spirit of the law. Yes. That's why I was very interested in the different criteria that might exist, etc. It certainly helped me create specifications. I wasn't able to do it alone because as I was a university lecturer, I wasn't really much of an entrepreneurial spirit, so I needed to have people around me to help me do that. So talking about the specifications, what are the criteria for a restaurant to be awarded this Macron, this famous label, which, like the Michelin stars, ranges from 1 to 3, depending on the degree of commitment. We have more than 200 criteria. I won't mention all of them. I can mention some of them that are obligatory, bearing in mind that it's difficult to define specifications, and it tends to become rather political because depending on your convictions, the specifications will vary, and then depending on how legislation varies, you may have to change your specifications. There was a discussion recently at about the Planet score at the National Assembly, and so it's difficult to satisfy all of those criteria. It's difficult to remain fixed in your criteria. We change the criteria every year because the laws change every year also, and so we try to have a very holistic view as much as possible of the restaurants. Of course, what's in the plate, which is 70% of the impacts, of course. So obviously, it's a question of the seasonality. It's also a percentage of sustainable products and organic products, or at least traditionally grown products. Also thinking about waste. Waste is very important, not just food waste, but also plastic and cardboard, etc. We also take account of energy use. We will really try to have as holistic a view as possible, and then we have obligatory criteria on eggs. They have to be free range, and on meat and fish as well. How do you guarantee the traceability of the products and the low carbon impact of the restaurants you work with? We analyze invoices. This takes us a lot of time. We carry out an environmental audit. We ask the restaurants to provide us with 3 or 4 months of invoices to have an overall vision of what they buy over a year, focusing, of course, on a specific period. And so we really carry out a very specific analysis, looking at the figures, looking at the percentage of sustainable products, and also the carbon impact. We don't only focus on the carbon impact because the impact of food is multifaceted. We talk a lot about carbon impact. You also have an impact on biodiversity, which is very important. So we try to cover all of those different impacts and verify them with the invoices. How many restaurants are playing the game in France, and what motivates them to undergo this audit? Is it a desire to communicate about their good practices? Yes. Here we're talking about the label, the Eco-Table label, but it's only a small part of what we do. The restaurants with the label, we have about 250 at the moment in France. We also work with 500 restaurants in addition. The objective, as we said this morning, is to get the largest number of possible people to change. So how do you do that? The first thing we do is to have an impact analysis, because the restaurant owner often doesn't know where they are in terms of their practices. For example, in the training we give to restaurant owners, I ask them, do you have carrots? You have 2 choices, local, conventional, or organic carrots. Organic carrots from Spain or local carrots. 98% of cases choose the local conventional carrots and not the organic carrots from Spain. But if you look at the impact in terms of the soil and talking about the seeds, as we saw earlier, if you look at the seeds and the crop protection products, this is what has the greatest impact. So you have to turn towards sustainable agriculture, even if it's further away from where you are. So what we do is we measure the impact for all of these restaurants, and then we support them with a lot of training, and also with the hotel and catering schools, and also we provide them with advice. Only 1.3% of restaurants in France serve organic produce. Do you think Eco-Table helps them to change, to carry out this transition to organic produce? We hope so, yes. We hope to give incentives and also facilitate, as we provide incentive. Gastronomy is a major facilitator, a major driver, and in terms of facilitation, 60% of the restaurant owners are a bit lost. They don't know where to start. It seems to be rather complex for them. It's true that if you change everything, it is complicated. But when people say, I don't have the means to carry out this transition, do you think that's acceptable? We hear a lot of people saying this even now today, and with inflation, of course, even more now. We, in any case, try to deconstruct this argument. We show them, we say, it's an absolute... Everybody knows it's very urgent, everybody wants to do something. If you use more plant-based products, as you said earlier, that's one thing. You also work on waste, food waste. That can help them gain 35% of their turnover. Energy. A restaurant who was 30,000 euros per year is now paying 150,000 euros per year. So we work on reduction of waste, water use as well. These are quick wins for the restaurants. So it is possible.
Vous avez également lancé le Resto Score.
You also launched the Resto Score
that
takes into account well-being at work. Do you think that this indicator will be general use? Well, we created it because it is going to be mandatory by law. Well, not necessarily ours, but the law on climate and resilience will impose a score for all services. And so we thought that it would be useful for the catering industry that does not belong to gastronomy as such, but that really has to evolve. And collective catering is indispensable if we want to have a democracy in this transition. So the Resto Score is transparent and it can be applied to all. You've received apparently many applications.
ans encore.
Ouais, c'est quand même, on est dans une période compliquée
It is a difficult period
pour les restaurateurs, mais de manière générale pour
for
l'écosystème de
caterers,
l'alimentation.
but
Là, je ne vais pas parler
for
de
the
gastronomie,
whole
mais de
of
l'alimentation
the
durable. Beaucoup de nos
sustainable
partenaires font
food
faillite.
sector,
À
many
l'ancienne, pour ceux qui le
partners
connaissent,
are going
a été en redressement judiciaire
broke,
et a été
and
cédé. Quel bon goût, etc.
Quel Bon Goût, for
C'est pas facile, hein.
example,
C'est pas
has
facile et l'argent ne
disappeared.
va pas au bon endroit quand on voit que la food
And
tech lève des millions et
when
que nous,
we
Ecotab, on a
see
du mal à
that
lever de l'argent,
food
par
tech
exemple.
can
si on
attract
veut, je pense,
millions,
aller vers une
and
gastronomie
we
durable, il va falloir que
are
l'argent
very
arrive.
small in that respect. Well,
Vous serez
if we
entendu.
want to change, we need more money.
C'était une nécessité pour le guide
Elizabeth,
Michelin d'avoir aussi
for
son
the
étoile verte.
Michelin guide, was it a necessity to have a green star? I think it was highly time.
On entendait
For years, we heard our inspectors in the field tell us we really need a way to encourage cooks that are courageous, that have been courageous for many years, and we have to give them an award for that, the courage to try, to test, to fail, and also to bring on board their teams, which is not always easy. So we worked for 2 years with Wendel Poulenec, who is the director of the Michelin Guide, to launch this Green Star. So who can ask for it? Well, the pioneers, the ones who decided to write this new chapter in gastronomy. And they are of all ages, all profiles. They can be in town or in the countryside, in France, in Japan, in New York, in California, everywhere. And they are the ones who want to find a new path, a new way, with their constraints, their means. If you work as a wage earner in a palace, or if you have a big credit with your bank, it's not exactly the same situation, but we gave this green star to chefs that are very different, even some that have been working for a long time and decided to go a different way than the official traditional gastronomy. We have 468 restaurants all over the world on 16,000 restaurants in the Michelin Guide, about 3,000 have a star, and so a few hundred that have a green star that do not necessarily have a star, but really show a new face and give the customers something else, an alternative where you can have well-being and good action as well. When we created it, when we conceived it, we hoped that at some stage it wouldn't be necessary anymore, because the movement, the momentum would be such that it wouldn't be necessary. The good practices would be deployed, and we'll have people like Fanny and others that strengthen this point of view among chefs and personalities around them, so that it wouldn't be necessary to reward these people. But do you think that this star could be an encouragement to diminish their carbon print? I think things are changing. It might be a bit slow.
Ce qui est formidable, et c'était notre parti pris,
c'est really
de considérer qu'une marque connue du grand public, comme le guide Michelin,
something that is so well known as the guide Michelin, the Michelin Guide,
rebattait les cartes d'une certaine manière. Alors, je pense que les chefs continuent à se déplacer, et puis tant mieux, c'est bien qu'ils aillent voir aussi des personnes chez qui ils vont
or could have an initiative that would really show a new way.
Je pense qu'il y a un vrai changement de perspective, et nous, on n'a jamais été autant
sollicités. Of horizon, and we've never been called upon so much. That is to say, to look for another type of performance. This green star is it not a way also to raise awareness among customers. Yes, yes, it is interesting because in a few years we went from sanction, that is to say, if you go to the restaurant, you have to eat a big piece of beef or a noble fish, but maybe you can also find things that are considered like blue fish or a simple zucchini just because it is in season. And that would be the role of a citizen restaurant. That is to say, the chef who acts. And since we had moments with our families or friends, that we have something more than just say I've had a good meal. Can you assess the impact of the Green Star? Well, not yet. It's quite difficult, and we still have to work. We have qualitative feedback, and the customers are enthusiastic, and they ask us to go further. And some chefs want to know how their colleague made it in order to have a kind of network in a community with other partners as well, like the people we heard this morning. So this is our approach. It's a long-term approach, and we want to see this way of working or this approach be spread all over. You are from Congo. You're working in Kigali. You left Congo when you were 15. Then you went to Germany. And you were in the family of a priest. So you have this mixed cultural background. So I was born in Congo in a small village, and then I was in Cologne in Germany. So it is really quite a culture mix, and this is at the basis of my own development. And Rwanda is not especially well known for gastronomy. So why did you choose Rwanda? After I finished my training in Germany, I worked in France for a while, and I wanted to understand more about African gastronomy, which means 54 countries. So I traveled for 2 years, and I visited so far 48 countries in Africa. And my objective was to understand and to learn from grandmothers in African families. I started in Cameroon, in Sudan, in Benin, in Togo, in Egypt, and then I went to Rwanda, and I fell in love with the country. And you say that the wealth of the soil in Rwanda is without equivalent. So the good food comes from the good soil. That's the way I see it. It is a volcanic earth, so there are no chemicals involved. And the people who live there, they've been there for centuries and have never touched chemicals. So the products are very tasty, and there people work in a community, which I like very much. For me, it's like heaven. And you work yourself in the community because you work with female farmers. It is a long chain of help, and you're one segment of this chain. Well, to start with, before I opened the restaurant, I bought up 7 hectares, and I knew that I needed good products for my cuisine. So for 3 years, I selected seeds from different countries, from Nigeria, Togo, Benin, and that's how we started. And This is how we obtain our products in order to have the courage to open the restaurant. So as you said, you traveled through Africa to learn about traditional recipes, but your cuisine is based on grandmother's secrets and traditional cooking. Well, as I said, I visited many countries in Africa. Some of them didn't have cooking books. In order to learn about traditional cooking, you have to go to villages and you have to talk and cook with grandmothers. And for me, it was a great school. And this is what we keep doing here. Because we learn a lot from grandmothers. And in your garden, you have 16 varieties of beans. Is it a way to resist climate change, to resist climate change? Yes, it is extremely important. What I learned from grandmothers is that there are seeds that are kept in villages, and we do this work in order to develop varieties from the old days that are less expensive and easier to grow. And your cuisine is a bit like a pharmacy. You have 447 jars. Oh, now 510 jars of spices. And
Pardon, en fait, ce qu'on fait, c'est quand je voyage, donc du coup,
when I travel, I'll come back with seeds and spices. And next year, we're going to open a culinary innovation village. It will be a kind of lab, but also a museum where people can learn about seeds that can be found in various countries in Africa. So we understand that there's a lot of taste in Africa with extraordinary products that are not known. So your mission is to make this known all over? Yes, Africa is full of taste. And our objective is to promote the ingredients, but also the traditional know-how, the recipes from various countries through the platform where you have more than 4,000 chefs from Africa and throughout the world. And this is where we can find the products. You also train young Africans through your school. And so you also say that you are a partisan of Pan-Africanism. What does it mean in your plate? As you said, I've been training for 4 years young cooks that are passionate by cooking but cannot go to the school. This is what we call learning by doing in our school. And we teach them what I call the plural cuisines of Africa with our products. But at the same time, we have modern techniques that I learned in Africa.
L'entrepreneuriat à impact et sa dimension sociale est-elle essentielle?
This social dimension, is it essential to have a sustainable gastronomy? It is extremely important for various reasons. We know the people who work in the fields who grew garlic or tomatoes. And so these people know their products very well. And we created a whole chain from the soil to the restaurant. This is what we tell the people. And what I understood from my travels in Africa, when we talk about cooking, it is sharing and education. Thank you so much. So now we turn to the questions. We want to put a question in the room.
Vous êtes bien calme.
Oui, je me lève.
Bonjour.
Oui, rebonjour, Charles de Poiscaille à nouveau.
Bah dit-on.
Bah oui, non, je voulais vous poser la question de votre évaluation de la culture des chefs et des cuisiniers. Ma vision, c'est que sur les produits de la terre, elle est plutôt bonne en termes de durabilité, à savoir saison. Je sais que je fais pas certains produits à certains moments de l'année, mais c'est peut-être pas le cas sur tous les produits. Et je trouve que sur les produits de la mer, elle est hyper pauvre. Est-ce que vous partagez cette vision ?
Je partage en partie. Après, je trouve que pour les produits de la mer, c'est particulièrement difficile et je rejoins ce que disait ce matin Georgiana Vouillot. Sur ces sujets, nous, chez Écotable, on travaille beaucoup parce que on fait des formations, c'est dans notre cahier des charges la question du poisson, donc on est obligé d'avoir une connaissance approfondie du sujet et c'est extrêmement compliqué. Parfois, on ne sait pas quoi dire. Sur la Méditerranée, par exemple, quand on voit que 88% des stocks sont surexploités, parfois on ne
92.
On ne sait pas quoi dire si ce n'est arrêtons d'en manger, en tout cas pour un temps. Pour certaines espèces, il va falloir se limiter drastiquement. Mais oui, ça c'est clair que la connaissance, elle est beaucoup moins approfondie que sur la partie terre.
Oui, je rejoins également Fanny sur ce point. Je pense que pour travailler depuis 15 ans avec des chefs, on a cette difficulté à expliquer que le poisson est aussi un produit de saison. Qu'il ne faut pas le pêcher toute l'année et que au-delà de la connaissance sur cette famille de produits, je pense que nous, notre mission en tant que distributeur engagé, c'est vraiment d'accompagner les chefs sur la définition des cartes. Et c'est vrai que c'est une petite chose très simple qui aurait un impact important, c'est d'arrêter de mettre des noms de poissons sur les cartes, parce que dès lors qu'on s'engage à avoir pendant 2 mois du bar sur la carte d'un restaurant, c'est certain que l'impact ne peut pas être durable. Donc ce qu'on propose, nous, c'est quotidiennement de la pêche de petits métiers.
De bons métiers.
De petits métiers. On dit les petits métiers dans la pêche. C'est de la pêche côtière où les pêcheurs partent et ne savent pas ce qu'ils vont pêcher et ils ramènent le meilleur poisson. Voilà.
Oui, moi je rejoins complètement ce qui vient d'être dit. Je note aussi qu'il y a aussi des chefs qui sont des grands connaisseurs aussi de ce sujet-là. Alors ils sont certainement pas assez nombreux, mais on a certains chefs qui sont eux-mêmes pêcheurs. Je pense à Christopher Coutenceau. On a des chefs qui donnent le là dans leur propre écosystème et qui vont même conseiller nos élus, donc les régions. Je pense à Alexandre Couillon. On a des chefs qui aussi ont revalorisé les poissons de lac et de rivière. Il y a beaucoup de chefs dans les Alpes qui aussi sont de grands pêcheurs et de grands amoureux et de grands promoteurs du respect de ces poissons de rivière qui ont longtemps été ignorés du grand public. Et ça, il faut aussi le dire. Oui, il y a encore à apprendre, mais il y a aussi des chefs qui sont heureusement de grands connaisseurs.
Une autre question, monsieur.
Oui, alors c'est bonjour à tous, Tom Bisséré, je suis là pour le programme Mister Goodfish qui est porté par la Fondation du Prince Albert II de Monaco sur la façade méditerranéenne. Et c'est clair et net que la saisonnalité du produit de la mer est beaucoup moins évidente à cerner que celle des produits de la terre, puisque ça saute moins aux yeux, hein, évidemment on les connaît moins. Toutefois, il y a quand même des informations scientifiques sur certaines espèces qui sont assez bien étudiées. On a quand même des informations sur les cycles de saisonnalité. Et donc du coup, là je vais prêcher un peu pour ma paroisse, mais du coup nous, le programme Mister Goodfish, on établit des listes de recommandations à chaque saison, qu'on établit avec des organisations de producteurs. Alors moi je suis le coordinateur Méditerranée, mais il existe une coordination pour la Manche-Mer du Nord et la façade Bretagne. Et donc à chaque saison, on produit des listes de recommandations qui reposent sur l'état des stocks, qui soit d'évaluation scientifique, soit des données qui proviennent des débarquements, donc de criées ou des OP. Et ces listes de recommandations reposent également sur la saisonnalité du produit, et donc du coup savoir si effectivement c'est le bon moment pour le pêcher ou pas, pour le mettre à sa carte ou pas, parce qu'il est en période de reproduction ou pas. Voilà.
Et où est-ce qu'on peut la trouver? Est-ce qu'elle est disponible en ligne?
Alors, nous on intervient auprès des professionnels, marailleurs, grandes surfaces également, et restaurateurs. D'ailleurs, on a plusieurs adhérents. Mauro Colagreco ce matin, au Mirazur, ou plusieurs restaurants de la SBM par exemple. Et donc eux, on leur envoie directement les listes de recommandations à chaque saison. Et pour le grand public, c'est disponible sur Internet. Il y a une application, Mr. Goodfish, où tout à chacun peut, à chaque saison, c'est actualisé. Donc on peut aller devant l'étal du poissonnier en grande surface et savoir quel est le poisson de saison. Et si jamais on a des doutes sur la manière de le cuisiner, il y a également des recettes.
Et on n'en aura plus dorénavant. Merci à vous.
Voilà.
Merci. Merci à tous les... Oui, dites-moi.
Si je peux rebondir sur ce qui vient d'être dit, je pense qu'au-delà de la connaissance de la saisonnalité des poissons et de toutes les espèces, je crois que la gastronomie, aujourd'hui, la haute gastronomie, elle est surtout confrontée à une inertie, puisque souvent, nous, on a pu travailler avec on travaille encore avec des grandes maisons, des grands palaces, et c'est extrêmement compliqué pour ces maisons-là de changer tous les jours de poissons à la carte, parce qu'il y a des grandes brigades, c'est des enjeux de formation, de compétences, et je pense que tout l'enjeu du coup sans doute, un des enjeux de ce premier sommet, c'est comment on va amener cette grande gastronomie à faire preuve de peut-être plus d'agilité, plus d'adaptation.
Justement, comment
on est là pour y réfléchir. Je pense que, nous, à travers notre expérience, on constate qu'il y a beaucoup de petits restaurants dans Paris, d'indépendants, qui sont capables d'avoir cette agilité, de changer tous les jours. L'enjeu, c'est effectivement d'identifier des solutions pour les grandes maisons qui ont un impact très important. On parle du poisson, mais aujourd'hui encore, dans Paris, il existe des grands palaces où toute l'année, on peut servir une assiette de framboises pour répondre à une clientèle. Ça, c'est quelque chose qui doit, je pense, s'arrêter, parce qu'il y a un impact majeur. Et du coup, comme l'expliquait ce matin M. Ducasse, il faut qu'on soit capable d'imposer des choses. Il faut qu'on soit capable d'imposer des choses aux clients et repenser, je pense, la cuisine pour qu'elle ait vraiment un impact durable.
Mais justement, et la distribution de cartons rouges, par exemple, comme au foot? Non, mais je ne sais pas, je pose la question, vraiment.
Moi, je voulais juste ajouter, en tout cas, que le Meurice l'a fait. On l'a accompagné et en effet, ils sont arrivés à la certification 3 écotables. C'est possible. C'est en effet des challenges à relever parce qu'il y a une clientèle qui en demande de certaines choses et il faut dicter le tempo, comme le disait le chef Ducasse, à la clientèle et pas l'inverse. Mais c'est possible.
Mais pourquoi pas
et compter sur les équipes en salle. Je pense qu'on n'en parle pas assez, mais les équipes
ont un rôle de pédagogie.
Exactement. Ce sont vraiment les personnes qui sont en lien direct avec les clients et qui, en amenant bien les choses, peuvent expliquer. On a le droit de dire non. Non, c'est pas toute l'année la saison de la Saint-Jacques. Et en expliquant, en accompagnant et en proposant des solutions aux clients, les équipes en salle jouent un rôle absolument essentiel. Et dans ce contexte-là, les cuisiniers le savent très bien. La beauté de leurs engagements, ils seront efficaces et visibles s'ils sont transmis de façon pédagogique auprès des clients par le biais des équipes en salle.
Djevaï Malonga, vous voulez réagir?
Alors nous, ce qu'on fait au restaurant, c'est qu'on n'a pas de menu, donc on sert ce qu'on a à la ferme. Et aussi, au début, c'était un peu compliqué, mais à la fin, comme j'ai dit que la cuisine, c'est aussi l'éducation. Et donc là, il y a des convives, ça fait 2 ans, ils viennent et du coup, on partage ce qu'on a. Et aujourd'hui, on a des gens qui voyagent de Copenhague, du Brésil, pour partager cette expérience avec nous.
Et c'est une surprise.
Pour le poisson, en fait... Oui, voilà, c'est une surprise aussi pour nous. Et même l'année passée, on a été invité parmi les 50 Best Restaurants pour le travail qu'on fait ici au Rwanda. Et aussi pour le poisson, nous aussi, on a les lacs. Et depuis des décennies, il y avait toujours des restrictions, c'est-à-dire qu'on pêche que 2 mois dans l'année. Donc, ici au Rwanda, on a beaucoup de lacs. Donc, la majorité de ces 2 mois, donc, ce qu'on fait quand on fait la pêche, soit on le fait sécher, soit on le fait saler avec les recettes des grandes mères. Ce que je disais, c'est pour cela que je disais que les cuisines des grandes mères, ils ont un impact qui est très important. Il y a l'éducation et c'est là où je viens, c'est les gens qui voient de loin en fait. Voilà, donc aussi les techniques qu'on utilisait avant, les grandes-mères peuvent jouer un grand rôle avec la cuisine durable.
C'est quelque chose qui revient beaucoup, hein, la transmission, le savoir, la connaissance.
Oui.
Bon, bah merci à tous les quatre. Merci. Un dernier mot?
Non, mais je voulais revenir sur ce que vous disiez sur le carton rouge.
Oui.
Nous, c'est ce qu'on a essayé de faire avec le Resto Score. Tant que ce ne sera pas obligatoire d'afficher son impact sur un restaurant, il n'y aura pas vraiment de carton rouge. Mais en effet, si un restaurateur doit analyser son impact et qu'il voit un E, il n'aura pas envie de l'afficher. Oui. Donc en fait, il va se bouger un moment et essayer d'atteindre le A.
Merci à tous les quatre. Merci, Dieu veille.
Avec grand plaisir. Merci.
J'aimerais à présent donner la parole à une légende de l'alimentation locale et durable qui a fait du bien manger un combat qu'elle mène sans relâche depuis 40 ans. Aux États-Unis, berceau du fast-food, Alice Waters est une icône. Son restaurant chez Panis, ouvert en 1971 à Berkeley dans la baie de San Francisco, a vu défiler le Dalai Lama ou les Clinton. C'est aussi elle qui a initié Michelle Obama aux joies du potager à la Maison-Blanche et lancé une révolution délicieuse. Car cette actrice de la bonne bouffe croit au pouvoir du goût comme facteur de progrès. Mais pour changer le monde, encore faut-il, on l'a dit, l'éduquer. Et ce, dès le plus jeune âge. Elle a donc introduit des jardins dans les écoles, car c'est là que commence l'éducation comestible à la racine. La pionnière de la slow food et fondatrice de l'Edible Schoolyard Project a tenu à nous expliquer pourquoi cette révolution est une nécessité.
I'm Alice Waters, and I'm the owner of Chez Panisse Restaurant in Berkeley, California. I started it 52 years ago because I wanted to taste food like I had tasted in France in the 60s. And so in that search for taste, I ended up at the local organic regenerative farmers, ranchers, fishers, and we built this relationship directly. So I could purchase the food from them without a middleman. And that changed everything because they taught me about nourishment, about climate, about the health being in the soil. And I do believe that our future is teaching the next generation through education about the nourishment of food and about its farming practices that can address climate. And we need to do this now. And I feel like this is the only delicious solution to climate, to building community, again, to building our local communities around food and agriculture. I know it's already happening in France because I was in Paris talking to the mayor, and she said that they had already decided to buy only food within 125 miles of Paris that was from organic regenerative farmers. So I know it can be done, and I'm so pleased that you asked me to speak here today. Thank you so much.
Voilà, et 65 000 établissements dans le monde ont déjà emboîté le pas d'Alice Waters, et depuis 2019, sa
establishments
révolution
in the
délicieuse a aussi
world
une déclinaison en
have
France qui mériterait
gone along the
d'être
same
largement
path.
déployée. Alors,
And
comment restaurer l'éducation alimentaire? Pour en parler à mes côtés, j'appelle la fondatrice de l'école comestible, Camille Labro.
Camille Labro, who is the founder of the Edible
la fondatrice
School.
de Cap Veggie.
Laure Murdoch, founder
Gilles
of Cap
Perrol,
Veggie.
l'adjoint au maire de
Gilles
Montsartou.
Perron, who is a deputy mayor of
Et
Montsartou.
Corinne Beau, la directrice
And
marketing
Corinne Beau,
d'Elior Group.
who is the marketing director of the Elior Group.
Bonjour à tous les quatre. Alors, l'initiative
Thank you, all four of you. So, introducing children to healthy eating should be taught at school from an early age, in the same way as reading or arithmetic. And I'm sure, Camille Lebrun, you will agree with me. Educating our children to eat well and understand what's at stake is common sense, but we're a long, long way from achieving it.
Bonjour.
Yes, hello everybody. Yes, we're a long way from achieving it. I'll just link up with what we saw just now. I created the association. She's the association's godmother. The idea is almost the same as being an edible schoolyard. When I told Alice I had this project, she said, well, you're being far too ambitious. It's because of her that you decided to adopt the same approach, yes, and of course my mother as well. Why did you start campaigning for edible education? Because it's what I can do. Everybody does their own part, and that's what I do.
Pour la faire courte,
un jour on regardait cette fameuse carte briefly, I looked at this map with Alice of the 65,000 institutions that are doing something in their local area about edible education, and we were looking more specifically at France, and she said,
how come il n'y a personne?
There's nobody. I said, yes, so yes, that's true. We should do something like this in France as well. So after a while, it seemed obvious that it was up to me to do this, to start the movement, because I'm not doing everything by myself. Today, I have a lot of support, a lot of people helping me, volunteers, chefs, farmers, producers, and craftsmen, and people who are helping me to educate children. I think we should emphasize that the way we eat can change the world. I think we need to emphasize that, and that education has a strategic role to play. Yes, absolutely. And for us, it's very important to have this, see this connection. It's important to start as early as possible, as young as possible. Start with children who are 5 years old. When they finished more or less, well, they've learned to walk and talk more or less, so wait until they finish doing that, and then we give them some very simple tools which can change everything. That's my personal conviction. I think a lot of people here will agree with me. It can change everything because these are choices that are fundamental. When you go to the supermarket and talking about the kind of people we give money to. And even people who don't have much money still have that power. Unfortunately, it's the people who have the less money who are the most vulnerable and who have the worst, make the worst choices in terms of what they eat. We also have rich people eating very badly as well. But so it's up to us at the Edible School. What we realized was that, of course, that the aim is to educate everybody. But where the need is greatest is in vulnerable groups. How many schools do you work with, and do you give priority to schools that are in difficult areas? We work a great deal in the Greater Paris area. We have an office in Aix-Marseille, which was set up 3 years ago.
Et si j'ajoute la totalité des écoles qui aujourd'hui font.
We also have many other schools who are implementing edible education programs. We have about 100 schools altogether, about 500 classes who are following this program. In other words, about 12,000 children who are being made aware of this issue. So how do you link up between food and the history of life? Well, through vegetables. It's very simple. Children don't like vegetables very often. They don't know anything about vegetables. That's the trouble. We do lots of experiments. We bring them in crates of vegetables that are raw, which are still muddy from the market gardener, and we put them in the classroom. We show them. Jamie Oliver did this in the UK before us. And it really struck me that children don't know what a potato looks like. They don't know how it grows. Not to mention how it grows. Yes, so what do? We teach them very easily, and they love it. They have their vegetable gardens. We make it very clear there's a link between the vegetable and the plate. We teach them how to use their senses because they've forgotten sometimes to smell, to touch. Very basic things.
Installer des potagers,
On crée des potagers dans les écoles.
Les cours de...
Voilà, alors on travaille main dans la main avec,
We
on
work
essaye
hand in
avec
hand
les mairies qui ont des
with
projets
the
de oasis,
mayors
des choses
who
comme ça.
have
Parfois, il y a
similar
déjà des
programs as
potagers
well.
qui sont à
Sometimes there
l'abandon,
are
d'autres fois, on les
already
construit.
vegetable gardens in the schools and we renovate them. Sometimes there isn't enough room. And we do whatever we can do. We have a very low-tech approach. We don't have a lot of innovations. We're very low-tech. But vegetables are the tech. All you need is some soil and some water and some heat and some good soil.
On fait pousser des choses dans la terre avec les
We
enfants
grow
et on
things
leur
in the
fait,
soil with the
on
children,
apprend à les
and we
redécouvrir.
teach them to
et à les
rediscover vegetables and to cook them. The secret, everybody's very surprised when they see our workshops. People are very surprised to see the children enjoying vegetables. And they say, how do you do that? How do you get them to enjoy vegetables? The secret is that they are doing it themselves. It's not a masterclass. We just explain a couple of things to them, and then they peel the vegetables, they wash them, they explore, they do whatever they like. Sometimes they do anything. It doesn't really matter if they do things wrong. The important thing is to become accustomed to vegetables and what their diet can be in the future, with a reconnection between themselves and the soil and their body. We get the children to work together in groups because we think that's fundamental to stop this individualized approach where children are working in their little corner and they have a little label on their pot. We need to get them to understand that whether it's agriculture or cooking, it's something you do for other people, for the community. Alice talks about community and sharing. That's what it's about. You can't do it all by yourself in a corner. It's rather sad to be eating and by yourself and have your own little vegetable garden. A question of donating and sharing and being altruistic. The educational approach we do is a vector for all of these values. Not to mention all of the values they learn at school, such as maths, vocabulary, languages, etc., geography, history, etc. You can do all of that through food. What we try to do is to show the teachers and the inspectors in the academies and the national education system in France that you can use food to teach children all about the rest of the world. This is what François Nissan does at the school. She's one of our godmothers as well, Françoise Nissan. There was an urgent need to act, I think, given that 1 in 5 French people admit to having difficulty eating and that junk food now kills more people than tobacco. Yes, that's very sad. We see children who don't eat or which eat stuff that isn't really food, and in the difficult areas of the cities where we work, we see children they devour the vegetables because they're very hungry, more than they've just had fun growing them. It's a bit of both. You can't do everything through the edible schoolyard, but this kind of thing can be done everywhere, not just us. Everybody needs to participate, because things happen in children's minds when we do these workshops. There are little sparks of understanding. For example, to understand what food is, what a vegetable is. I was telling somebody yesterday, when we take children to a market gardener, when the market gardener explains to them why this carrot has just been taken out of the earth and it looks rather strange and twisted, it's because it took a lot of time to go around the little stones and animals in the ground, and it's been in the ground since September. And we're now in the month of May, and children say, oh, that's ever since I started school. So that's how they reacted. They said, but that means, that means, so it's very complicated to grow a carrot then. That's what the children said. So they had fantastic respect for the food after that. There are lots of things that are reconnected in child's minds, and this means the child has a different approach to their food. Of course, it doesn't stop there. What we also try to do is to have a reconnection with their family, with their home. So we're starting a program. We also bring in the parents in the evening to get them to do the same workshops as the kids, with tomatoes, vegetables, about senses, about bread, about avoiding food waste, that kind of thing. And also, most of our work today consists in helping the teachers, because that's the most important vector or vehicle for what we do. Of course, we go into the schools and we will carry on doing that. We can't do all of it by ourselves. There are a lot of schools in France, not to mention the private schools apart from the state schools. So it's a huge, gigantic piece of work that needs to be done. We need the teachers who are providing us with this service, and so today we help them to get them to organize the workshops and themselves and implement the programs and convey them, because the National Education Authority does recognize food education as being important, but they don't say how to. They say, oh, you have to teach physics, okay, teach physics, okay. Teach them Greek, okay, teach them Greek. But there's no explanation about how to do it. So it's the same thing for food education. Of course, 2 or 3 children, 2 or 3 year teachers will love cooking and will do it really well, but you have to train everybody else. Is it edible school? Is it also a way of avoiding fast food entering into children's lives? So yes, it's true that we work with. It's a big discussion in our association. Some people say that's where the money is, in agribusiness. So shouldn't we be working with them to do things properly? But that's a problem for me. I'm rather radical in that area. Other people are less radical in their view. For me, it's a problem because my view is that we are helping these children to free themselves from that, from this impression we have today that you can't do anything without agribusiness. You can't do anything without industrial seeds that Dan Barber mentioned. You can't do anything without the supermarket to go and buy your pizzas that are already cooked and your vegetables come from the other end of the other side of the world. It is possible if we learn once again how to farm and how to cook, and it costs less as well. But they have to understand that to be able to liberate themselves. We aren't working hand in hand with agribusiness. If I say to kids, get out of that system, I try to be coherent. So Camille, you are educating adults and children about taste. Laure Marduk, this is what you're doing too with Cap Veggie. Yes, absolutely. Teaching school canteen chefs how to make their meals plant-based, that is quite a challenge. Who gave you the taste for plant-based cooking? Was it school? Was Camille Labro there? No, she wasn't my teacher, no. The edible school didn't exist then. First of all, I'd like to say I'm very honored to be here, and this round table is very important to me. It tells us a lot about this summit. This summit of sustainable gastronomy doesn't only represent the high end of gastronomy, gastronomy in everyday life and for everybody, and collective catering. I'm from a working class family. My mother didn't like cooking. I wasn't taught to cook in my family, really. So I discovered it at school, and I remember I was at middle school in Greater Paris at Poissy, and there was a teacher at school who conveyed all of their know-how, her know-how, to teach us about French cooking. And that's what gave me a taste for eating and for cooking. So how do you change from go from the benches of Salzburg to the kitchen piano? Is it because it's an eminently political subject? Is that why you've taken an interest in it? Well, every subject is political. Alain Ducasse was saying this morning, around the table you create peace. This is what we want in society. Today, the kitchen is affected by everything in society, whether it's integration, inclusion. How do you go from Sciences Po and business school to the kitchen, and eating well? I've always had these two passions, which is eating and politics. I had to choose because in France, because of the way studies organized, it's easier to do further higher education, then cook, rather than start with cooking and then do higher education. So that's what I did. I did my higher education. When I left school, I decided to do the general studies, and then came back to my initial love, which was cooking. Then I became a restaurant owner, and then I realized that I had a lot of very talented cooks around me. And whenever I asked them to do a plant-based meal, they didn't know what to do. I've been vegetarian for 8 years, and I said to myself, this is unbelievable. They have talented chefs, and they should be able to do plant-based meals. This will enable the food transition to take place and to step up again in France. Collective catering represents 10 million meals a day in France. In other words, a massive and very effective lever for teaching children to eat better and differently. Yes, absolutely. When we look at the 4 or 3 billion meals a year, we need to see how we can change from this rather restricted circle between us here and a completely democratic approach. And collective catering has a huge impact. Since Cap Veggie started, a little more than 2 years ago, we've trained 600 chefs and their teams in plant-based catering. Was it difficult to introduce this kind of training to collective catering chefs, or did you come up against some resistance? We come up against some reluctance or people being rather puzzled. Of course, we have some chefs who are very committed and who are very enthusiastic and support us. And then we have other chefs who participate in the training because it's an obligation imposed on them by their company or by their institution that they work for. And then it's up to us to persuade them that it's important to do plant-based cooking and to get them to use their know-how. We've seen chefs. They know about the local area. They are very attached to it, but they don't see the point of doing plant-based cooking. What we try to say to them is there is a meaning, it's an ecological and nutritional reason for doing this. So use your talent for plant-based cooking. Vegetarian cooking doesn't mean you have to start all over again. We're not asking you to cook products from the other end of the earth and to combine them in any way at all. We want you to do good cooking, simple cooking, and to use our plant resources, which are absolutely extraordinary. What does it mean to you to hear ministers of state saying that meat-free menus reinforce inequalities or that meat is essential for children's good health? What does that mean to you? What is your reaction? Well, it means for me that policies have to be clear. The heading has been voted on. There's a law called the Egaline law, which means vegetarian menus are introduced in the school canteens, and there's a climate resilience law, which also reinforces this obligation to have an option for plant-based meals in the school canteens. In fact, people are lost. The people who go to the restaurants and the canteens, when they have several people saying different things to them, and there's a dissonance. This transition is very difficult to put in place. I don't know about the rest of you, but we're all a bit lost. We don't know what's going to happen. And in terms of this food transition, so the chefs have this mission. Okay, clearly we are going to make an effort to eat less meat. That's fine, but for others it's much more difficult. We want people to enjoy cooking, and they want chefs to continue enjoying their meal, their job. Except that chefs are very keen on keeping the animal proteins. Yes. there is a reality, which is that we have breeders and fishers and growers. A lot of their work is criticized. There's a need to promote what they do in the fields and on the sea. Everybody has to find something in common. This is what makes things difficult at the moment. We have to say that if you eat more vegetables, more plants, this makes meat more exceptional. It increases the value of meat because you eat less of it, so it becomes something exceptional.
Bœuf carotte, passons au carotte bœuf.
So instead of beef and carrots, now it's carrots and then beef.
Passons carottes pois chiches aussi.
Yes, or carrots and chickpeas as well. Carrots can be combined with lots of other proteins as well. About carrots and chickpeas, more than 200 local authorities have adopted a vegetarian menu, but according to Greenpeace, only 3% of people have access to a vegetarian option more than once a week. So that's not very many. What's holding us back? There's political courage. We're always keep coming back to that. There's also the fact that
la question de l'option et la question
the question of an
est-ce que j'impose
option, do I impose it on my guests?
Ces options-là. Elle est difficile
on the people who are eating. It's difficult for the chefs.
Moi, j'ai rencontré des chefs qui
I've met chefs who do 1,000 meals a day. They knew that they had 10 or 15 vegetarians in the group, and they did a fantastic meal, but they hid it. Because they don't see this as a discovery, as something, a way of offering a different option. They see they're a bit ashamed. Yes, they're a bit ashamed of it. We are in a culture which is very Judeo-Christian, of respecting others and putting lots of nice meat on the table. If you don't put the meat on the table, are you respecting people? There's also a cultural issue here. We have a fantastic plant resources. We have all kinds of wonderful vegetables, etc., and it should be an honor for people to be able to eat these vegetables and plants. We need to elevate pulses and vegetables and other things like that. You have to give them greater value. So what have you trying to do with veggie? Well, our objective is that in all of collective catering, from the nursery to the retirement homes, people need to have a choice about whether they want to eat meat or not at every meal. The point is to say, whenever possible, people should have that choice. And the proposition has to be a good quality, and to do that we train the chefs, we motivate them, and we also give them the other aspects around the meal. What do you call it? How do you present the dish so that it makes people want to eat it? It's a question of choice. I can eat vegetarian one day and meat another day. The word vegetarian is a question of identity. Are you a vegetarian or not? We have to stop saying that. We have to. You have to stop saying vegetarian or not vegetarian. You might want to have lasagna one day and then fish the next day. Instead of having this polarized debate about vegetarian or non-vegetarian, it's a question of enjoyment of food. That's the important thing. Do you envisage tomorrow's canteen as a place where people will learn and a place where people are being liberated? It's already the case for me. For me, tomorrow's chefs are already part of the teaching team. They're not recognized as such. There are schools that are pioneers where at the beginning of the year, the head of the cooking team is presented to the pupils just like the rest of the teaching staff. And some of the chefs I work with, they welcome all of the the children have just arrived in the school, so they can explore the canteen, understand how it works, and they understand the know-how and the cultural heritage of French gastronomy, thanks to this visiting the school canteen. So, and they, in that way, will see the important role the plants have to play. So you can educate the children, and you can train the school canteen chefs, but some local authorities are going even further. In Moi, Sartu, the mayor, has gone straight to market gardening
pour satisfaire les besoins de ses
to meet the
cantines.
needs of his canteens.
Racontez-moi ça, Gilles Perrol.
Can you tell us about that, Gilles Perrol?
C'est un des moyens d'atteindre nos objectifs.
Yes, it's one of the ways of achieving our objectives, having a 100% sustainable school canteen to meet what we're being asked to do. It's as local as possible, but we put the emphasis on organic rather than local, as was explained earlier. We use organic without spending any more because we reduced 80% of waste, and when we saw where the organic vegetables came from that we were buying, this is in 2008. It didn't have the variety of offer that you have now. We were buying the vegetables in South America. We thought this is unbelievable. But now, as Sartu, our city town is between Cannes and Grasse, we thought this is unbelievable. We have a fantastic land for market gardening, and there's no organic vegetables that are being grown. So we said we'll do it ourselves.
Effectivement, vous avez converti toute la restauration
So you
collective de
converted all of the collective catering in your town to organic. Might seem very simple to use short circuits.
Il a fallu dire non à un projet de lotissement.
So you had to do that. You had to cancel a planning project.
Et un atelier de surgélation.
And you had to preempt land, create an agricultural board, a vegetable factory, and a deep freezing workshop. This preempting is right as a local authority once you make a political decision. Preempting is quite simple. In 2007, at that time, we had a little bit more money. It would be more difficult now, I have to admit that. But the rest of it, we'd always had a vegetable factory. We'd always cooked raw vegetables, even when we weren't actually growing them ourselves. So the deep freezing workshop had to be put in place when we had a market gardening company producing the vegetables. It wasn't they were producing a lot of vegetables at certain times, so it wasn't possible to consume all of them, and so that's why we had to deep freeze our own vegetables. Previously, people used to put these in jars and conserve them using different methods. What are the main difficulties in implementing such a project? There aren't really any difficulties. We have shared our experience with 700 local authorities over the last 5 years. And what we say is that the most difficult thing is to make the decision. Why did Sartu decide to do that? Because we'd worked with a lot of scientists. We spoke this morning about this. When you listen to what scientists say, the knowledge of the elected representatives about the major challenges is the lack of knowledge that they have is the biggest barrier. Once you realize you don't have any choice. If you want to give children healthy food, there's no other solution. That's when we realized that we had to do it, and we did it step by step. And we changed our practice, and we are doing 100% organic without any extra cost. The advantage of collective catering is that 97% of the children in the schools eat at the canteen, so they have healthy food, which is an important thing for public health, and they educated in sustainable food as well. You said there's no extra cost. When you relocate agriculture, that is possible. You say it's simple, but it does have a cost. What is the cost price of a meal? The price is 8.33 euros. That's not very expensive. The average is 10 euros in France. So in fact, we are below the average. Why is that? It's because we don't buy 30% of the goods to throw them in the bin afterwards. We've reduced food waste. We've reduced food waste by 80% when we do a vegetarian menu that is grown by us, because if we buy industrial vegetable products, obviously they will be very expensive. But we don't do that. So we find the money elsewhere. And this is what we explain to the families as well. All the inhabitants in Sartu have changed the way they eat, and we've shown that high quality food is accessible to everybody, provided you start cooking, because if you buy a bunch of carrots and you do a pesto with the leaves and you do some chips with the remainder of the carrots, then you have 3 different meals. So it enables you to economize and to be able to cook very using absolutely everything in the home. That's right. So it's also a question of buying raw products as well, otherwise, and not buying processed products. These are harmful for the climate as well. This food conversion, what kind of autonomy does it give you today?
Our farm produces 96% of the veg without the potatoes. In Monsanto, we do not really grow potatoes. And if we produce potatoes without conserving produce, they won't be able to last for a year. So, food sovereignty is to find an organic product as close as possible, but then we cannot produce everything in Monsanto. We can't produce apples, for example, but we have to go to the higher Alps. And your farm is an incredible pedagogic tool. It is just extraordinary for the population, for the children, and for the elected officials. When the town itself becomes a farmer, and we, as Fabien said this morning, we realize that we're faced with the climate change and we have to adapt. And if all the politicians had a plot of land, well, maybe they would evolve more quickly at national level. This 6 hectares domain that we have with a big building, it has become the house of training for sustainable food. And the children have classes there, either for a whole week with their teachers, and they grow veg, they cook, they also visit other farms, they meet a beekeeper, etc. Or they go there once a month all along the school year because of seasonality, because it is extremely important to actually witness it. So it means that local authorities can really embark in on this path, whereas today it's just 3%. So in between it's 6% produced of organic food, compared to 20% that was the threshold that was put in the law to start with. I must say I do not understand. On top of it, today there is quite a crisis for organic food, so the national or local products should order more organic food to comply with the law and at the same time to strengthen public health and fight climate change, because as we know, at least 30% of the effects of climate change, the origin lies in food and farming. So it is possible. At the same time, we do not have any longer vegetable growers all around towns and cities as it used to be. So what should we do in order to go back to this sort of good sense of the older generations? It is true, we now have vertical farms on roofs. But I must say I do not believe in urban farming. We have not been able to have proper town and country planning around towns. The solution is not to grow plants within towns, but I believe in solidarity between urban and rural areas. In the Alpes-Maritimes, we have 1 million people that are most of them, 90% of them, on the shore line. And in Paris, if you have Paris and you have to go 250 kilometers to grow food, okay, but they should not expect the rural areas to just produce for them. You can have cultural exchange, economic exchange, so we need interterritorial solidarity. At the same time, we should have an evolution in law because so far we have a prohibition of preference for local products. So at the end of the month, we have a meeting in Brussels, and we try to take advantage of the Belgian presidency in the first semester of 2024 in the hope that Belgium will be in favor of a new law, and it would actually mean an equality with local collective catering that are allowed to have this preference, whereas the local authorities do not have this right, and they cannot express their preference in terms of local products. And the consequences as a producer is not going to answer anyway a call for tender, because it is an enormous amount of work. They have to commit for 3 to 5 years, whereas they can have a very bad crop the next year. So it means another organization, and we need to be able to have agreements with local producers for sustainable agriculture in a framework of 150 kilometers. And it is totally coherent with sustainable development, and it is not only a French debate. Corinne Beau, Elia, you work with local producers in order to comply with the EGalim law. So how does it take place concretely in the field? First of all, I'd like to say about collective catering. I started there 17 years ago, and I stayed there because it's just extraordinary. It is not very well known, and it has a rather poor image that comes from the past, but at the same time, it has an incredible impact and can change things. So I think we have to keep fighting in this field. So I started as a buyer, and I was able to see in 2006 what the situation was, and things have developed since, fortunately. But after the war in France, we were submitted to an agro-business model that destroyed the former model, and collective catering chose agribusiness, where they were able to buy transformed products with little nutrition value, but at a lower cost. And this how you came to a situation where you had central kitchens with no vegetable department, and they were just opening tins. So, as you say, we need a commitment and a collective commitment from the collective catering company, but at the same time, it has to change at the level of the administration itself. I'm very happy to be here today, because very often we only speak of all these through the regulatory or moralistic dimension without taking into account gastronomy and pleasure. And I think this is the main lever, that is to say, the awareness towards our children. I would love to have classes in cuisine at schools for my children. This is how we're going to have an influence on the public or private customers. We need to have a general and overall ecosystem, and this is how things will change. But collective catering has its role to play in this, yes. Collective catering and private companies as well have their own responsibilities because they have built an economic system that is based on buys and agreements with agribusiness. And this model doesn't hold anymore. It exists, but it is no longer viable. We can see what happens at the moment, and we must be able to change, to develop. And first of all, there is a regulatory pressure, which is a good thing, because this is how things have started to evolve, but it is not enough. And I think that the entry point for this momentum to go on is to be able to measure and assess what happens. And if you think of climate change and carbon print, for us, it is very clear. 30% of the carbon print is linked to the type of proteins. And there I agree with what has been said. So we have to go from a model where 80% of the protein came from meat and to really reverse the trend. You have a tool of geo-targeting in order to know the organic producers in an area of 200 kilometers. Well, we have a registry with all our partners, and we can report to our customers on the origin of the products they buy. So the impact is at society level. We have an environmental and climate impact linked once again to the choice of proteins. Then the choice of producers, the local dimension are important, but it has less impact on the carbon print. But you have to know that we also feed children of producers in our schools. So if you establish the link with all these elements and the role we have to play in these areas, and the Egalim law is the first point, but beyond this, we have a role to play to create links between local producers and chefs in restaurants. You have prohibited some products at Elior. Which products? It is a project in order to reduce additives, and we have a list of ingredients that are prohibited and no longer belong to our recipes. These ingredients are linked to industrial products and transformed products. And if you think of the environmental impact, but also the societal impact, you have to work with local and seasonal products and train our chefs and value and respect the products. So it means training, education. We talked about the education of children earlier on, but the education of chefs is also vital. So in school canteens, what are your strategies to favor good practices? We have various strategies. The first one is to measure or to assess impact. For example, the measurement of what is thrown away, and we can share this information with our clients, because if we do not have these measurements, it is very difficult to make things change. And then we have programs that are called Young Responsible Shoots, and
c'est une collaboration.
It is a collaboration tool.
Que si notre donneur d'ordre, si notre client et si l'équipe enseignante.
It means that the client and the school teachers are on board, and when the project is validated, it means that we know, first of all, where we are as far as weight is concerned, but then we have pedagogy with cooking workshops to explain why meat has such a weight in carbon print, why we should eat differently. You also have search for waste. We have 10 different types of workshops that are very different. Sometimes outdoor games, sometimes it can be cooking workshops or pedagogic workshop. I think it's very close to what you do at the Edible Schoolyard. I think with children we have to rely on games and play. It's one tool, and a single initiative is not enough anyway. And do you help farmers to go to organic agriculture? No, this is not one of our initiatives, but we work on the various supply chains, and we collaborate with producers so that they are aware of our needs. They can anticipate on crops according to the possible order. We represent 1 million meals a day with quite a strong impact in some regions. Today we need a lot of pulses because we're changing feeding patterns. We prefer these pulses to be French. And for example, for chickpeas, we import most of them. So we would we'd rather have them local. And what is the share of organic food? It is about 8%. But I cover all the markets from kindergarten to the elderly, so it is much higher for school catering because there is a new regulation, but unfortunately because of inflation. So yeah, what is the impact of inflation? Of course it has quite an impact, and many of our customers have gone back because they say they can't afford it anymore.
Gilles Perrol, je vous vois réagir sur la part de bio.
I see that you react on this question of the share of organic food.
Oui, je veux bien réagir.
Yes, yes.
J'ai une vision assez nationale, parce que je suis aussi le référent restauration scolaire de l'Association des maires de France.
Also responsible for school canteens at the Association of Mayors in France. And I think we should have more cooperation with companies. If you work on food waste, obviously it has an impact on finances, and it could come back with an increase of quality, and you can go beyond the objectives that have been fixed. I'm not saying that you're here to lose money. Obviously, you're a company, but if you have a voluntary approach on protein diversification, for example, and we saved money in Monsanto this way, and we reinvested on organic food, and this is how we we worked. Obviously, I share your point of view, but there are two things here. First of all, the margins for collective catering are very, very narrow. You were talking of €8, but our price is around €5. We can come back on this because we're not talking about the same thing. But there is very often a dichotomy between what we would like to do and the possibilities. But the question of food waste, we work a lot on this topic. And again, it's a work in common with the administrations. We have to know the number of meals that we have to deliver. Today, parents are able to just say the same morning, if their children are going to be at the canteen or not. But the meals have already been prepared. There is no magic rod, and it's just through a collective will that it will happen. And how do you manage and eliminate waste? Today we have partnerships with food bank in all of our kitchens to give meals when they've been produced in order to avoid throwing them away. It is a solution, but the objective is to reduce waste upstream in order to really develop the model we want. What about the Nutri-Score? What is the impact of this score? It's difficult to know. We also deployed the carbon score that has already been put into place in collective catering. For Nutri-Score, I would say it's very difficult to know the impact. Because for primary school, they have one single meal. They do not necessarily have a choice. So it's part of food training. Then later, high school, we should maybe associate Nutri-Score with cooking lessons and the comprehension of the whole of the food system. Well, this score plays a role, or this label plays a role in schools, just as with the general public, but it is not enough. I have a question from the students of the Ducas School. What tools could be put into place face to the addictions to sugar and fat in children? The real measures that would have a real effect. And I have 3 children, and I saw how they grew up and in how far education changes things. If you have them discover real veg or real fish to explain the seasons, the cycles, I think it is the best way to have things change. You have to understand what you're eating. You have to also understand the effort that lies behind it. The person who produced it in order to respect the product and nature. It's also respect for one's own body through food, respect for nature, but also respect for the cook who made efforts to produce your meal.
C'est une question vraiment importante parce qu'avec
It
tout,
is a very
le mal qu'on se donne à l'école
important
domestique à faire aimer les légumes
questions because we at the edible schools we really make a lot of efforts for children to like veg. But obviously, if we give them the choice between a carrot and the sweet, we know what they will choose. So first of all, you have to offer quite a variety of things so that, of course, fat and sugar remain. And I think it would be stupid to try to eradicate this pleasure in children. But as it was said earlier on, things can be eaten just from time to time. And instead of crisps, you can have a slice of veg with an education to taste, and I think we have to propose a variety of possibility in taste, because today the problem is there is little choice.
Évidemment, toutes les diversités de légumes qui sont aussi réduites.
Especially for vegetables. And I'd like to add something
sur le gaspillage aussi.
About waste.
C'est un truc crucial. Il faut
is essential.
réduire le gaspillage.
We have to reduce
c'est super de pouvoir
waste.
Donner à des banques alimentaires.
It is a good thing to give meals to food banks, but it is not enough. And what is essential is to reduce and reduce again what is thrown away. Even what is put onto compost. And what has been done in Montsartou is an example, because their economy is based on reducing waste. I've seen a canteen with a chef in a school that really does his best to feed the children. Half of the meals were thrown away. But it's just because it was not good. And nobody wondered why the children didn't eat more. Well, just because it was uneatable. Even it was cooked on the spot with raw products, but then what is lacking is the training of the cook.
On s'en rend compte, on est tous là, on parle de différents bouts de la chaîne.
We talk from various perspectives, but everybody has to be trained. The children have to be taught how to rediscover these tastes. Then the cooks have to be trained and give taste to leeks or chickpeas or other plants
et plein de bonnes choses.
That are very nutritious. And then, as I said, the teachers have to be trained. The animators also. You were talking about the staff work in canteens, and I've seen scenes where the children were not even encouraged to taste. And if the child would say, well, I don't like it, but of course I would tell the child, how can you say you don't like it since you haven't tasted? And we'll see later on. But we have to train the staff. And very few people are, and actually they're not trained. And the ones who have the good reaction is because of their own personal choice. And Pierre-Yves Romarin does this extremely well in a high school near Pau. And in his school, the whole educational circuit around children is present. He can choose his products himself
du niveau de l'offre des marchés de...
Because it is a very small school, and he can order his products, and then he goes into the classroom, he discusses with children and teachers. Well, this week we can have this and that. What would you like? The children give their answer, and then he says, well, but this we can't have because we won't have enough. And he's very good at it. He's an excellent cook. And he started with your competitor that we're not going to cite. So his objective is to give taste. And when the children come to the canteen, they enjoy it, not only because it's good, because they understand what they have in their plates, they know about the whole circuit, and this link between all the stakeholders, the children, the consumer, the guest, as you say, is essential. And I can tell you that in his canteen, just about nothing is thrown away. So here we have to reflect on this. I'd like to add something. There is a level of education that is essential. It is at the level of administration, because so far we have just to answer specifications where you have contradictions, and we asked to have 8 types of starters or main dishes for a business restaurant. So how can we rationalize our work? We have to restrict this number of possibilities. What we're saying today is essential because we're talking about the children and they will learn for life. But then, at the same time, we are in an emergency, and for Elior, our business is 50% for company restaurants, and we have specifications that have been the same for 15 years, and do not have a clue compared to what is at stake today. So we have to teach administrations and not only cooks.
Je pense que, en fait, ça fait boule de neige. C'est-à-dire que parfois,
yes, it's a snowball effect.
On voit des élus, on voit des équipes.
We see elected representatives and teams who want to do that, and they say, yes, but can our chefs do that? Now, we've trained chefs in the middle school in Saint-Saint-Denis, and the president of the département 2 weeks ago made a commitment to have a daily vegetarian option starting from 2025. So we're supporting the Nouvelle-Aquitaine region. They're again seeing how they can increase the frequency and of vegetarian meals and the quality of the plate of the dishes. So it's a dialogue. Sometimes the elected representatives are worried that the local people won't follow their example, and people say, I want to do that, but what is the right rhythm? There's a scientific time, there's a political time, and there's agricultural time, which isn't the same at all. And there's the administrative time and the training time and the time taken to increase the team's skills. Everybody has to participate in this approach of food transition. It's urgent. I think you should be a politician. I'd vote for you. She's good. She's very good.
Il faut revenir à la politique.
You should go back to politics, I think. Definitely.
Oui.
Bien sûr, vous avez fait école.
She's following your example, says Alain Ducasse.
On partage, je vous l'ai dit tout à l'heure, avec
I was saying earlier,
en France, en Europe.
We have also created a university diploma with the university in Nice. We've involved 700 local authorities over the last few years. We'll launch an impact study to see what impact these campaigns have had. We have 85 local authodities doing this, using this kind of approach now in France, which is quite something. Maybe it's not enough, but just like to explain why I reacted to the price. I think when you compare the price of selling a meal to a local authority, which afterwards is going to read it and serve it. I'm talking about a complete price with the service, the washing of the dishes, etc. It includes everything. So it was just to, there's no polemic here. We weren't talking about a figure for the same thing. Are there any questions from the audience? Make the most of this moment. It's yours. Hello?
Bonjour.
Hello?
Merci déjà.
Thank you, first of all, to all the speakers, because it's very inspiring, and I'd like to share with you the experience that I have, apart from gastronomy catering over the last 4 years with my son. We've decided to provide food for the local canteen in the village, and we enjoy it very much. Maybe I should. We obviously agree with everything we've heard today concerning the School for Taste, which is in the plans, but it's difficult for the teachers to work on teaching workshops, cooking workshops, and other things as well. So they have to talk about the presentation of the vegetables. I go into the little local school every week. We also are history teachers and geography teachers, as well as talking about food at the same time. So they find that very interesting. Then we have to talk more about the canteen. We have the people we've forgotten about a bit, which is the people working in the canteen, the people who are serving the children, not the chefs, but this is the case in retirement homes as well, because the people serving the food play a key role as well. You have to. They are the people who are conveying the message. In my small school, the local staff serving the children know the children, and then we have to talk about waste, because these serving staff, they know the children, they know what they want to eat, and they participated very much in the project we've organized. You're being very modest, Regis Margot. You haven't told us. You have a Michelin-starred restaurant. I have 3 Michelin stars in my restaurant in a small village. We have 120 people working for us with a lot of activities, bakery and etc. 100 people altogether. Because I think it's an important example. When I was listening to Laure earlier, I was very interested in all of these collective catering chefs. All they go to the hotel school or the catering school. They go do their training, and some of them arrive in the local authority. They have a conventional kind of training. Alain was talking about this morning. Despite all of our requests, we're talking about cooking books with the carbohydrates and the desserts as well. There's a lot of work that needs to be done ourselves. I worked a lot on this subject. I'm not saying we're in complete control, but when you want to put in a vegetarian dish in a restaurant, it can be difficult. There's a very important role of pulses also. We are promoting and pushing the national education authorities to do more, but it's up to all of us to pressure them so that we can have cooking manuals where you have vegetarian dishes are included in the training itself. That's where one point I wanted to make. The other point is that the collective catering cooks. Often I am very surprised when my colleagues, when I speak to them, they come to my restaurant, they say, I'm a cook at a local school, and they say, it's not the same level as you. They tend to criticize themselves, and I say to them, not at all. You are giving food, you're preparing food for children. It's a very noble profession that you have. I say to them, and we are in the process of going to open this first collective catering school that will be opened in Nouvelle-Aquitaine. It won't only be for collective catering chefs, it will also be for the people who are buying the products as well. It's very important. the purchasing and sourcing of the products is very important, and so it will be for them and also for the serving staff. So I don't have the solutions necessarily, but maybe some beginnings of some solutions. I think we have a lot of collective work to do together. We know perfectly well that the school is important. It's like foreign languages. From 2 to 12 years old, that's when people develop their taste, and that's when they develop the social skills as well. And the two are very much combined very often. What happens when the children eat? They speak. They help each other. I've seen a lot of children over the last 3 years who weren't eating very many vegetables. And then they started eating them because their colleagues, their friends, etc., encouraged them to eat vegetables. So I'd just like to say how happy I am to be able to participate during the COVID in giving the local children some school dinners thanks to my restaurant.
Une autre question, une autre intervention?
Another question or comment?
Bonjour, Mathieu Marlet.
Hello, I'm from the Hotel Negresco. I'm in charge of sustainable development purchasing. Wouldn't it be useful to give training to influencers to help encourage people to eat well? And also I'm thinking of the promotion of the superfoods, which is done on the social networks such as Avocado Bay, which have a big impact on certain in the environment, and perhaps there should be something to do. It's different to introduce legislation on a social network, but perhaps because these social networks have a lot of impact on children. Concerning your final proposal to say we need to educate the influencers, I won't waste my time doing that, but I think educating children to understand these messages and to take a step away from these messages and stop using the telephones, that's a huge subject. It's like food education. It's a question of analyzing the information you receive, etc. It's a question of education, in fact. For me, that would be the answer. Sometimes we have requests. It's also a question of leaving people room. The influencers often contact us and we say to them, come to the training with us. Come and do a report on what we do. And also, we want to also work with the influencers and give them more weight and more visibility to the serving staff as well, and so that they can fully understand these subjects. We've thought a lot about awareness raising. There are local authorities where the chef says you should set up a TikTok channel. How do we get these different worlds to meet? That's the question, because we are going to need this in order to convey our messages to the youngest people. I think we should have you two should do a TikTok channel. There's one thing we haven't mentioned, which I think is important, reacting to what Régis was saying. There are similarities in the canteens. We have one kitchen in each school. So the presence of the cook who sees the children eating, and the children see the cook who's cooked the food, and it's possible to cook food at the last minute to have tastes and textures which won't go through a cold or hot chain. They won't be refrigerated. Most of the local authorities use the resources they have. In Marseille, there is 50,000 meals produced in one centralized kitchen. We think it's the right model to have this centralized system, and I know there are cities that have a kitchen in each school thinking maybe a centralized kitchen would be better. This is an important subject. Often the kitchens in the schools, whenever they're in the schools, in Marseille, there are 50,000 meals. In Milan, they've changed from one centralized kitchen to 24 different kitchens for the similar number of meals. This means you bring the cooks closer to the children, and it also means the cooking time is brought closer to the consumption time. This means you have less use of plastic as well. As Alain Ducasse mentioned, this plastic has to disappear, but it's very difficult with these centralized production systems.
Une question encore. Quelqu'un
Another question? Somebody wants to put you on the grill. Feli Musel, teacher and researcher in marketing and consumer behaviors. This question is for Camille. I have a question about how do you take account of the different ethnic groups and cultures of the people you're working with? We know that food is a very cultural thing. It has a lot of emotional aspects, and it links us to our cultural background, especially for people who are living a long way away from their country of origin. How do you deal with that? How do you propose vegetables which aren't necessarily part of the original culture of these people? Is this an anthropological question? Yes, absolutely.
Mais tout d'abord, juste sur le légume.
First of all, concerning the vegetables, there's nothing that makes people agree more than a vegetable. If you get rid of all of the meat-based products, you have a lot less issues in culture.
Voilà, dans les ateliers. Et ensuite, en fait, notre parcours de base. On a différents ateliers. Si ça vous intéresse, il y a les programmes un peu plus détaillés sur notre site.
Education journey. There are many of these. The basic education journey. We're really talking about discovering what you have right in front of you. So organic vegetables, but as close as possible to you. When you have a market gardener who is 50 kilometers from the school or 10 kilometers from the school, we'll choose the one who's closer. It has to be organic and of good quality, high quality, of course. Let's imagine that tomorrow we might be able to organize workshops in the Reunion Island or Guadeloupe. We'd do the same thing with the local fruits and vegetables.
Les enfants qui sont ici.
I think that the children who are here, if they're even if they have a different culture, they have to get used to eating what is here, rather than trying to find something that is from their country of origin. And when they're at home, of course, they'll probably eat recipes from their country of origin. But at school, we can also teach them. The school is the last bastion of democracy, in a way. This is where they will be taught about these aspects of sharing
sur place à ce moment-là.
Whatever is in front of them. That having been said,
ça nous tient très à cœur
d'infuser
en fait les cultures,
keen
la diversité des
to
cultures
diffuse the variety of cultures into our cooking as well, and our workshops. We have a workshop called Recipes from Over There, where we have chefs who are former refugees, people from the Refugee Food Association who come and tell their story through a recipe from their country of origin. So then you talk about the history of different civilizations, and we also invite parents to talk about their recipe of their country of origin as well. So all of this is diffused and disseminated. But I think when talking about education of taste and teaching people how a vegetable grows and explaining what a vegetable is and learning how to taste it, this is common to everybody, all children.
Merci, je suis la maîtresse du temps.
Thank you. I am the mistress of time. I can't hear what Mr. Ducasse is saying without a microphone. Sorry.
Bonjour. Pour avoir moi-même audité,
I have myself audited school catering through one of my companies called Ducasse Conseil, who provides consultancy. We worked on only about 5% of the collective catering problems. If you combine everything that we are all dreaming of, because the mammoth, which is the National Education Authority, is something that will need a huge effort just to get it to move 5 centimeters. And if we start today, it'll take years for us to be in the utopia we want to achieve. I'm more worried. I'm quite more reassured than I was this morning. I'm more worried about what we're dreaming about, because this dream, for it to become a reality, is going to take a huge effort. but it's much more difficult than you think. Don't want to be pessimistic. I'm being realistic. Thank you.
On se retrouve dans une vingtaine de minutes pour
We'll let you take a break now. We'll be back in 20 minutes to think together about the future of gastronomy, a very interesting and beautiful subject.
Avant de nous quitter, merci de prendre place. Alain Ducasse, vous êtes un élève dissipé. Venez vous asseoir. Oui, vous riez, mais je vous ai à l'œil. Hein.
Alain Ducasse, can you come please and sit down? You're being a very naughty boy. Before saying goodbye, it was inconceivable not to ask ourselves about the future of gastronomy. Who better to talk about it than Audrey Beaulot, founder of Hectare in Lévis-Sanon.
Manon Dugré, coordinatrice de la chaire ANCA à AgroParisTech.
Manon Dugré, coordinator of the Anchor Chair at AgroParisTech.
Romain Gut, étudiant à l'école culinaire
Romain
Ducasse.
Gut, student at the Ducasse Culinary School in Paris.
Et Lisa Lostis, étudiant à
And
l'école
Lisa
culinaire
Lostis,
Ferrandi de Paris.
student at the Ferrandi Culinary School in Paris.
Merci de nous rejoindre.
Thank you
Vous n'êtes pas
for
trop,
joining us.
Anxieux l'un et
I
l'autre.
hope you're not too anxious,
Pas
you
du
two.
tout, c'est très bien.
Okay, great.
Alors, comment apprendre à
The
vivre
big
sur son
question is how we
territoire sans
can
l'épuiser?
learn
C'est
to
la
live off the
grande
land
question.
without exhausting it.
Audrey
Audrey Bourrolo, you left the Élysée Palace to put on your boats in the Valley de Chevreuse and imagine the farm of the future, Hectare. There are cows, crops, coders and startups. In 2 words, you have married the tractor to the computer. Thank you for that presentation. It's true that I'm now walking the talk, and we have 160,000 farms that have to be taken over in the next 3 years. A third of French farms are going to be closing down in the next 3 years. Either we're going to have consolidation or we're going to have transmission from between the families. So, what I'm interested in is to train company managers who don't have training in agricultural affairs, and when put all of this in a price structure to paying for the land, get remuneration and a good quality of life. The cost structures we're talking about today are highly disrupted, and we have to have an approach of farm to the fork. We have to train these entrepreneurs. This has to be done with respect for the soil. Half of the area of France is agricultural land where the soil is deteriorated. The good news is that we know how to deal with this problem. We have to create more added value in our farms. This will require diversification of crops to process products on the farm, also to do ecotourism as well. So the farmers are going to be entrepreneurs and business leaders. It's always difficult to present this. If you say that I'm a farmer or then the image you have as a result of that is very different. We haven't really found the right word. We did a campaign of the entrepreneurs for the living world. I'm a business manager, really. So 22% of farmers live below the poverty line, according to INSEE figures in France. How can we attract young people to such a depressed profession? It's always a question of value creation. At Hectare, we use these business models. You either have very high diversification on the future of gastronomy. You have to have more plants with more pulses. The challenge is not in the fields. If I'm a farmer, if I'm being asked to plant a sarrasin, that's fine. But 85% of our sarrasin is imported. The problem is we have the tools to do it, but we don't have the tools to process it. We need to have storage, we need to carry out sorting. Why am I talking about these buckwheat cereals? Because we are lucky to talk about plants today and plant-based food. For pulses, we have one challenge is when we talk about footprints, we have 13 million hectares in France which are concerned by cereals. So we have to deal with that if we want to switch over to have an agriculture with less impact. That's something that's not in the fields. It's on the value chain. Who is going to collect the grain? How is it going to be sorted? What are going to be the processing tools? That can't be all done by the farmer. So if we have this approach of the farm to the fork, and we also remunerate the farmer for their good practice, we have a carbon economy now, and we work at hectare on environmental credits. I'm at the head of this site. There's 300 hectares of agricultural land. We are able to change the practices through the carbon and the biodiversity we've been able to implement through changing our practices. We should be recognized as environmental practices. I forgot Christophe Joublin, the delegate director of professional and vocational training at the Institute. I do apologize. It's the end of the day. And I haven't drunk anything. I'm perfectly sober, but I completely forgot you. I'm sorry about that. So with hectare, you're also seeking to show that it's possible to work the land without destroying it or killing yourself in the process and still earn a living. That's what we call the regenerative agricultural movement. The aim is that if I use my terminology as a farmer, I don't know of a single business leader who doesn't want to keep their assets. And my asset, if I'm a farmer, is the soil. If you buy a flat, you have an evaluation of the flat. But if you're buying land, you don't have any evaluation of the quality of the soil. Maybe in the future, you should be able to set a value on the asset because you've looked after it and you've been using good practices. This means that you have to have a diversification of activities. So once again, I'm not worried about our capacity to create value, perhaps after 2 years on this project. This is a subject we haven't worked on. If I'm continuing to talk about value creation, we're going to have to arbitrate about the use of our land, which they might be used for food, also for energy, and also for other models that are much more effective in financial terms. So if we look at farmers who want to feed as many people as possible, we have to bring value back to the food products. Otherwise, tomorrow, we can see that there are crops for energy use, which will have a greater financial value. We will have a capacity to reconcile at hectare. We have a great partnership with Christian Dior for cosmetics. We have we planted flowers in the middle of the field, and this increases the value and biodiversity in the middle of the field of wheat. So we need to diversify and hybridize our production, and also we have to be able to sell. So the whole business is becoming much more complex, and we're going to use the tools that we have available, such as digital tools. You're answering all the questions at the same time, so it's a little bit complicated, but never mind. So you're talking about technological process. You're talking about value, given that 20% of the soil in France is dead, asphyxiated by pesticides and ploughing, and it would take 100 years to regenerate it. How do you create this value on soils that are already dead? How do you resuscitate them? Well, this agriculture of the future. The aim is to reduce ploughing with an extractive approach. The aim is to have plant cover of the soil. This has a cost, and we've calculated it. The subject is what is going to be how much are we going to remunerate it? This is not regulated at the moment, and today all of the companies outside the agricultural sector have to compensate for the carbon emissions. This is great news for us as farmers. We can sell our carbon, except that today it is not being given a value, the production cost. Earlier, I was saying what is regenerative agriculture. Previously, when you were sowing wheat, you knew that historically you would plough the land, you degraded the soil, and today when you cover the soil, and this means you're able to destroy this coverage like a big lawnmower, and you're able to do it semi-direct. You're able to do it with direct sowing. So this stores more carbon. It's much better for global warming and to achieve carbon neutrality and to combat climate change. I've done the calculations. I can't make a carbon in France for less than 60 euros. Without inputs, it's 100 euros a ton. Today, the ton is being bought at 30 euros, and you can even bought it for 7 or 8 euros in Brazil. So if we don't have a commitment by all of the actors and businesses to buy carbon at its actual fair price, we won't be able to introduce these practices. So we have a pivoting point where today we are lucky because we have this great movement of reducing carbon, and all of the companies are becoming interested in agriculture. When you're a company, you measure your carbon impact throughout your value chain. In all of the agribusiness companies, that 70 or 80% of the footprint is in the farms. So they have to define the remuneration. We can do it technically, but we need to define what is the price and what is the value we're going to give to the farmers. Concerning the knowledge, what specific skills do these new farmers acquire at the end of their course at Hectare? I wanted to talk about the economic and social side. Hectare is not an agronomic school or agricultural engineering school. We have lots of schools that do that already. So I wanted to build these building blocks of values. 50% of our honey is imported from China. We have 100 square meters that is covered with 100 hives. And we're able to produce regenerative organic honey that is perfectly viable. And so we can then transfer this to our sources. So I'm comparing this to agricultural business school. We've tested it in real life. This is what I'm interested in. And especially we have a lack of data about the working time. I come from this environment. My parents were both farmers. When talking about ploughing and the times taken and we're not going to attract young people if we don't promise them a good life-work balance. That's what we do at Hectare, is combining social and economic aspects. But it's completely against what people learn in agricultural engineering schools. You emphasize the environmental aspects, the need for a food transition and sustainable development. Yes, I think it's complementary. What I'm trying to do at different levels is to be useful and complementary. These structure costs have to be defined, and we don't have enough social and economic data. The practices and techniques are very well documented. We need to see how we can go along this path together. So we have territorially based approaches, and this means we will be able to take action together with conviction and humility. We have 100 young people joining Hectare with a lot of different social backgrounds. I'd underestimated the demand. There's a lack of knowledge about agriculture and the relationship with time. By 2050, it'll be very difficult to harvest, so the risk I take in my practices has to be protected. We have a partnership with the Ducasse School. We are part of their in-service training, so young chefs come to see what plant cover looks like. So we have all these different impact points, these little stones along a long path of transition. This is what I try to participate in. I'd like to come back to the fact that you have to stop working in silos. As you've seen in everything I've said, the solutions will be in the hybridized model and diversification. I don't think I'm really a business leader and a farmer, although people who know me know that I manage a herd and I'm involved in breeding activities and with my animals. And it's difficult to imagine what might be like to be a farmer. You said you wanted to make the profession of farmer to be noble once more and for people to be proud of being a farmer. Yes, I work a lot on the idea of role models. We work on entrepreneurship. I'm accompanying 20 women on the female entrepreneurship. I've participated in lots of workshops on governance. We don't have the models. We haven't been able to do what Gastronomy has done. We don't have our top 50 of world farmers. I don't have enough references, and gastronomy has inspired young people. We're not able to do this with growers, and we don't have enough signatures of market gardeners and growers working with restaurants. They have an important role to play. We don't see enough of them. They do that with gastronomy. As Alain Ducasse said, we need to have more emerging figures. We need to have these role models, and especially with women. We only have 9% of women are in governance. Only 9% of women are involved. You're talking about technology. Is it your ambition to become the epicenter of modern agriculture? There's a big divide between the tech and the environment. For me, it's not a question of replacing a farmer with technology. The idea is to support the farmer. Everybody imagines robots and drones. What I'm imagining is social innovation. Here, I know that we've developed tools with coders. I know we have tools for milking cows, and I know that where the yogurt is, thanks to these digital tools as well. There's no market where a farmer can use this kind of tool. There's a lot of mental burden for farmers. They have a lot of things to deal with. There are a lot of innovations that are required on very simple things. I know that because I've made mistakes myself in the social innovation. I thought everybody had more or less the same capacity to absorb information. When you're looking for employees, you have to work in the same way as a restaurant. You have to develop your employer brand. We use tools that have been developed in industry called lean management, which is visual management. We identified the working time and the tasks, and we removed a lot of stress in our teams because I thought we could give oral instructions, but that doesn't work any longer, and we can be inspired by what has been done in cooking. There are a lot of processes that in milking parlor you had farmers in tears because they could see everything was connected. But they said, Audrey, we had hundreds of phone calls. We had to make hundreds of phone calls. And in industry, nobody thought of actually describing a process which is actually relatively simple. So it's important to try to reduce the mental burden of farmers. What would you like to say to farmers who can't make ends meet and can't afford to invest in agroecology? For me, this is something wasn't simple to tackle because to find entrepreneurs or people who want to take over a farm, it's difficult to change practice over a period of 5 or 6 years. When you are working with newcomers, it's like a blank page, so it's easier. I try to talk about regenerative farming as being a way of increasing the value of their activities. I try to talk about agroforestry projects and to try to get them to imagine what's going to be the next stage. It's not easy. You have your house and the place where you live and the place where you work is the same place. I don't think we have enough support for all of the people selling farms at the level of legislation. More work should be done to support people selling farms where there's a family aspect and their house living place is actually where the farm is as well. Okay, thank you very much. From the earth to the plate, there's a lot of support in the air for biodiversity, living organisms, and a certain idea of agriculture. Madame Ducret, you're in charge of the Anchor Chair, which stands for Food, Nutrition, Food Behavior, Eating Behavior. What is its mission?
It is a project of Agrotech Paris. Depends on its foundation, and the aim is to raise awareness to healthy and sustainable food. In order to do so, we have training programs for professionals and the general public in order to make them aware of how to proceed with this complex subject of food so that it becomes comprehensible by everybody and also quite enjoyable. It's a kind of soft think tank to monitor the food habits of the generation between 18 and 35-year-old, so that they have more sustainable habits. Yes, we target science, and we think it's extremely important to be close to science in this subject. We talked a lot of all the various tools that we can use. I think it is essential to keep close to science, to have this critical mind, to develop this critical outlook of the consumers. And we have studies by INRAE that show that if we become flexitarians, we can reduce by 30 to 40% our carbon print. So here we're all convinced, but I think we still have a lot to do to bring the message across. And then when we speak of plants, obviously Coke or crisps are plant-based, but it's not really what we aim at. So we try to establish bridges between scientists and our physiology lab at Agrotech and the consumers that have difficulties to have access to accurate information. Consumers do not know where to find such information. And if we look at the food habits recommendation, the general public follows the official public recommendations, but only 4 countries in 2020 that recommended sustainable practices in food habits. France has become a member now. And it takes quite a long time to have a scientific consensus, and in order to give trustworthy scientific recommendation. In order to reach most people, what kind of support do you use? The digital tools are useful in order to help the people who don't know where to start. Well, obviously, we knew that we could not target the whole of the population, so we decided to focus on the millennials, the 18-35-year-old. So we use digital tools to communicate with this generation. And as it has been said, the social networks can be helped, but they also circulate fake news. So we have to give credibility through pedagogic messages that are validated scientifically. So how do you deal with fake news? Well, what we do is to try to give visibility to real news. And when we have awareness-raising campaigns, we have to confront wrong messages given by influencers, messages that can sometimes be extremely unhealthy. So this is the theme of our program, I Eat for the Future. You worked with Valérie Delmotte from the GIEC, and this book is going to be published, I Eat for the Future. It is the adaptation of our program on Instagram in 2021. It will be published next Thursday. So it is really on the agenda. And you have a chapter here, there that says, "Meat, it's over." I think it is important to be even provocative But it is not really a debate here in this assembly, but it is a complex subject. We are in favor of more vegetable food in order to preserve biodiversity, to reduce the carbon print of food, but we try to have new hands. We think that we bring the message of consume less and better. And for example, beef have a five-fold impact compared to poultry. Of course, people can keep eating beef, but maybe once in a while, like in the 50s, for example. So today, we do not realize what we eat, and the consciousness of how food is produced is very low. And agribusiness has put like a black box on our food, and the consumers does not know what he has on his plate, how the food has been produced. And for meat, it's even more pregnant. And between 1950 and the year 2000, the consumption of meat has been multiplied by 5, whereas the population has doubled. And we know that 0.5% of methane emissions are due to cattle. And then when emerging countries become wealthier, they follow the same path. Well, and obviously we can't blame them for that, but here we have already overconsumption. So for the young people between 18 and 35-year-old, how do you take into account the problems or constraints of lack of time, lack of awareness, lack of knowledge? We try to integrate them in our programs. Instagram enables us to have this proximity with this generation. And when we develop a program, they are integrated from the design. We have design workshops, and in the program I Eat for the Future, we gathered people in order to reflect on the message. I was able to study sociology of food in the master at university, and I'm very interested in this topic, and I think the conclusions are valid for most of the population. People have the impression that to have sustainable food, it means you have to cook for 2 hours every day, to shop in 4 different places every day. So you can counter such a hypothesis. Sustainable food is a complex subject. Even when you speak of nutrition, we know that the effect are felt years after you've consumed your food. So the effects are not very visible. Everybody eats 3 times a day. We shop every week. How can we really get on board these people with a concrete help on a daily basis? And in our book, we follow a young woman called Sasha, who takes the time to have a study and see what she should eat. So you have a theoretical part on the scientific aspect, And then you have the concrete measures with new models or eating habits with quick recipes. For example, I was with Régis Martin, the chef, to show that it's not very complicated to cook pulses and have a few tricks that everybody can use.
Diplômé de l'école Ferrandi, donc c'est assez simple pour vous, malgré.
For you, since you've worked or you studied at the Ferrandi school, it might be easier to understand all this. But yes, I studied at the Ferrandi school last year, and so I work part-time on this study and part-time in a restaurant in order to learn how to cook with more plans. And I think chefs have a lot to teach to the general population. I hope really that all this knowledge can be democratized. Here you have two students from the Ducasse school and the Ferrandi school. So you've been here all day. Have you learned something? Have you been surprised?
Beaucoup de questions. Appris beaucoup de choses, oui.
Yes, I learned a lot.
Retenu encore plus l'éducation dispensée dans l'état de Monsieur Ducasse.
In memory even more because in Mr. Ducasse's school we already integrate many of the aspects like the respect for the living, but it is also the soil, not only animals. So all the various topics that have been mentioned today, we really study all these topics, and it's very good to see that this knowledge is shared by fishermen, producers, breeders, and the future chefs. Romain, you are in a process of professional change. What was the triggering factor? Well, I first work in fast foods, and then I worked in management monitoring in a big group in Strasbourg. And then I had a first insight of gastronomy with chefs that were already working with short circuits. They worked on the 80-20%, where the surrounding food is more important than animal protein. And I realized that I really enjoyed it. And after a few research on the internet, I realized that the Ducasse school was really what corresponded to my design. And our teachers are former chefs from the Ducasse group. So today, with climate change, you expect from the school to learn something else than just cooking. Well, we have to work in the kitchen, first of all, but we're not taught just a recipe of how to be able to make a mayonnaise. But what is going to be explained is where the eggs come from, and that everything should be used fruitfully. And Mr. Ducasse's school conveys all these messages on top of having us work in the kitchen quite hard. You are a student at the Ferrandi school. Was it obvious for you to embark on sustainable gastronomy, or was there a moment where you became aware? First of all, I was made aware on sustainable development and environment. In my family, my brother works on wind farms at sea.
Vous êtes une famille certifiée bio?
So you're like an organic family in a way. I have a sister who also works in that field. So for me, I was aware of all this before getting into the school. What do you expect from the school, and how do you see your future as a future chef? So what I expect from the school, awareness raising, we have vegetarian menus, but I need something else. We have selective rule of waste, but it's not always checked. When we have people, either teenagers or grown-ups, that are not really aware of this need of selective waste. And I know that even for sourcing, there's still a lot to do. So I'm not going to say that we are 100% sustainable development. So you can still improve at the school, yes, but like just everybody here. Yes.
Est-ce que vous pouvez faire les mêmes reproches à l'école du CAS?
Can you say the same thing for the CAS school? No.
No. Toute honnêteté,
honestly.
C'est un exemple que je donnais.
Chez Ducat, c'est la schlag. Hein.
Voilà, en fait, non, ça va au-delà de ça. C'est un exemple que je donnais.
On serre les boulons. La police.
It's quite strict at Ducas. No, we never were taught about anti-waste policy. What we were explaining is that to use 100% of the product. For example, with a carrot, so you can use the carrot itself, the leaves in different ways. So from the start, we're given all sorts of techniques, but also reflection trails, so that we minimize waste at max. And since the chef is really convinced of sustainability from day one, all the trainers explain that we have to choose the products correctly according to the season. So it comes very naturally because it underpins all the recipes, all the technical schemes. So
Lisa Lostis, je vous vois sourire, même réprimer un
I can see that you're almost laughing. No, it makes me smile because there is room for improvement in all schools. I think we can do things better, all of us.
Romain Gut, avez-vous des questions de vos camarades qui ont suivi le sommet à distance?
Romain Gut, do you have questions put by your fellow students that are following the summit online? Yes, there's a recurrent question: how to take on board the public administration and the agribusiness so that they are aware and will be able to implement the charter we want to draft. So how do you turn to the public authorities? I'm not a representative of the public authorities.
Pas répondre, mais j'ai été interpellé tout à l'heure par des propos sur l'éducation nationale et le mammouth.
That I was quite struck by what was said on the Éducation nationale in the French education system. But last year, a pedagogic manual in order to train cooks has been published. It's a work that has been done by chefs and inspectors, and this manual or instruction guide is going to be integrated in all the steps of in catering schools at all levels, so from the trainees to PhD. And the French school system has decided to integrate this aspect in the learning programs of the students. And I'd like to thank the person who spoke on behalf of the Michelin Guide. This manual for cooks could also be sent to the ambassadors and also to the staff who work in the restaurant rooms. They are important as well because they are the first ones to meet the customers, and they have to be the ambassadors of what the chefs propose, the choices made by the chefs. And if the chefs really defend this notion of sustainable gastronomy, it would be a benefit for everybody. Would you like to answer this question on how to talk to the public authorities and be heard by them? We worked on this question of curricula for apprentices in the catering sector and schools, and we studied with the Ferrandi School the criteria for various degrees, and we realized that the criteria hadn't been updated since 1992, and the sustainability aspect was absolutely 100% absent. So how these manuals are updated and who does it? Then you have the school manual that can be quite far away from these criteria, and the teachers do not use all the same school books. Some are very well made, others are far more traditional, and then it depends also on the teacher who would like or is invested in the topic. So you have a great variability. Since you are a director at the Lycée Régnier 3 in Monaco, and president of the Tourism and Catering and Hostel Industry Federation. Well, so how are the manuals made up? We have a joint committee with representatives of the sector as well as the school system, and they will discuss and then set up the criteria with a periodic review. It's about every 5 years. So if you worked on criteria that dated back from 1992, it's quite weird because they were reviewed in 2011. But it is very difficult to actually be up to date because such criteria should also last for a long time with knowledge and know-how that are necessary for the professionals in order for them to hire young professionals or young graduates. So, and then you have pedagogic freedom of teachers. And for example, if you have the first level, let's take the quiche Lorraine. With the quiche Lorraine, you learn all kinds of techniques, but you can have a vegetarian quiche very easily if you use vegetables. But I wasn't told this. Actually, I give this example because we actually made vegetable quiche last week. So these are the initiatives that we take in our high school, and we are very lucky in our school because we are supported by the direction and the Monégasque government. As you know, there is a vegetable garden a few kilometers away from Monaco in Saint-Laurent-d'Ez, and we take our students with us, and they see how the gardeners work. And then every Monday, we receive the vegetables, and the students are going to work on them and cook them. In Monaco, we have many initiatives, but in France as well. As president of the federation, I can say that there are many schools that work with local products. Where the 2K for a general meeting last year, and there the school has a very large project in order to integrate the Hauts-de-France, the region they belong to, in European gastronomy. So they worked on products that were supposed not to be noble or first class. And we come back to what we said earlier on the blue fish, were a bit on the side of fishmongers' stands, and they were actually bought at the end of the month when people had less money. Whereas now they are really on the front line, and it is really the honor of the chefs to really work on such products that they rediscover and they give value to through their work. This is very important because we're going to give our students the competences so that they can give more value to these second-class so-called products. So this is how we're going to embark on the path of sustainable gastronomy. I think we have in France 25,000 young people who integrate the various levels of gastronomy teaching. So they are going to be taught a certain number of techniques and know-how and knowledge, but at the same time they will become citizens through civic education, the health prevention or applied sciences knowledge, so that they'll have an education on all the subjects we mentioned today. Earlier on, I spoke with someone who said, you know, in the history and geography programs of my daughter at high school, they have sustainable development. So this is our work as well in education, in the schools, is to train citizens. And in the sustainable development notion, you have this notion of the human being. I would like to come back to the way we turn to public authorities and how we can turn to them. Do you have the feeling, and forgive me for this blunt question, but do you think that the public authorities are really aware of the emergency? Yes, they are aware of the situation. But then it depends on the capacity to act. So you have three tools. Either you stimulate, either you tax, either you regulate. But the state gives just a framework. And as long as we do not have mirror clauses and food be treated in free trade agreements, so it is really at global level. We have to change things at global level. You know, we have international free trade agreements like Mercosur. And this morning we heard a few things on the EGalim law. It's not perfect, but nevertheless. But the threshold that was set was 50% organic food, and we're still around 8%. And we can see that when we talk to the people who really are in charge, then everything can change. So we have to know what we can expect of public authorities and act at the right level, at European and global level. And so what do you react when we hear that the European Commission is about to renew the authorization for glyphosate? Well, these decisions has to be taken at European level. France voted against it a few years ago. Now it's about to be implemented again. I'm going to give you another example. I supported a plan for 5,000 kilometers of hedges in France, and I know that in the meantime, in vineyards, for example, they are planting hedges. And again, if you talk to root growers, they will tell you, but I don't have the time to actually manage the hedges or plant more trees. So you need companies that are specialized in this for the time being. So we have to be aware of what the public authorities can do or not. And today I can see that we have people that are really committed to action. And it's never quick enough, but I think everybody can act. And I listened to what was said about Sartou. And why couldn't we at European level consider that public orders can be a tool? And at the same time, we should not expect everything from the public authorities, and we can act differently at our level. I think all of us as a consumer, we can act. And Mr. Ducasse said it this morning, because demand drives the other. And if tomorrow's consumers are aware and trained, then everything is possible. And sometimes they have to be encouraged. And to come back to the population between 18 and 35-year-old, they are maybe more aware, but they maybe do not know how to act. And the biggest meat consumers today are still these people between 18 and 35-year-old. So if they are convinced tomorrow, they will be the future decision makers and they will change the public policies.
You said we shouldn't expect everything from public policy, Audrey. But we wouldn't be tempted to expect that they should finance organic produce more. Yes, this is a structural subject of the negotiations we have with the EU. There is some funding today, but it doesn't find a response in the market. That's the thing I'm worried about, is our collective capacity to pay the right price for organic produce. If the government has to subsidize, it's because people aren't prepared to pay the correct price for organic produce. It's up to us as farmers to explain our work and to obtain the right fair remuneration. I'm head of a company, which is a farm. I want to have employees who get a fair payment for their work. People are sometimes a bit ashamed of speaking about money in the agricultural world. What are we ashamed of? It's very hard to work in a farm, and you have to be prepared to talk about the value of the work you do. We have 3.5 million people in France who are in food vulnerability. We need to have a social policy, but the problem isn't going to be solved by reducing prices of the worst kind of food. We need to have certain people can't pay a fair price for their food, then they need to receive subsidies from the government to be able to do so. It will not work by subsidy alone to the producers. We have to talk about the real value and the real cost of things. Today we wanted to develop a charter. Lisa Lustis, apparently you've worked very hard to draw up this charter for sustainable gastronomy. What has been the result of your work and what are the main lines of this charter? We have all worked together, or with several of us together. What has come out of that is that we are being trained to become potential chefs. Gastronomy tomorrow means you will have chefs working in 3 areas. The first area, which we haven't really talked about very much, is a human area. Somebody who's working with other people, whether they're employees or their customers, and also to underprivileged people. The second area will be a chef that is an ambassador for their territory, who knows their territory very well and knows what is grown in the area, and a chef who respects the planet and makes sustainable use of energy and water. And also, a chef is capable of conveying their message outside to the rest of the world. How can we do this? And then the third area is a focus on being an ambassador for best practice, optimizing the way we work, and also focusing on not just on cooking and the restaurant, but how are you going to build the restaurant? What is going to be the furniture? Where are you going to buy it? What are you going to do when you have to replace the furniture? And of course, the question of food waste is extremely important as well. So each one of you, what would you like to include in this charter? I think the role of the territories is important. We have to promote the value of territories. I think that's the important thing. That's the scale on which the transition has to take place. It's on this concept of value and food that we have to really succeed in highlighting. As I said earlier, we have lost this link, and I think that the fact that you are cooking is something that brings you in closer contact with the food, and it's very virtuous. That's why I very much believe in awareness raising. When you start to cook and become interested in the food, you can see that the foods have a specific taste, and you have to be cooked in the right way. And it's a very virtuous circle. When you grow this food, then you're even closer, and you realize how long it takes to grow the food, and that's why this time is very precious, and we shouldn't impoverish our soil, and we have to think about a new way of working in agriculture. We've taken too long to make this change. Roland? Romain?
Dans l'ordre.
I'd like to link up with what the lady from Guide Michelin said about the green stars. I think for me it's important to talk about sustainable cooking, ethical cooking, and these things should be perfectly normal at every scale, at every level, whether it's haute cuisine or in the local authorities or in fast food or in traditional cuisine. All of these concepts should be an integral part of what is being done and should be accepted by everybody. That's what we should move towards. all of the people involved should accept this. They're obvious for everybody here, but we shouldn't talk about sustainable cooking. Cooking will naturally be sustainable anyway, and all of these concepts should be perfectly obvious for everybody. Christophe Jublin? I'd like to talk about the first point, the human factor. I think the first factor that Lisa mentioned. Yes, I ended by talking about the human factor as well. I think it's an important element in our work. We worked on the human level with our pupils. You talked to the millennials. We are in the Y and Z generation that we have to work with, and where we have the alpha generation is arriving soon, who are completely digital with all of the tools being used. But we have to get to know each other and to be able to work together effectively with a common aim. That's also our job in the schools. That's our role. The human factor, that's the most important thing. Are there any questions from our audience? Or several questions, perhaps?
Bonsoir, merci.
Thank you for giving me the floor, Victor Delabas.
Donc nous, on est une marque d'algues françaises.
We are a French seaweed brand. We want to increase use of seaweed in cooking, and also we want to encourage people to grow seaweed. I have a question for you, Audrey. I'd like to know if in the hectare projects whether seaweed growing is included, because it's a perfectly sustainable new form of agriculture. We have been contacted. I haven't had time to look at this subject in detail, but there is underlying trend with definition of different models for developing this kind of product. Often this is something that is forgotten, but I'd be very happy to talk to you about this. But it's certainly part of our thinking. Another question? All very well behaved.
C'est une question que j'avais posée à
I have a question that I asked Lisa yesterday, and I talked about it with Christophe earlier. I'd like to know if one of the keys to development of hotel schools and education in the schools would be to bring together these two areas so that the pupils from the catering and hotel schools could go much more into the field and to the fields to learn about what it's like to be a farmer or a livestock breeder or a fisherman, and vice versa, for the farmers, the growers and producers to also come and eat what is cooked in the restaurants, to understand what happens to their products. We don't talk very much about this. It's not very frequent in hotel schools. Of course, some of them have vegetables gardens, but they're not cultivated by the pupils of the schools. And so I think maybe there would be an interesting avenue to be explored. Another one, yes. I've tried this out. We did an experiment with the De Luca school. It generates a lot of ideas. It was very striking. We went to see what regenerative agriculture was like, and we went in a classroom because we saw how they produced herbal teas. The idea is to make regenerative herbal teas at the end of the meal. Today we all use herbal teas because it has lots of virtues in terms of health. It's soothing, etc. And there's a kind of creativity at the time to say we'd never thought of having the last word of the meal using herbal teas that would regenerate the soils. So I was wondering whether there might be people interested for us working in farm production. That is very interesting to talk to this with the chefs, to have a greater creativity.
C'est juste l'engagement d'école Ducasse et on l'a commencé, on le fait aussi.
We've done this already with the Ducasse school. We did this with another school in the 19th arrondissement of Paris. You just need to find a way of paying for the transport of the pupils. It's very simple. We got some support, and so at the beginning of the school year, they went to the fields with their boots on their feet, and it's a very interesting idea.
J'aimerais encore entendre une réaction dans la salle, des questions.
Are there any questions from the audience? Yes, I just wanted to add to what has been said already. There's this idea of being able, for our students, I'm at the Ducasse school, I'm one of the teaching managers. It's interesting for them to be more familiar with the world of agriculture and producers and farmers. One thing that's very important for the new generation that is arriving, that we're educating now, is to embody the values. If you don't try to get people to embody what we're telling them, we won't be able to captivate them. I just wanted to say that, and to be able to embody things more effectively. To add to what Christophe Joubelin was saying, we have to train the trainers, have to teach the teachers. Quickly, I'll just go back to the vegetable garden project. Last year we had a class who worked all year on a net project, and this project ended with a meal in our restaurant where we invited the gardeners who had been growing the vegetables, and we showed them what our pupils were capable of doing with their vegetables. It was a very interesting exchange between the two. Of course, growing vegetables is quite complicated. There are lots of projects taking place in hotel and catering schools. You have mini vegetable gardens or herbal gardens as well. Another thing I'd like to say is the hotel school at Guérande is a hotel with two roles. I'm being told that His Serene Highness is in the building. Sorry to interrupt.
Mesdames et messieurs, Son Altesse Sérénissime.
Ladies and gentlemen, His Serene Highness Albert II of Monaco.
Monseigneur, Excellence.
Seigneur, Excellencies, representatives of the President of the French Republic, Mr. Mayor, dear guests, it is now almost time for us to leave, and it is now also time to plenty of material to write the broad outlines of a charter for sustainable gastronomy. So I'm going to invite Alain Ducasse to join me on stage, as well as the students who were here earlier with us on stage, Romain and Lisa. So please come up on stage with us. Over this way, please. I won't bite. So, you can sit down as well, Alain, yes. Although you're very badly behaved, you can sit down. So what should we take away from this first summit? And what do you think of this charter, Alain, that has been suggested by the students? The basis has been defined. Now we have to define it in detail. The ideas have been suggested. Now we have to deliver it. So we'll work on that. The big piece of work is starting now. It'll take us. You've set the heading. This is very good. So I'm very pleased to see that.
Vous y croyez tous les deux?
Do you believe in this, you two? Yes, I've really gave an idea of the main themes and some sub-themes as well. We got into a lot more detail than I mentioned just earlier. I'm very, very happy to be able to take the floor today as I'm a woman, and it's less and less rare for women to have the floor, but for the future of gastronomy, I think it's nice that a woman should be able to speak. I think we have to believe in it, all of us together. As the chef said, now we have to start working, we have to convey the message and inform the different players who can start to change the situation. It has to become a concrete reality and not just a document that is going to be put in a drawer somewhere. So I'll now hand over in order to conclude this first Sustainable Gastronomy Summit, I'll hand over to our host. President Macron has been kind enough to send us a representative. My seigneur is going to say a few words, but we have the representative of the President of the French Republic as well. I'd like to know whether the neighboring country is going to support what we are doing in Monaco. You better. Otherwise, there will be trouble. So, my Seigneur, Excellency, Ambassador of France, dear Philippe, all of you in your different protocol roles, and dear Alain, once more, you are allowing me to speak. This wasn't planned initially. I would like to say a few words. First, I'd like to thank you for everything you have launched, and I'd like to thank you for succeeding in persuading those who have participated in our debates to do so. It's been very, very interesting, and I think it will be very fruitful. A lot of things have been said. I'd like to highlight something you said, Audrey, which is hybridization. Hybridization will certainly be part of the solution. Education has been something mentioned a great deal as well. The word work has been used as well, and I think it's there's a lot of work to do. So, Alain, as you know, we have been working together now with the Ambassador Philippe Faure and the representatives of the Culinary College for many years now to suggest solutions. You had to have the courage to organize this first summit of sustainable gastronomy. Thank you, my seigneur, for allowing this first summit to take place in Monaco. The President of the Republic I'm representing for gastronomy. You know that he's extremely favorable to the work you're doing, and a summit on sustainable gastronomy is taking place in Monaco. I was asked to represent the President, and it is with great pleasure that I am participating. This refers to the Summit of Gastronomy in France, which was an initiative launched by the President. In a few weeks, there will be a meeting. Following invitation by France, there will be more than 70 countries will be participating in the first summit of school gastronomy. So that's why this summit is extremely promising, because I can see that everybody wants to take charge and work hard on this subject. And there's a lot of work to do. It's not an easy thing to do. We have 50 or 60 years of unsatisfactory practice behind us. Now we have the hope. We can see there's been a very broad panel of different generations as well, as particularly with all of the students who are here and want to change things. We talked about education. That will be an important element, of course. We need to change our methods so that we can ensure that all of the initiatives, we have to admit that not all of the initiatives we've taken over the last 40 years have been successful, so that in this our neighboring country where we are today, we have in France we have a high level of obesity. This costs 40 billion euros, and it will be 100 billion euros if we don't change anything by 2030. So it's an important subject for public health as well in France. This is something we've talked about in various serious forums such as this one. So thank you, Seigneur, for this initiative.
Merci à Daphné Roulier.
Thank you, Daphne Roulier, who is our mistress of ceremonies. And thank you, Sylvia, for organizing and planning this summit. You did a fantastic job. Thank you to the coordinators of the environment and the Albert II Foundation. Thank you to Thomas, Mathieu, Julia, and Amandine for producing this event as well. My Seigneur. So the final word will be the best, of course. Monseigneur, Prince Albert II of Monaco, His Serene Highness. Thank you very much. Government Councillor, Minister, Excellency, representative of the President of the Republic, Mr. Gomez, the Mayor, President of the SPM, dear Stéphane, and dear Alain Ducasse, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends. Unfortunately, I haven't been able to be present for your discussions today because I was in an aeroplane which was bringing me back from New York, from the General Assembly of the United Nations, where, of course, we were talking about sustainability a great deal as well, because it was a summit for the sustainable development activities that I was attending. That's why some of us are wearing the symbol of the Sustainable Development Objectives, Sustainable Development Goals. Despite the difficulties taking place in the world, we have been able to see it is difficult to make sufficiently fast progress to protect our planet, its climate, its biodiversity. That's why the initiative that brings us together here today is particularly opportune, and I'm very pleased to have been able to participate even only at the last session. We can see that we have many distinguished personalities here with us today. One of the main reasons why it's difficult to take this kind of action is a lack of positive outlooks. To protect the environment, this means we have to consume less, we have to burn less hydrocarbons, travel less and use heating and air conditioning less, to eat less meat and to protect certain animal species. We can understand that in this outlook it's not very motivating. That's why today it's important to talk about it from a different point of view. Not to eat less, but to eat better. Instead of talking about not eating certain species, we should be able to talk about discovering other species. Let me share with you a personal experience in Greece, where I recently discovered a very tasty fish, the lionfish, which also is an invasive species, which is particularly dangerous for the Mediterranean marine environment. There are other examples, of course, in the Mediterranean. It is extremely important to eat this lionfish in order to be able to preserve the ecological balance. We need to reconcile the needs of nature and the needs of our bodies, which are often damaged by the different harmful substances that may exist in the environment. In that sense, this initiative, it makes it possible to strengthen the environmental actions that are being taken in other areas in order to protect human health and the health of the planet. In that way, we'll be able to explain to our co-citizens that saving the planet isn't going to harm the well-being of humanity, as some people would have us believe, but on the contrary, it's a question of reconciling the two. There's no plan B. There's no planet B, as we now know. So we have to reconcile two needs, the development of human beings and the preservation of the natural environment. Our well-being at present and of the future generations will help to defend humanity and our planet. And this is the meaning of this day that my foundation wanted to be associated with. I'd also like to thank SBM for their support, and that's why I'm very pleased to conclude that it has been very successful. This is due very much to your initiative, dear Alain Ducasse, and also thanks to the presence of other exceptional guests. I'd like to thank everybody who has travelled for long distances as well, and I'd like to thank them for their presence and their commitment. Together, you embody the whole of our scientific, agricultural, and culinary talents concerning the gastronomy around the world, because it's gastronomy, for it to be sustainable, it is multiple. It uses the resources of the different terroirs and regions of the world, but also is connected to the traditions, wisdom, and the know-how of the different peoples in the world. In that sense, the approach you have proposed is in the same image as those of our companies in order to work to protect the planet, in order to reconcile an overall ambition and local approaches to be able to take different actions according to different strategies. No single solution will be able to solve the environmental crisis. We cannot succeed alone. That's why I hope that this initiative will not be only a first step, that there will be other editions of this same summit in the future, so that gastronomy becomes a lever for sustainable development. Will that way support the international efforts? Know that the UN since 2016 has already decreed a World Day for Sustainable Gastronomy, which I think is on the 18th of June. A memorable date, of course, for other reasons as well. I hope also this initiative will encourage other events in other formats, so that each one of us will be able to work in their labs and their kitchens and in their fields, will be able to continue in the same way. And this is how you will be able to disseminate as far as possible the message that brings us together here today, which is to produce food which has to be sustainably produced and protect the health of the planet, and to reconcile that with human health. I know during this first edition will have been a great contribution. That's why I was very keen to be able to join you and to encourage you. Thank you very much, everybody, and I hope to see you very soon for other initiatives in favor of gastronomy and sustainable gastronomy and food. Thank you.
Monseigneur, je vous remercie.
Thank you, Monseigneur. It's now time for us to leave. Thank you to our partners, Geraldine Sommer from the President of the Albert II Foundation, Stéphane Ballery, President of the SBM, and of course Alain Ducasse, without whom this summit would not have taken place. Thank you very much, everybody. I'd like to personally also thank Catherine Guillemard for organizing and planning this event, as well Sylvia Segrega, who has supported me to prepare for this summit. I'd like to thank everybody, and now we have to get down to work for sustainable gastronomy.
Mesdames et messieurs, Monseigneur, les partenaires intervenants, je vous invite à remonter sur scène.
I'd like to now invite all of you, our distinguished guests, to come onto the stage for the photograph.
Merci bien vouloir rester assis, s'il vous plaît.
And if the members of the audience, could you please remain seated? Thank you.